Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say, I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Mariah Delgado claims she paid the defendant to hold her place in line for an exclusive sneaker drop, but he sold her spot to someone else. Corey Watkins says the line started moving before the plaintiff showed up to take his place.
Okay, Mariah Delgado, you're suing Corey Watkins for $250 that you feel he owes you and won't pay. Tell me what happened.
I paid him a $100 deposit to wait in line for me for 8 hours, and he took my deposit and then he flipped my spot for a profit of $300. So I think I'm entitled to half of that.
Wait. This is a thing? People waiting in line?
Yeah.
Getting paid to wait in line.
I didn't
What was
know.
he waiting in line for?
He was waiting in line for like an exclusive sneaker drop between a client that I used to represent. They have a sneaker collaboration that was coming out. I'm an influencer, so
What's an influencer?
So I'm an influencer on social media. I do lives where
How many followers do you have?
I have 50,000 followers. So I asked my followers if they wanted me to review this sneaker and that I would do a giveaway for this sneaker if they wanted me to do it. I had 5 million views on that video and in that live. So I was really excited about doing the giveaway, but I had to wait from like 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., which is way too long for me to be waiting.
Not when you could find. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah,
all right,
so that's
not
why
when
I
you
paid
could find
Corey.
somebody to do it for you for how much? How much was the agreement between the two of you?
$200. So he was like, oh, you pay the $100 up front as a deposit for the actual waiting in line part, and then you pay the other $100 when you arrive. So I paid him $100.
So wait, I have so many questions. All right, so have you used him before?
No, actually, I met him through a friend of mine who's also an influencer. She had paid him to wait in line for an exclusive.
Have you been in this
store.
line of work long? This line waiting line of work?
Yeah, we're established. It's legitimate. Our business is called.
No, totally legitimate. Is there money in it?
That's
like,
legitimate.
Yeah. It's a lot of money in it. We do the jobs that people aren't willing to do. It's money in
Right.
there.
Well, I find that to usually be the case. But anyway, so you go at what time of the middle of the night to stand in line?
Around 11. So it was
11 at night
Yeah.
to wait for a drop that was happening the next day?
Yeah.
What time was she supposed to show up?
She was supposed to be there at 6:30 a.m. That's when we were supposed to switch spots.
And did she get there at 6:30?
No, she didn't, Your Honor. She
All
did
right.
not.
I presume you have a cell phone.
Yeah, I do.
And did she text you and say, I'm going to be late?
Well, no. I actually texted her because the line, something happened. Usually these things happen in line where rules come up. And
Those pesky things, rules.
I had
Okay.
a wristband, and they were saying you can't swap wristbands. And they're starting letting people in at 6:30. So, and that's the time I'm supposed to swap. So in that situation, like knowing my client is an influencer, I just wanted to give a little bit of grace. So I waited about 20 minutes. I gave 20 minutes of time, and I had someone else begging me for my spot for $300.
How'd they know you were a line waiter? Like, how do they know you're not there for yourself?
They didn't. They were running up and down the line.
Just shouting, anybody want to sell their spot?
Exactly. And I just, I've been abandoned multiple times in line before, and
Where all of a sudden then you're out $100 on your fee because they don't pay you.
exactly.
So she's supposed to be there at 6:30, and what time did she get there?
6:55, around 7, closer to 7. I'm gonna be honest. And
Okay. Is it accurate that you weren't there at 6:30?
Well, we said around 6:30, and the doors didn't open until 7. I'm not really in the sneaker community, so I don't really know how all of that stuff works. I just thought that the doors open at 7, so I thought as long as I was there before 7, that was fine.
But what time did you tell him you'd be there?
Around 6:30.
Okay. Did she say around 6:30 or at 6:30?
She said I agreed at 6:30. I have evidence, Your Honor. If you look at Exhibit B, our text thread, it clearly shows that that's the time that we agreed on.
So
And
I see that on July 5th, there's text between you. Okay, I'm going to get in line tonight at 10 for the 7 a.m. tomorrow drop. I'll keep you posted. Perfect, thank you. They just let us know the line is going to begin moving at 6:30 a.m. So you need to be here then so we can swap places. That's at 5 a.m. And she answers, great, I'll be there. So what happened?
Your Honor, I was getting my makeup done before the event, and my makeup artist was running late, so I told her it would be fine as long as I was there before 7.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
So how am I supposed to know that there's wristbands, there's scanning? I'm just thinking he's in line. I didn't know that he was.
Well, if you're
5
half an
people
hour
in
late,
line.
and the line is moving, what is he supposed to do?
And later,
What is she doing wrong? Is she not allowed to have a compost there? Is that against the regulations in your community or something?
I mean, it's not against anything, it's just causing the death of animals.
if you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Mariah Delgado, who was suing Corey Watkins for conversion.
Did you say any of that to him at 5 in the morning when the rules were changing? And
Well, he didn't say the rules were changing.
no, he did. He said they just let us know at 5 in the morning. He texts you and says they just let us know the line is going to begin moving at 6:30. So you need to be here then so we can swap places. Great, I'll be there. Is your answer right?
Right, but
Okay. And so at 6:30 on the dot, he says the line is moving. Where are you? They've got these new rules. If you aren't here, they may not let you in. To which you respond, almost there. And then at 6:51, he says, sorry, I tried. And then you say, WTF. Okay. So what time did you get there?
I got there at 6:54.
Somebody was running up and down trying to get a spot. That somebody offered you how much?
they offered me $300.
So right now you got her 100 and they're 300.
Right.
So you made 400.
Exactly.
She wants her $100 back because she doesn't think you should have sold your spot. And then on top of that, she wants half of your bounty on the selling of the spot.
And that to me just doesn't make any sense because I waited. I spent the time out there in the cold with the crazy people, agitation, people asking me questions.
You still turned a profit.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Me standing in that line, I already put the time in.
Right,
So
but
that
the time in, and if she had done everything right, you should be getting $200.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So-
but instead of that, you got $400.
I tried. I gave some grace. I did. I gave grace. Usually,
He did give grace. He gave you 20-minute window, and you still weren't there. And you're saying things like, "I'm almost there. I'm almost there." Instead of, "Listen, I'm not going to get there till 7."
But listen, in Exhibit A, you can see, Your Honor, that the deposit is for a spot hold, not a spot sold.
Yes, I've got it. Okay. However, I can also see, based on your text, that you're supposed to be there at 6:30, and you know it. You know it. You know that at 5 o'clock.
I didn't
So
know-
your makeup artist is late, and God forbid the makeup not be perfect. So you want to wait for your makeup artist, but perhaps you should have had the makeup artist meet you in the line if that was going to put you half an hour late. You want me to find that he breached. The only way you get a penny back is if he breached. You understand that, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah, not even the first 100. For you to get it back, he has to have breached the contract. So tell me what he did to breach the contract when he gave you 20 minutes after the time you're supposed to be there, and you're still not there, and you're not honest about it and saying, I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there at 7. You're still saying, almost there, almost there. And he's got like a window of what to sell it before he ends up eating $100 because you don't show up there, and you might not pay him the other 100 because he can't give you his wristband. When she hired you, what time did she say she'd be there?
she said she'd be there. She said she would be there 7, like 6:37-ish. That's where we were playing.
So when she says ish, she was right.
Yeah.
That's what you. And then you text her at 5 and you tell her, hey, the rules of the game have changed. These people have changed the rules. They're starting to move the line at 6:30. And it's not that she misses that notice. She catches that notice and says, okay, great, I'll be there.
And if you check out Exhibit B, that's them letting me know about the change. I did my due diligence. I made sure that I studied the company, what they were doing, how they execute their rules. They sent me this text message to let me know. And
So the company's saying, good morning, thank you so much for your dedication. We know you're excited about the drop. To keep things orderly and efficient, the line will begin moving at 6:30 a.m. So as soon as you got that, you texted her to tell her. And she says, I'll be there. And then she's not there. She's there 20 minutes after that.
And honestly, if she was super...
And furthermore, the notice says, have your wristband ready to scan. After wristbands are scanned, they are non-transferable. You cannot give your wristband or your spot in line to anyone else.
So how am I supposed to know that there's wristbands, they're scanning? I'm just thinking he's in line. I didn't know that he was.
Well, if you're
5
half an
people
hour
in
late,
line.
and the line is moving, what is he supposed to do?
I don't know, like stall, talk to the people, say, hey, I'm actually holding this. I don't know that you can't like switch spots with people and stuff like that. I just wanted him to wait in line for me.
His exact phrase to you was, they just let us know the line is going to begin moving at 6.
That was an hour and a half.
I'm sorry, did I breathe and give you the impression I was done?
I'm sorry.
They just let us know the line is going to begin moving at 6:30 a.m. So you need to be here then so we can swap places. Great, I'll be there. And then at 6:30, the line is moving. Where are you? They've got these new rules. If you aren't here, they may not let you in. To which you respond not, I'll be there in half an hour, my makeup artist was late. To which you respond instead, almost there. Then he waits. This is the grace. He waits until 21 minutes later. And at some point, he's got to mitigate his own damages because you're not showing up when you said you would at 5. You said you'd show up there at 6:30. You're not showing up almost there at 6:30. You say almost there, but a full other 20 minutes pass. You know, he's giving you notice on it, and you're like, it's not going to be a problem. I'm going to be there at 6:30, and then you don't. You know? No. I find in favor of the defendant in this case.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
I'm standing on business.
Yeah, SOB for sure.
Coming up,
First of all, when they first got there, about the trash cans and how to use a bungee cord. And then a couple months ago, I talked to her about the composting and how it was drawing in all those animals.
And what did she say when you told her that?
She didn't even really listen to me. She didn't care.
you're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Diana Rogers claims her neighbor's composting attracted raccoons that killed her cat. Heather Ruiz says the composting is legal and the plaintiff should keep her cat indoors if the raccoons pose a danger.
Okay, Ms. Rogers, you are suing your neighbor, Ms. Ruiz, for $6,707 in emotional distress at her hands. Tell me what's going on.
Yes, ma'am. This person right here is responsible for the death of my cat, Nellie.
So what happened?
Well, she moved in about a year ago, and it was just downhill from there. Loud music, they didn't know how to cover their trash cans up, and it started attracting all these animals. And then
Okay.
to make matters worse, Your Honor, they added a garden, and she did a compost. So now there's just all kinds of food there attracting even more wildlife. It's worse than ever.
What is she doing wrong? Is she not allowed to have a compost there? Is that against the regulations in your community or something?
I mean, it's not against anything. It's just causing the death of animals.
Tell me what happened with your cat.
So my cat used to be able to go out for 20 or 30 minutes at a time when I'd get home from work and come right back. And this particular night, I had stepped out about 8 o'clock to pick up a package, and the cat snuck out, and like usual, I thought, well, she'll just need 20 or 30 minutes. And I called her, nothing, and then I fell off, took a nap, and I woke up to screaming and yowling, the worst sound I have ever heard. And it was my cat, Nellie, out in the yard. She had been attacked by raccoons.
Had you ever called the city to discuss the situation?
No, I didn't call the city. I thought if I had conversations with my neighbor, you know, she'd do the right
So
thing.
what kind of conversations did you have with her? You can't garden? You can't compost? What did you say to her?
I asked her, first of all, when they first got there, about the trash cans and how to use a bungee cord. And then a couple months ago, I talked to her about the composting and how it was drawing in all those animals.
And what did she say when you told her that?
She didn't even really listen to me. She didn't care.
Coming up,
She claims that your composting and your garden is attracting more raccoons.
There's no crime in doing a garden.
you're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Diana Rogers, who blames Heather Ruiz for the death of her cat.
Ms. Ruiz, let me hear from you.
Since the start, since I moved to that neighborhood, she's been on me the whole time. No neighbors have ever complained to me except her. But when she told us about the one or twice that I forgot to close the trash cans, she was passive aggressive when she was trying to tell me. She wasn't communicating.
Well, did you know that you have to do that in this particular area, or was that new to you? I'm just curious.
That was new to me.
Okay.
We live literally, there's a lot of, in the foothills, we live a lot with trees and everything. So even since like the year that I moved in, I've always seen raccoons. Raccoons, a lot of wildlife going around our houses.
She claims that your composting and your garden is attracting more raccoons.
Mm-hmm. There's no crime in doing a garden. It's
Okay.
something that I've been excited to do my whole life, and I wanted to learn how to do it, and I'm gonna keep doing it because it's something for me personally.
Yeah.
I'm just on my own.
I think she's referring to the composting, which there is also no crime composting. So, Ms. Rogers, if you know that whatever she's doing, if you sense that whatever she's doing is drawing more raccoons out, why continue to let your cat be an outdoor cat?
I just wanted her to have the life she always had. I didn't want anything to change for her.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
I just don't see what Ms. Ruiz was doing that could cause her to be financially liable to you if the things she is doing are things that she as a property owner has the right to do. She has a right to garden on her property. She has a right to compost on her property. When you have, I mean, there are some real strict rules. If somebody's deliberately feeding the wildlife, like feeding wildlife, that's a violation, and you get the Fish and Wildlife people involved in California and in most states. But that's not what was happening. What was happening is, according to you, an increase in the presence of raccoons based on her gardening and composting. But gardening and composting are allowed. So, no, I'm not going to find her liable. I'm sorry for your loss, but she's not going to be, it's not her fault, and I'm not going to order her to pay you for it. That's my verdict.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
I'm sorry for your cat, but I'm sorry, and I know what it is to feel like that, but I promise it's not my fault.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Brad Williams claims his shoulder was injured because his coworker drank before coming to the gym and didn't spot him properly during a lift. Terry Remy says he told the plaintiff the weight was too much, but his warning was ignored.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're suing Mr. Remy for $3,500 that you say he owes you because of an injury that you sustained that you say was his fault.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you two known each other?
We've known each other for about 5 years now. He's a regular workout partner. We've been going about twice a week. This was the first time that, due to his drunken negligence, I sustained a serious injury.
All right, so what happened?
So I was at the gym, texted him to meet up while I was at work. Let's hit the spot right after, about 5 o'clock. And he said that he was still at the office and that he would meet me afterwards. So no problem. I went to the gym by myself, did some cardio, some free weights, and waited for him to show up.
All right, what time did he show up?
So I was at the gym at about 7.
Okay. How many hours do you guys work out when you work out?
It's usually a couple hours, just depends on what we're going for.
Wow. All right, so go ahead.
So he finally does show up to the gym. I see him from across the gym. He's working on a different machine. Wave him over, ask him to help me with the spot.
Okay, now what's a spot?
So a spot is when somebody assists you in lifting a weight that you might otherwise struggle with.
So you're lying down and you're going to do this, and he is standing behind you just in case something goes wrong. That's the idea behind spotting. And what happened?
I went for a few reps, went for 3, 1, 2, 3, no problem. I was struggling on the 4th rep, so at that point I asked him to help me re-rack it, which he did, no problem. I felt like I had one more in me, so I went for it, and I was struggling, but I couldn't quite get it back up, so I'm looking for his help. I'm shouting, hey man, help me, I need some help getting this back up. He was looking around, not paying attention.
But you're screaming right in front of him. That your screaming didn't cause him to engage?
Yeah, apparently not, until I screamed his name and he finally realized the bar was about to crush me, at which point it was too late. So he tried to lift it back up, overcompensated with his right arm, tilted the weight off to the left. Everything fell, it crashed. I just felt this raving pain in my shoulder.
From the weight itself pressing against you, or from whatever motion you were doing to get it off you?
It was from the weight itself. So trying to push it up, normally you want to get it straight. He overcompensated in trying to help me, and it tilted all the weight to the left side. So at that point, I felt an immediate tear, just this immense pain in my shoulder, and I started, screaming because it hurt. After that, I yelled at him because I was like, hey man, this, you're not supposed to help me out. Like, you weren't paying attention. We got into his face. He was more interested in re-racking the weights than caring about my injury.
So what did he say to you?
He said, you shouldn't have gone for that much weight. I said, you should have had my spot. We're going at it, and then at that point, I smell he's been drinking. He's got some alcohol in his breath.
And you didn't smell that before?
No, he was across the gym. I didn't see him until he was right next to me.
Well, he's standing right over your head.
Yeah.
So if he talked at all, you would know if he smelled like alcohol, right? Because he's literally, your face is here and his face is here, right?
Yeah.
Were you drinking before the gym?
Your Honor, I was.
As one does, right? Before
2 to 4 drinks max.
Who drinks 2 to 4 drinks and then goes to the gym?
Well, everyone has their own kind of pre-workout.
That's your pre-workout?
On occasion.
What were you drinking?
2, maybe 4 gin and tonics.
Oh, that's pretty strong. Is that common that you would have 4? I know you must be joking with me because you can't possibly demand to have 4 drinks before every workout.
Not every workout, but there is sort of a running joke that when I say I'm staying late at the office, which is the place where I work, we have a bar on the first floor. That means I'm grabbing a few drinks. And we have 2 mutual friends who are drinking buddies of ours who I met up with right as I finished with work.
Okay.
And I told him over text that I'd be there at 7, and I extended an invitation to him.
To come and drink with you?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see the text.
Hey, Mr. Davis.
You're good, honey.
Okay.
No, don't you be stepping towards the judge. You kidding me? You know what my bailiff is gonna do to you? All 6'5" of you, too.
Yeah.
Thinking of hitting the gym tonight. You up for it? Yeah, I need to get some free weights in. Cool. I'll be over at 7 from work. Meet you there. Gonna spend some time at the office with Jake and Sam. Want to meet up with us? So is he supposed to know what at the office means?
Yes, it's a common running joke, inside joke of ours.
Is that accurate?
I might have heard it once with him and his girlfriend.
Okay, so when he says to you, gonna spend some time at the office with Jake and Sam, do you want to meet with us? You knew that meant that he was having drinks with Jake and Sam, and did you want to join him, right?
Yes.
Do Jake and Sam work with him?
No, those are mutual friends.
Okay, so you know then that staying late at the office didn't mean working this time. You knew it meant the bar.
Yeah, usually.
Because he doesn't work with Jake and Sam.
No, no.
Right. And he invited you. So he's not inviting you to go over a project at work, right? He's inviting you for drinks.
Correct, yeah.
I thought so. You tell me what happened where the weights ended up dropping.
I get to the gym and I start my cardio and he weighs me down. So I come over and he's got 2 plates on the bench press. I warned him, hey, a 25-pound jump is drastic and this is dangerous.
Wait, you warned him of all this with 4 drinks in you?
Coming up on Justice for the People.
Do you know that he's doing that?
I mean, it was pretty noisy in the gym. I was a little bit distracted.
Why were you distracted?
There was a lot going on.
Okay, but don't you have like one job, which is to spot him right now?
And later.
This is a joke more for adults and to not repeat it, so I try to set that boundary.
Okay, you tried to set that boundary. That's like 1,000 times worse. It's our little secret.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a case of Brad Williams, who blames Terry Reamy for a torn rotator cuff.
So that was this night that you said that to him. It's not like on some prior day. It's this day that you say that to him.
Yeah, I have
right,
it's only. I have receipts to show that it was only 2 to 4 drinks at the bar.
What's your receipt show? 2 or 4? 2 or twice as much? I'd like to know. So 2. Where'd you get the 2 to 4?
Because it was happy hour, and it's a 2-for-1 deal.
So it is 4. Okay, so
Yes, Your Honor.
you tell him that's a big jump, 25 pounds, and he, compared to what you're used to doing, and what does he say?
I've got this. Don't worry, bro. I step back and let him do his thing.
Wait, are you spotting him or aren't you? I don't get it.
But yeah, I was standing over him and I asked him, hey.
Okay,
do
so
need
when
help?
you
Do
say you
need help?
step back, what do you mean?
He asked for space. He said, no, bro, I've got this. So I stepped back and let him do his thing.
Wait. He said to you, I need space, step back? I don't understand what's going on between you two. Did you ask him to step back?
No, I did. I said I got the 4th rep. I was struggling, and at that point, he did help me.
Okay, so go on. And are you paying attention to what he's doing?
Well, I noticed he struggled, but I didn't think he would continue. So I helped him get the bar back up, and I assumed it was going to be fine. And he went for a 5th, and...
Wait, how does he go for a 5th?
Pushes
he
it
just
up,
takes it
starts
up
bringing
again,
it-
lifts
yeah.
it up again. Okay, so do you know that he's doing that?
I mean, it was pretty noisy in the gym. I was a little bit distracted.
Why were you distracted?
There was a lot going on.
Yeah, but not while you're spotting him. Your mind should be on spotting him, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so go on. What happens?
Before I knew it, he was struggling to pull it up, and it was already too low, and he hurt himself by pushing his limits further than he should have.
Tell me what you did. You're trying to pick it up.
Yeah, I tried to diffuse the situation and gather the weights, put everything back, and keep him from humiliating himself in front of other gym goers.
That was your concern?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was he angry at you?
I mean, he was in a lot of pain. He said some not nice things.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
I was pissed. Yeah, I had to leave immediately. I couldn't drive, so I had to take an Uber to urgent care.
And what happened?
So the doctor informed me that I completely tore my rotator cuff.
Did you have to have surgery?
I did have to have surgery. They had to replace it and, fix the tear as best as they could. It ended up costing $3,500 out of pocket.
So that's your out of pocket is $3,500?
Yeah, luckily I had insurance to help with that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you feel like you're responsible?
No, I feel like his negligence to his own limits is what's at fault here.
You implied that he wasn't at the top of his spotting game because he had been drinking.
Mm-hmm.
But you knew he had been drinking and you asked him to spot you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So some would say that you have assumed the risk of having a guy who has 4 gin and tonics spot you.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
It's like apparently it wasn't a problem for you, but you want it to be a problem for me.
No, Your Honor, not here to waste your time.
Do you feel like the alcohol played a role or don't you?
I do.
All right, but it was okay by you that he was spotting you even though he had 4 gin and tonics in him. So I feel like you assumed the risk of him having been drinking. I don't know where to draw the line if that's who you pick to spot you. So how much of this is your fault, do you think?
I still think it falls
Inviting a drunk guy, well, I don't know if he was drunk or not. You didn't think he was drunk or you wouldn't have had him spot you. Inviting a guy who's had 4 gin and tonics to spot you and then also combining it with adding 25 pounds to your workout. these don't seem like really smart decisions. Had you been drinking before you were working out?
No, I hadn't.
Oh, so this is on a completely sober.
But we had been drinking to the gym before together. Usually we'll hit, the free weights or the machines.
And so this is not a big deal to you?
No, so this is a normal thing, but we'll normally hit the machines that don't require, spotting over a bar. I was feeling
So
good
why
that
did
day
you do it this day? Why would, of all days, would you pick this day when you know he's been drinking for 2 hours and it's 2 for 1 happy hour, and that you decide to pick that day to increase the pounds by 25 pounds?
I did see him stumbling, but I didn't think he had that much to drink.
You saw him stumbling before you asked him to spot you?
No, this was after he tried to help me. I saw him stumble when he tried to correct the weight up, which, inevitably tore the rotator cuff. But yeah, I didn't realize he was super drunk.
Look,
we usually hold our liquor, and if anything, I think,
You're not my first spotting case, believe it or not. I have had many cases where someone wants to blame their injury on the spotter because the spotter didn't do the spotting job to the, as though you're paying the spotter or something, and they're negligently performing their duty. They're a spotter, they're doing you a favor. But in your case, the guy who you picked to do your spotting is a guy who has been drinking for 2 hours, and it didn't bother you in the slightest. And now you're asking me to have it bother me. But you didn't have a problem with that day. And that's the day you choose to do this enormous jump. Maybe your injuries resulted from that behavior. I'm sorry that this happened to you, but frankly, I find in favor of the defendant in this case.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
Shouldn't skip legs, bro.
I understand the ruling. I disagree with it, but maybe you got a point.
Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings.
Coming up.
I had to step out for an IT error. He accepted responsibility to watch my son. He made a sexual joke directly to my son, and my son repeated this joke.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Don Granderson claims his 8-year-old son was expelled from an after-school program because he repeated a dirty joke that the defendant told him. Nate Joseph says he warned the plaintiff's son not to tell the joke to anyone.
Okay, Mr. Granderson, you're suing your, former friend, Mr. Joseph, for $800 for negligent behavior that caused you to lose that amount in an aftercare program. Tell me what happened.
So what happened was I left my son with him for about 15 and 20 minutes at work while I had to...
Why was your son with you at work?
It was a clerical day, half day, and the after-school program was not set up to take students in 3 hours early.
Okay, but were you allowed to bring your child to work?
I had permission from my boss, yes.
Okay, how old's your child?
My son is 8 years old, ma'am.
Okay, go on.
I had to step out for an IT error. He accepted responsibility to watch my son, and he made a sexual joke directly to my son. It wasn't even overheard, it was directly to my son. And my son repeated this joke at work to several students.
Okay, what was the joke?
Well, Your Honor, it's school is like a bad hookup. Sometimes you don't like it, you don't enjoy it, but you still get screwed every day.
You told that to an 8-year-old?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have children?
No, Your Honor, I'm a single man.
What were you thinking of saying a joke like that to a kid?
Well, Your Honor, I'm a fun uncle type. I don't have any children, and the fact that he brought his child into the workplace I thought was a little inappropriate in the first.
According to him, he had permission from the boss, so it's not your...
That's true, Your Honor. That's true.
Coming up.
So when I was working, I just was kind of asking him about school and how things were going, and I just kind of seemed that he was a little down. So as I was going, I had heard a joke the other day.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Don Granderson, who brought Nate Joseph to court for negligent behavior.
Tell me the circumstances surrounding the telling of this joke to an 8-year-old child.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. So Don left it and he went to go do his job, and I was sitting at my desk with Steven, and Steven was working on some homework and I was working on a few reports. So when I was working, I just was kind of asking him about school and how things were going, and I just kind of seemed that he was a little down. So as I was going, I had heard a joke the other day. But as soon as I said the joke, I told him that, this is a joke more for adults and to not repeat it. So I tried to set that boundary.
Okay, you tried to set that boundary. I got an idea. How about the a boundary that you don't cross when you tell a kid about a hookup who's 8 years old. How about that? That's like 1,000 times worse. It's our little secret.
That's true, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me about the issues he's had at aftercare before this.
They were for disrupting during group activities, and they were for being disruptive during homework time.
Okay.
So disruptions, talking out of line, those were his main infractions.
They throw him out of the after-school program because he told the joke?
They threw him out because it was a zero tolerance policy against sexual jokes.
Because that was his second strike.
What are you saying? Like it's all fine and it's all well and good? And if it's not the third strike, if it was a second strike, everything on your part would be okay?
No, but Your Honor, I mean, the joke in nature was not of that. I didn't think it was that severe. I mean, I used the word hookup.
I'm not sure it's hookup that was the problem.
Understood,
Right.
Your Honor. I just wanted to bring to your attention that, this is not the first time that his child is causing
Yeah,
issues.
no, they're kids, all right? So they're 8 years old, but the problem was that what you did is what caused him getting, out of the program.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
When you talked to your son, did your son tell you that he had told him, don't repeat this joke, it's for adults?
He did inform me that he was told that, Your Honor.
So did you ask your son, so why did you say it?
I did not.
Look, as offended as I am that he is a moron who would actually tell an 8-year-old child a sexual joke, the question becomes, is your son at fault for repeating it? Did he know what he was saying, and did he know he shouldn't say it, and then he said it anyway? And that was really what caused him to be thrown out, as opposed to you leaving him in the care of someone at work.
I understand that.
As annoyed as I am at his behavior, does he have to pay? What are you doing while I'm talking? Are you actually chicken necking and agreeing with me?
I was, yes, Your Honor.
Because honestly, I've been doing this alone my whole life, and I do not need your participation. Okay, so I would appreciate it if you did not whoop-de-doo in here, because what you did was completely idiotic. But I am not going to hold him legally responsible, because there's a difference between being an idiot and being legally responsible. I understand. I'm not, I get it. This is an emergency, a child care issue, and sometimes it happens. It's not that you're in any way at fault. The only person who's at fault is him, but he's not legally at fault. Verdict for the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
Any last remarks for each other?
I think I need to work on my jokes.
I think you just need to work on your jokes in the workplace.
Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Allison Mossgrove claims her son was treated for a head injury after the defendant's daughter hit him with a swing on purpose. Phyllis Abbott says she believes the injury is an unfortunate accident that happened while the kids were playing.
All right, Ms. Mossgrove, you are suing Ms. Abbott for $1,758 in medical expenses that you say are her fault. What happened?
The defendant's daughter purposely hurt my son while playing in the backyard of the defendant's home.
Okay, how long have you two known each other?
13 years.
Okay. All right, so what happens? You go over to her house for what?
So we were invited over to her house for the weekend to go on a meditative retreat, but also participate in a K-pop event. My observations overall were that Sarah had some issues, and that came to our attention during that time.
How old is Sarah?
Sarah is 8.
Okay.
We went to the meditation retreat on a Saturday, came home, and my son Timothy let me know that Sarah and her brother had been arguing and throwing objects at each other in the house, and also that the babysitter had to mediate a lot of the action that was going on in the room. My son also let me know that Sarah was screaming at him uncontrollably, and he didn't understand why at all. I did check in with Phyllis to find out what might be going on with her daughter. She let me know that her daughter had anger management issues, and it was something that she was in therapy for which I empathized with, having my son also in therapy, and I was just really happy that they had found a resource of help for her daughter and also her son who was experiencing the same issue.
Okay, and I don't mean to pry, but since you've brought this up, your son is in therapy for what?
He has anxiety, Your Honor.
Okay, so go on.
And so the next day we went to a K-pop event together. It looked like to me Sarah was doing great, Timothy was doing great, everyone was happy to be there. But as the day went on, Sarah became a little bit more aloof in her behavior. And once the event ended, we went back to the house and we had pizza for dinner. The kids started playing around the house, and after they started playing, unfortunately, Joseph skinned his knee, and when he skinned his knee, Phyllis had to patch him up a bit.
Joseph is
my son.
Her other child. Okay, go ahead.
During that time, the house seemed a little quiet, and I kind of heard Sarah outside, so I went in to check on her in the garage, and I saw her jumping up and down on top of the car. I thought she might hurt herself, so I did ask her to please come down safely from the vehicle.
She likes climbing.
Jumping up and down on a car, though?
She likes climbing. She's careful. She's safe.
So you permit her to jump up and down on your car?
She likes climbing.
I'm asking you a question. Do you
yes.
permit her to jump up and down on your
Yes.
car because she
Yes.
likes climbing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
At that moment, Sarah looked back at me and shouted at me that I had no business in asking her to get down from the vehicle. I asked her one more time to please come down from the vehicle safely, for which she told me that her mom, yes, allows her to jump on the vehicle regularly.
Okay.
Phyllis came out to ask Sarah to get down from the vehicle, and Sarah did.
Why? It's perfectly permissible. I don't
yeah.
understand why she has to get. Okay, go on.
I'm not sure, but Sarah did listen to Phyllis that time and went into the house to continue playing. After that occurred, we all hung out by the pool. The kids got into the pool to play. It was fine for a while until Joseph and Sarah began to argue in the pool and splash water at each other rather violently. My son has anxiety, and so he was very uncomfortable and tried to get out of the pool. When my son got out of the pool, Sarah swam over and jumped up and grabbed him on the back. And she thought she was playing, maybe she doesn't know that, it's not okay to do that type of thing. She hung on a little bit, and so he asked her to please stop doing that he did not like that. She stopped, and she just started giggling and ran into the house. At that point, the kids all just went in to change their clothes. And Joseph and Sarah both have these hover devices that they like to play on, so they had helmets on. My son just ended up sitting on the porch to play with the kittens that are out there and just sort of keep to himself. I could tell he was a little bothered, but still just fine. Phyllis needed to use the bathroom, so she went upstairs. I got a phone call from my boss and had to answer the phone. During that time, I saw out of the corner of my eye my son starting to scream after the swing hit the back of his head. I dropped the phone with my boss and I ran out to my son and I grabbed my son to make sure that he was okay. Sarah started screaming and ran into the house saying that my son hit her.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
My daughter can be a bit rambunctious, and I believe she was playing. I believe children will be children.
Do you know that your child should not be jumping up and down on your car?
I do know that.
Okay,
and we will be addressing that.
And later.
Next thing you know, is a loud slam. He closed the door. My thumb was jammed in the door, and it was excruciating.
I know.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Allison Mossgrove, who blames Phyllis Abbott for her son's medical bills.
Did you see anything, or you were on the phone with your boss so you didn't see?
I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
What, out of the corner of your eye, what did you see again?
That the swing going back and hitting my son at the back of the head.
Okay, so what, did you take your son to the hospital?
I ended up having to take my son to the hospital.
When did you make
evening.
that decision to take him to the hospital?
In the middle of the night when I woke up to him coughing and vomiting, I took him to the hospital
good move.
immediately.
All right, and what happened? What did the hospital say?
The emergency room doctor said that my son had a minor contusion and also prescribed Tylenol for pain.
Right. Are those the hospital expenses, the $1,758?
That's actually a total sum of the cost.
How much of that is the hospital?
$1,200.
Okay, and the rest of it is what?
Is emergency psychiatric mental health care.
So it's $300 emergency psychiatric health care?
It's $182 per emergency therapy session for my son.
Okay.
And I had a total of 3 of those.
Okay, a swing hit him in the head, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right, can I hear from you? What is it you say happened?
I believe that it was an accident. I believe
How did this weekend go? Did you notice anything between the kids?
My daughter can be a bit rambunctious, and I believe she was playing. I believe children will be children.
Do you know that your child should not be jumping up and down on your car?
I do know that.
Okay,
and we
okay.
will be addressing that in
go
the
ahead.
future. Yes,
Go
absolutely. I believe that it was an accident. You're going to see a picture of the swing, and it is a disc, and it spins around.
Can I see that? That's Exhibit E for the plaintiff.
Yes, as you can see, it
okay, so
swings
it's the
around.
red thing.
So I don't believe that she grabbed it and forcefully directed it at his head, because he wouldn't have been able to even see that if it hit the back of his head, right? I think she was swinging it around, playing with it. I don't even know that my 8-year-old daughter could aim at someone with that kind of precision. I truly believe it was an accident, and she was just grabbing it and spinning it and
When
playing.
did you, okay, can I ask you something? How did this weekend go between the adults?
I thought everything went reasonably well. We have known each other for 13 years. We went to the meditative retreat where we had initially met 13 years ago. So that was nice to reconnect with her. We've always been in each other's lives. I consider us really good friends, even through moves, through divorces. Like, we talk, we text. There was a little bit of distance, so our kids didn't grow up together necessarily. So my daughter might have been a little more rambunctious than she should have been, but I felt that our relationship was very good.
During that weekend, did there come a time when the plaintiff asked you for money?
She did ask me for money. She said that she was behind in her mortgage and she needed a considerable amount of money, and would I loan it to her and she would repay me. I said I needed some time to consider it, as I don't lend money casually, and especially not with a repayment plan and some clear terms laid out in place. But she was not able to give me a firm answer as to how she would pay me back or when she would pay me back. So we just put that on the back burner. I know she was struggling financially. Her ex-husband had been laid off from his job, so she had not received child support payments in about 5 months. She had expressed possibly joining a car dealership full-time. And I advised her that car sales are unstable and, financially kind of, unsure, but she expressed a desire to want to be her own boss, and said she would just do it temporarily in hopes that something better would come up. And I wished her luck.
So had you said no to the loan, or you had put a pin in it?
We had put a pin in it because I had asked her how she would repay me, what
Do you
the
think it
terms would
bothered
be.
her that you put a pin in it, or no?
Probably.
Did she seem bothered?
She had seemed a little bit agitated the whole weekend. She was sort of overly emotional, which I see now was because her ex-husband maybe had been laid off and she didn't have those child support payments. She seemed overly emotional and was kind of controlling of my children, more directing and controlling.
Why isn't this, Ms. Mossgrove, just one of those things on the playground? Why is it that she, who you knew at the time was up in the bathroom, so you're the only adult in the house, babysitter's not there that day, you're the guy in charge, and then all of a sudden you get on the phone with the boss, and it's just one of those things where the swing hits your kid on the head. I'm glad you took him to the ER, but what negligence did she exhibit that I'd make her pay for it? I mean, number one, you were the adult in charge and you took a work phone call, which happens, by the way. I mean, you know what I mean?
I understand.
But number two, You know, when kids are playing, yeah, a swing might hit him in the head, and it's in the back of the head, so I don't know how he can report everything that happens behind his head. I mean, I used to tell my kids I had eyes on the back of my head, but you and I both know that wasn't true. You know, he'd have to see it to know it. So why isn't this just, you know, an unfortunate accident that happens when kids play?
Well, when the accident happened, Phyllis apologized to me.
So?
However...
That's just her being polite. That doesn't answer the question of who's responsible. If anybody's responsible, you're the adult. You know she went up to the bathroom. So you know she can't be watching them that minute. You're the adult watching them that minute, taking the personal call, which again, will happen. But when it does, then it does. I mean, how does this make her liable? You know what? I'll do you a favor. I'll answer the question for you.
Okay.
It doesn't. Verdict for the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
I am hoping that we can someday be friends again, if that's okay with you.
I'd like that, but I'm gonna take that sales job for cars and get stabilized before we reconnect.
Coming up.
So what happened?
I took a business call. This is kind of normal.
What, to be distracted?
To get many business calls in a day.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Ethan Brooks claims he landed in the ER and missed work after the defendant slammed a car door on his thumb. Lucas Bennett says he was on a phone call and closed the door by accident, so he's not responsible.
All right. Mr. Brooks, you're suing Mr. Bennett for $3,500 in loss of income that you say was a direct result of his negligence. Tell me what happened.
I'm a freelance videographer.
Okay. And what business are you in?
I'm a realtor.
What happened on this day?
On this day, we were at a site getting ready to set up for another shoot. And I was getting my equipment out of the back of the vehicle after we went through some work that I previously did the week before. So I'm at the rear passenger door, door is open, I'm getting my equipment out, and I guess, I don't know exactly what he was doing, but next thing you know, there's a loud slam, he closed the door, my thumb was jammed in the door, and this just immediate pressure. The pain, I've never felt anything like this before. It's just, from my feet to my hair, it was excruciating.
I know. Because I actually have had that happen to me.
So you understand, Your Honor?
Oh, yeah, it's so painful. So what did you do?
I mean, at first I just thought, it was just bruising. He suggested that I get medical attention, and he offered to take me to the hospital.
Okay, so did he take you to the hospital?
He did,
And what did the hospital tell you?
That I had damage in my finger. It looks like I possibly had nerve damage in my finger as well.
Did you end up with any stitches or no?
No stitches,
Okay.
just a heavy band.
Pain medicine?
Yes, definitely had pain medicine, Your Honor.
All right.
Coming up.
Both the passenger side door and the passenger side back door were open. You see, I was just trying, I thought I was helping him out. I just
Right, which you would have been if you had waited another nanosecond.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a case of Ethan Brooks, who blames Lucas Bennett for his loss of income.
And as a result of this injury, what did you miss out on?
I missed out on 2 confirmed jobs that I had immediately after this.
How long did it take for your finger to feel better?
I'm still recovering right about now, Your Honor, but it's just like it was at least about a month or 2 before it really started to getting down.
Did you lose your nail?
Yes, I did. It's growing back.
That's fun. So what happened?
I took a business call. This is kind of normal.
What, to be distracted?
To get many business calls in a day. I'm a realtor, so
Why are you closing the man's door? The man is doing whatever he's doing there. Why don't you not close the man's door and let him close the door?
So I was on my business call. I walk around to the other side. Both the passenger side door and the passenger side back door were open. You see, I was just trying, I thought I was helping him out. I just
Right, which you would have been if you had waited another nanosecond and had been paying attention to the situation.
Well, that is true. I didn't see that he had his little thumb.
No, clearly, but we know he did, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I found out he did.
Right.
Yeah.
We know he did.
Yeah.
So we know how close he still was in the door. He was still in the doorway. And you were closing the door on a man who's still in the path. I mean, I just don't understand.
It was his thumb.
Why can't you just let him close the door himself with his hip or whatever, or wait until he's clear?
I don't know.
It's an accident. I know you weren't aiming for his thumb, all right? I get it. I know everyone here knows that you weren't aiming for his thumb. Why are you not responsible financially?
Because it was clearly just an accident. It wasn't
Okay, so you and I are driving, and then you accidentally make a left turn in a no left turn lane, and then you hit my car. Do you have to pay for my car? It was an accident.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
I mean, yeah, you definitely handled it responsibly afterwards, because what kind of heel would say, oh, that's so bad. Are you ready to take the pictures of my commercial building? Like you said what a human would do. Yeah, let me take you and everything else. Yeah. I just think you are mistaken when you say, not I think, let me rephrase. You are mistaken when you think that just because you didn't intend to harm him, you don't have to pay for the harm that resulted. You have to pay for an accident if it's caused by your negligence. It is 100% clearly your negligence. If you're closing a door when you should just be waiting for him to close his door, or if he walks away without closing the door, then you walk over and close the door. But if you do what you're doing, which is and hit the door, then you're going to end up costing the guy a thumb. And that has happened. These could end up in the loss of a digit, as opposed to the nail fell out and it hurt, and and it had to. So yes, I am, and you're not suing for medicals or anything else. You're just suing for those two. Oh wow, that's a bonus for you. $3,500 verdicts for the plaintiff.
All right. All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $3,500.
Any last remarks for each other?
I just want to move forward from this. I'm just glad it's over right now.
I'm hoping that we can work together again. I mean, he's one of my favorite people. I hope we can smooth this over, and we'll see what Ethan wants.
Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Jack Turner claims he was fined when a former tenant left prop grenades and bullets outside her door, which prompted a bomb squad response. Allison Reeves says she left the items for other tenants to take, and a busybody neighbor called the cops.
Mr. Turner, you are suing Ms. Reeves for $1,200 in negligence. Tell me what happened here.
Basically, Your Honor, Allison had left props in front of her door.
Are you her
Explosive
landlord?
props. Excuse me?
Are you her landlord?
Yes, I was. She's no longer a tenant.
Okay, so you own the building.
Yes.
And she was a tenant for how long?
4 years.
And then on the night in question, what is it that happened that caused you to get fined?
What had happened was, again, she had negligently left props, including 8 hand grenades and 2 50-milliliter bullets right there in the hallway, which, first off, is not permitted, and that's clearly in the lease.
That she can't leave anything in the hallway.
Right, exactly, and that's in the lease, and ultimately it resulted in, after the police were called, for the bomb squad to come in, and I got charged $1,200.
Yeah, isn't that something? When the police come, they then charge you.
Yeah.
I thought I was paying for that on the front end.
Yeah.
When my taxes.
Right.
But they will actually charge you as the building owner for a, quote, false alarm.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Who is it that called?
One of my tenants had called. She had seen what appeared to be real weapons at the time. You know, if you look at them, I'll show you a picture if you want to see it.
Yeah, I would
Do
like
you?
to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they look like actual weapons. So she was alarmed. She did the right thing.
Exhibit B of the plaintiff, please. Okay.
Look pretty real, no?
Well, I don't know. I've never seen a real one, so I don't know. You know? Have you ever seen a real one?
No.
Right. So.
Well, I watched a few.
Yeah,
war movies,
I watch
war
TV
movies
too.
Years past, it looks pretty authentic to me.
What are these doing out there?
Your Honor, on the day I was moving out, and while I was moving out, I actually had placed more than just those items outside. I'm not the only person. He's trying to make it out like I'm the only person that places items. I actually have like a little group chat because when we're moving out, we have like a little buy nothing group chat where we put things like, hey, we're selling these, we're leaving things out. We also do like gossip. So if you want to see that, I can also show you.
That's not a management provided forum, correct?
No.
No, it's just like a little group chat that we all have. So there was like, I had put like handbags, some like plastic containers, some like cords and things like that. So as I was moving out, like anybody could just grab what they wanted.
Right, you put a
along with
sign
these
that said
things.
these are fake. If anybody wants these props, you're welcome to. Did you write anything on a piece of paper and stick it on the wall?
We live in a digital age.
No,
and
you
so,
live in a digital age.
I mean, you know, we're
No,
also
we
in,
do not live in a digital
No.
age.
And what's the
there are
assurance
people who
that
choose
she's
not to live in the digital age. I'm not one of them. I live in the digital age. My husband, however, can't turn on the TV. So there are people who just will not be slaves to this. And apparently, the tenant who called the police is one of them.
Now, this tenant also, to be fair, is like the most problematic tenant. She will literally call emergency services on everything and is known to. She
How
escalates.
old is she?
Lady, I don't know. Listen.
I mean, is she an older person or is
She's
she
in her
a younger person?
60s. I don't consider that old anymore.
I don't consider that old either.
Yeah.
Good move.
And she's very sharp.
I never wonder about people's ages. I try to be respectful. We're in Hollywood, right? But calling emergency service versus like knocking on
there's
my door.
grenades in the hallway. I mean, like, okay, so I walk up, I go, the hell are these grenades? I mean, yeah, I may not think that I'm going to be the target of, of blowing up the building, but I see that and I say, this seems irresponsible. I don't know. See, here's what happens even in the digital age. Props. Fake. Take one.
Yes, and if you
How long
see,
did that take me?
It took you like
4
3 seconds.
Right,
Yeah,
okay, so.
I agree.
Especially if you know that there's a nervous Nelly down the hall or whatever.
Well, and to be fair, if you see this Discord Buy Nothing group, that's exactly what I said.
So you know it needs saying.
I was moving. I didn't know where everything was. But I did put it out. Like, that's what everybody does. Like, none of us put notes. We all put it in the hallway. It's kind of just like I've even grabbed stuff from the hallway.
But you're not supposed to put stuff in the hallway.
Well, and he doesn't ever enforce that. He's going to say he does. I'm not the only one.
It is in the lease, right, that you're not supposed to block the hallway, because that's a fire hazard. You
And
can't
every
block
renewed
hallways.
and every renewed lease she signed.
Let me know if I need to read the lease out loud, but I think you admit that it's in the lease that you're not supposed to put anything in the hallway.
Yes, but if it was in the lease, and it should be enforced by everybody, but that is not.
What kinds of things have you seen in the hallway before?
Oh,
just when people are moving, or
Just, yeah, when people are getting rid of things, it's it's LA. Everybody puts things out in
All
the
murder
hallway.
weapons. All random murder weapons are
There's
there.
even, people put, even the welcome mats. He's telling me that we're not supposed to have anything, but,
Coming up on Justice for the People.
And he didn't create the situation, you did.
And I could have sued for a lot more.
No, what about the last thing I said made you think I needed you to join in?
Now,
quit while you're ahead.
And later,
Right, but is that her fault?
No, it's not her fault. But
It's not my fault.
She set it in motion.
No, yes, she set
Her
it in
salon
motion,
set it in
and Mai said she would handle our medical bills, and that's all that she would be offering.
if you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Jack Turner, who brought Allison Reeves to court for negligence.
here we are. But they were out there because it was part of my graduate thesis program, and I had done a really beautiful thing. If you want to see what I did, I even have why I had created them.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, you do. It's a wonderful
moment.
thing. So I had made these beautiful replicas as part of my whole entire exhibition. You can see all of where I put the little sticky notes that tell you kind of why I did them.
Why did you do them?
It was for this project in which I wanted to talk about like this onslaught of gun violence in America and how it's coming in like a swarm, you know? And it's just coming in, and I just wanted to create this beautiful masterpiece, and that's why I had created them. And I figured by putting them out and that somebody else could reuse them, and that's why they were in the hallway.
Do you think it's unreasonable of that tenant to have seen a bunch of weapons in the hallway and called the police?
I honestly would have never thought that somebody thought they were real. Like, when would somebody come and find those and think they were real?
And Your Honor, who looks at that site?
It's alarming.
They
Like,
could
if you
have
see a
also-
bunch of grenades in the hall, like, I would say, well, I'm not that important. Why would somebody want to blow this building up? None of us here are. But if you saw them, wouldn't you say, geez, what is this?
Well, then they could have knocked on my door. They could have checked the app that we could
Who's
have.
they?
What if they were
Who's-
afraid?
who's
and they don't want to knock on. You're the crazy lady with the grenades outside.
They could have contacted him versus escalating it to emergency services. And I mean,
Well, that's the easiest thing to do is to call 911.
Well, and I mean, 911 is the reason that he's getting fined, not because of me.
Your
I'm
Honor,
the
the
easiest
police are
target
the ones
right
that
now.
saw the items, and I'm sorry for yelling, but they saw the items, and they thought they were real, and they called the bomb squad.
And also,
What do you say about that?
When the cops came, they were originally scared, but when they found out that it was part of a project.
Right, but before that, they were originally scared and called the bomb squad.
No. One negligent cop, okay, one cop. One cop decided.
Not only is she a master
Stop
in craft
screaming.
services,
Stop
now she's an
screaming
authority
and
on
interrupting
authorities.
me. I don't like it. Go ahead.
Sorry.
One cop contacted the bomb squad because he went over the supervisor. The other cops were all taking pictures, and they realized that the person had overreacted and that it was just like.
So now we have two people who overreact.
Yeah.
One, the tenant in the building, and two, the police officer who, I mean, at what point maybe you shouldn't be leaving these props in the hallway?
Well, I mean, I just think it was a huge misunderstanding.
It is a huge misunderstanding. The problem is this huge misunderstanding, which you caused, cost him $1,200, and he wants you to pay it because it cost him $1,200. That's $1,200 out of his pocket, and he didn't create the situation. You did.
And I could have sued for a lot more.
No, what about the last thing I said made you think I needed you to join in?
Now,
quit while you're ahead. Go.
Your Honor, to be fair, that $1,200 is not my fault. Those came from the damages of calling the emergency services more than once. Like, I feel that he should be contacting the people that, like, it's not me. It's not me.
But it is you.
I don't think so.
It's not the person who got scared when they saw weapons in the hallway. It's the person who left super realistic looking weapons in the hallway that caused the police to be called. And then the police that get out there, one of them at least picked up and called the bomb squad. Police don't usually disagree on what happens out there. So I'm not sure about, they may have been taking pictures after the bomb squad got there. I'm not sure they were taking pictures before the bomb squad got there because one of their lot, and they usually agree on what they're doing, called the bomb squad. Were you there for any of this?
I was alerted, and I came immediately. It was right after the police and before the bomb squad got
Right
there.
after the police and before the bomb squad.
Yes.
Was anybody taking pictures, like having fun and taking pictures at that point before the bomb squad got there?
That I'm not aware of.
Who called you?
The tenant.
The same tenant who called?
The police.
The police.
She called me shortly thereafter, yes.
The one that's always causing issues. Like, she literally.
How would she know that, Your Honor?
Can I ask you why you say she's always causing issues?
2 examples I can give off the top of my head. She called the police on guests that were just there for a party. She called the fire department because she smelled smoke and it was just somebody's barbecue. So she's always escalating issues when they could be resolved, like, internally. Like, all of these things are costing him so many problems.
Have any other things ever cost you?
No, first time. And
This is the
by
first
the way,
time that-
I'm glad that she called the fire department, because how does one distinguish between the smoke
What
from a
should
stove
she do?
that's burning
Call the
and a
landlord
barbecue?
when she smells smoke? Like, if she smelled
Come
smoke?
on.
I mean, you know, isn't it better safe than sorry? What if there was a fire going on in your apartment and you weren't there and everything you owned got burned up? Wouldn't you want her to be the one who called the fire department?
I'm just saying that she's known to do
She should know the
this.
difference between a fire and pork. You find her to be a problem. The landlord loves her. She's an early alert system.
I'm just saying I'm not responsible for the $1,200 that he's trying to get me for.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I think you are. I think you are. And I'm ruling in favor of the plaintiff in the amount of the $1,200.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $1,200.
Any last remarks for each other?
I think, Allison, justice has been served.
I don't think justice has been served, but if anybody needs hand grenade props, I guess you know where to come.
Coming up.
What did you do to stop the bleeding?
I grabbed the towel and stopped bleeding. I also applied the liquid bandage on her.
What's liquid bandage?
Liquid
Something that
bandage is
stings.
something
Very
very
bad.
bad.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Keshawna Crawford claims a deep cut from a rough pedicure at the defendant's salon ruined her vacation. Mai Tran says she offered to pay the plaintiff's medical bill, but isn't responsible for her trip.
Ms. Crawford, you are suing Ms. Tran for $4,300 that you say you are out as a result of her negligence. Tell me what happened.
I have been a customer of Tipsy Tips for well over 2 years. Like most women, I have a regular that I go to when I get my manicure or pedicure. This day was no different. However, my regular technician wasn't there that day, and they had a new girl that they were training for pedicures. I was resistant at first, but because I've been a loyal customer for so long, I went ahead and tried out the new girl, who seemed to need some more training during the duration of my entire experience. She wasn't paying attention. She seemed a bit lost. Next thing I know, she pulled out a cheese grater looking thing, and I wasn't paying attention because I am so trusting of this salon. While I was looking down at my phone, I felt a cut on my foot or something happening on my foot, and when I looked up,
the device that they were using.
Yes.
Is
it looked
that
like a cheese grater?
Yeah, I know. You. The way you say it, it sounds awful. However, I've had pedicures, so my question to you is: this was not a new device to you, right? It's what they use.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Next thing I know, my foot is bleeding
Okay.
so profusely that I actually had to run in the back and get extra towels.
Okay. And extra towels,
Yes,
plural?
towels, not paper towels, not napkins.
Was an
towels.
ambulance called?
No.
What did you do to stop the bleeding?
I grabbed the towel and stopped bleeding. I also applied the liquid bandage on her.
What's
and that's
liquid
a-
bandage?
Liquid
Something that
bandage is
stings.
something
Stings.
very
Yeah.
bad.
Well, if it's going to work, it has to sting.
Coming up.
It's a very small, very minor cut on her foot.
She seems to feel that it was a very major cut because, according to you, what happened?
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Keshawna Crawford, who is suing Mai Tran for negligence.
You would say that this was an accident, right? Like it happened.
Tiny, small accident. It's just a very,
was no-
very
Hold
small
on, please
cut.
wait a second. Go ahead.
It's a very small, very minor cut on her foot.
She seems to feel that it was a very major cut because, according to you, what happened?
I had an anniversary trip that I was getting my feet and nails done for. The anniversary trip was 2 days after the salon. Like, I may not be able to go on the trip because of how bad my foot was hurting. So I did go to the hospital. I received medical attention. I had to receive a tetanus shot, had to be put on antibiotics for at least a week. So that means the entire duration of my trip, I was taking medication. Did not really get to
Do you
enjoy.
have a picture of it?
Yes, actually.
What I'd like to see is Plaintiff's Exhibit B. That's a picture of the cut taken at the salon, correct?
The minor cut that Mai says I had.
Oh, that's pretty deep. So how'd the vacation go?
It was terrible. It was our first anniversary. We argued the entire trip.
Why'd you argue?
My husband thought that initially I was overreacting until he realized how much pain that I was in. I did not anticipate this being the reason why we didn't enjoy our vacation, but because of this incident, so many other things were exacerbated, and that's why we're here today.
Meaning your husband.
Yes. My husband thought I was
Overreacting.
overreacting, which caused
is
friction in our relationship.
Right, but is that her fault?
No, it's not
Okay.
her fault. But
It's not my fault.
She set it in motion.
No, yes, she set
Her
it in
salon
motion.
set it in motion.
And Mai said she would handle our medical bills, and that's all that she would be offering. That's not enough, considering that's not the extent of the damage that was caused. Because of the way that it was handled, we left saying that we'd see them in court.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
That looks pretty deep. You don't think that's deep? You think that's...
It's just a minor cut. I don't think
that's minor?
A deep one. Yeah, I think
All right.
after the
Were you limping?
apply something
I
on
was
that.
limping.
She had to go. She went to the hospital. She had to get antibiotics. She was limping. How many towels did her blood require?
I think 2 to 3 the most.
Okay. Ms. Crawford.
Yes.
I don't think Ms. Tran is saying we didn't do anything wrong. I think she's acknowledging that they did something wrong. It was an accident, but her position is that you're entitled to the medical bills, which are only $300. She expects to have to pay for your visit to the urgent care. She doesn't expect to have to pay for your vacation. And no one in her position would have to expect to have to pay for your vacation. I understand why you sued for it, because you truly feel that it ruined your vacation. I get it. But that doesn't change the law. She only has to pay for the reasonably foreseeable outcomes, like missing work, like the urgent care. Not that you and your husband fought and you couldn't drink and you really liked to drink, and I'm sorry for what you went through. My verdict is for you, but not in the amount of $4,300, in the amount of the $300 in medical bills.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $300.
Any last remarks for each other?
You know you're wrong.
Okay. Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Evan Brooks claims he took a date to the restaurant where his ex worked, and she spilled wine all over his suit. Lena Martinez says she was annoyed that the plaintiff showed up with his new woman, but says he spilled the wine on himself.
Okay, Mr. Brooks, you are suing Ms. Martinez for $899, the cost of your expensive suit, and a bottle of wine you shouldn't have been charged for. Tell me what is happening.
So I ended up going to dinner on a date, and it just so happened to be at the place where Lena Martinez ended up working. And while we were there, I had ordered a $450 bottle of Merlot, which while I was there, she ended up spilling all over me and the suit that I was wearing.
Okay, why don't we rewind a little? Do you know Lena Martinez?
Yes.
Who is Lena Martinez to you?
Lena Martinez is my ex-girlfriend.
Ooh, okay.
We were together for almost 1 year, and she ended up dumping me about 5 days before our 1-year anniversary.
And so then on your 1-year anniversary, you went to the restaurant where you knew she worked.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so when you said a restaurant she ended up working at, it made it sound like it was a surprise, but you actually took a date to that restaurant.
Yes, so what ended up happening was my date of the night ended up actually choosing the restaurant.
Really? And
but
you knew that your ex-girlfriend worked there. Why didn't you say to her, "No, I don't want to go there. I've had a bad meal there"? Weren't you worried about showing up there and seeing your ex-girlfriend who just dumped you 5 days ago with a date?
I was worried a little bit.
Or
but
were you looking forward to that?
I was also at the same time hoping to get
Her attention.
Her attention, yes.
Yeah. In fact, when you walked in, what was it you told the front desk before they sat you?
I ended up asking the front desk if we could sit in her section.
Ah, okay, now we're getting somewhere. And then what happened?
And then Lena ended up acting like she didn't recognize me, so I exchanged the courtesy, just acting like we didn't know each other, and my date and I ended up eating quite a bit. We ended up ordering the $450 bottle of Merlot, which I had heard was a very good wine.
From me.
From you, what does that mean?
I had told him before that I had got to try it. It's
okay.
Really
so he did that on, so what your point is he did that on purpose?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And after the bottle
He knows how to pack a punch, I'll give him that. Go ahead.
After the bottle ended up being served, my ex, Lena, ended up spilling the bottle.
How did she spill it? She took it and poured it on you? I don't know what you mean.
No, so my date at the time ended up asking to have her take a photo of us.
Your poor date. Does your date know that that was your ex-girlfriend of 5 days ago?
No.
And that it's all a big charade to get her attention and that she was a pawn in the play? She's gonna know now!
She was not aware at the time, Your Honor.
Is she aware now?
Yes, Your Honor.
When did you tell her?
After just the fiasco of my entire suit getting completely ruined.
Then you told your date? Like right there at the table or later?
When I ended up taking her back.
What'd you tell her?
I ended up telling her that, I think that she might have done it on purpose to ruin the date because it just.
Because she dumped me 5 days ago?
Yeah.
You said that?
Yes.
And what was her reaction?
Her reaction was that she didn't seem all that thrilled about being there.
Did you go on a second date with her?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. All right. All right, so let's go back to the spill, all right?
Yes.
What exactly happens? Your date asks
Lena here to take
a picture of the two of you.
Yes.
And then what happened?
So Lena ended up reaching for my phone, and instinctively I went to grab it because it was just kind of a shock of her just going straight for the phone instead of asking for the phone. And in doing so, she reached back in a jolt and knocked the bottle over onto me in the suit.
Are you saying that it is her body that knocks over the wine?
Yes. And then after it falls onto me, it falls onto the floor, breaking, in which case I then had to pay for the full bottle.
And not drink it?
Correct.
Okay.
I thought that the bottle would have been comped because she was the one that knocked it over, and...
Did she say, oh goodness, I'm sorry?
From my recollection, she did not.
Okay.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
He is the one who knocked over the bottle.
Yes, the wine rolled off of the table after he spilled it on himself.
According to you, her arm hits. According to her, your arm hits.
And later.
I never dealt with such situations like that before. I didn't even know it first.
Objection? I don't know where you think you are.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Evan Brooks, who is suing Lena Martinez for negligence.
Ms. Martinez, take it away.
From my perspective, I broke up with Evan because he was a terrible boyfriend, and the last straw was that 5 days before our anniversary, we don't even live together at this point, I was cleaning up after him in my own apartment and thought, I don't want to do this. I don't want a 1 year anniversary with this person. He took it really hard.
What were your complaints about him as a boyfriend?
We never went anywhere fun together. Like, he was taking this woman out on this big steakhouse dinner, and that was their first date. And I feel like we had never been out on a date like that. And he's buying her the bottle of wine. You never
talk to me, not him. Go ahead.
He buys her this bottle of wine, but he would never do that for me.
Right.
The one time we did go on a trip, a 2-day trip, was for his cousin's wedding, which is how he got that suit, because I bought it for him for that wedding.
Why were you buying him a suit? Why didn't he buy his own suit?
He didn't have the money for the suit that he
But he
wanted.
had the money for the Merlot. And when you say he would never buy that for you, you do understand that he bought that Merlot that night precisely for you, right? Just not for you to drink.
Not for me to drink.
But for it to hurt you.
Yes.
Right. So I have a question. When you realize that the guy you dumped 5 days ago is there with a date, and did you know he had asked for your section? When did you learn that he had asked that?
Afterward.
After everything, after the whole fiasco? Okay. So you see that your ex-boyfriend is there. Why don't you just ask the restaurant to, switch you with someone else for that table?
I knew he was trying to get to me.
Right, I know. That's why I'm saying, why don't you just, because that's the way to neutralize his attempt.
I wanted to show him that even if he's not going to be mature, I can be mature, and I was just going to serve
honey,
him.
why would you put yourself through that? The best revenge is to not care. So the best move you can make is to remove yourself from the discomfort, and that's it, In any event, let's talk about what does happen. What happened with the wine?
He had been antagonizing me for an hour and a half at this point, finding extra tasks for me to do.
Yes. Right.
Right. So I obviously was feeling like it was getting a rise out of me, but not letting it, and trying to stay calm. What happened was she asked for a photo, and I don't know if it's just the familiarity of his phone. It's on the edge of the table. I said, sure, and I just put my hand down the nearest phone and went to pick it up. And what actually happened was he reached for the phone in a big lunge, and it makes sense to me why he would do that, because he has been very secretive, and so I imagine
you're not going to stand there as a waitress who's been asked to take a picture and scroll, and then there's no right. And then what did he do? He went in and did what?
He went in to grab the phone, so I instinctually stopped reaching, and as he grabbed the phone and snatched his hand back, he knocks over the wine toward himself.
So your testimony is that he is the one who knocked over the bottle?
Yes, the wine rolled off of the table after he spilled it on himself, and it would not have been safe to serve them the wine with the broken glass.
Because the
tip broke off.
The tip broke off.
But
I'll tell you what, if it was my house, I would have taken a sieve and poured, I wouldn't have let go of $450 of Merlot, but that's just my house. Did you ever tell your boss that was your ex-boyfriend? I'm just curious.
At that point, yes, because I thought, he's gonna cause a stink.
Right. No, you were smart to take the sting out of it and go in first and explain things. So now you're suing for $899, which is the value of the suit she bought you. But you're right, it's your suit. And the value of what else? The bottle.
Just the bottle, yes.
Yeah. And how are you going to prove your case? Because when you come into court, you're the plaintiff, so that means you have the burden of proof. You have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence. That means it's more likely than not that your version is true and not her version. Okay? I know that you are petty as hell. Okay? And I know that she was hurt. So it could go either way. I have no idea who pushed the bottle of wine. But I know that you're the guy who set everything in motion. And I know that you're the guy who grabbed the phone. Why are you grabbing the phone? Let her take the phone. What's she going to do? She's not going to read your phone for hours. She's just going to take a picture and go down. You can go on with your merry, horrible thing that you're doing. Out of spite. Why do you grab for the phone?
It was just out of pure instinct.
Okay,
I was just not
all right.
expecting.
So you're there out of pure instinct to hurt her. You're there out of revenge. You're having an $800 meal where you know that the reason she jumped you is because you don't pay attention to her or spend, any time with her or do romantic things. So you're doing it with a woman you just met, and then you're the guy grabbing for phones. And according to you, her arm hits. According to her, your arm hits. How are you going to prove your case? I'll tell you what. I'll take you out of your misery. You're not. Verdict for the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
I'm glad she got away from you.
That was supposed to be your dinner, at least.
Okay. Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings. Ladies first.
Coming up.
Literally got a tea kettle that he's pouring on the
boiling water on my windshield.
Okay, no.
And it shatters.
This is Physics 101.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Derek Fremont claims his windshield cracked when his ex-roommate poured boiling water over it to remove ice. Jay Connolly says the plaintiff asked him to get rid of the ice, and he was doing a favor that he thought would work.
Okay, Mr. Fremont, you were suing Mr. Connolly for $1,000 in property damage to your windshield. How do you two know each other?
We were roommates in college.
Okay, and how long ago was college?
Your Honor, that was 3 years ago.
All right, what happened?
So we were going for a New Year's Eve party up in New York. I'm from New Jersey, and so he flew in from California to New Jersey. And on that trip,
Where'd you guys go to college?
Went to Syracuse.
Okay.
In upstate New York.
Yeah.
And so he met me in New Jersey, and we drove up on New Year's Eve day up to New York. And on that morning, I asked him to clean off the windshield of my car, and he did so. I didn't think anything of it. So we had a night out together with some of our college friends, and that next morning we woke up. I asked him to, again, clean off my windshield.
Why don't you do it yourself? I'm wondering why hey, clean up my windshield. Like, I'm wondering why.
I had to take care of some things, and so it was just an act of friendship. I asked him to do it, and he did it.
So what happens then?
That morning, he is dumping boiling, extremely hot water on my windshield.
No.
And it shatters.
Okay, wait. Where did he get the boiling water?
From an electric kettle inside of my house.
So he's literally got a tea kettle that he's pouring on the...
boiling water on my windshield.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Connolly.
I was not aware of this. I never dealt with such situations like that before. I didn't even know at first.
Objection? Oh, I don't know where you think you are.
Coming up.
So when someone tells you, hey, de-ice my window, why isn't your answer, huh? Why isn't it, I don't know how to do that, what am I supposed to do?
It worked the first time. I didn't see any problem with it.
And you thought that was fabulous?
Yes.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Derek Fremont, who brought Jay Connolly to court for property damage.
Where are you from?
I'm from California.
Which part of California?
Los Angeles.
It's all sunny. All right, so have you ever had a car in the north?
No.
So when someone tells you, hey, de-ice my window, why isn't your answer, huh? Why isn't it, I don't know how to do that, what am I supposed to do?
Well, given my situation, I didn't want to have to deal with him being erratic towards me, because usually, even in college, he does have a bit of an erratic, more frantic type
Wait, but if you don't know how to, what was your plan? When someone tells you, hey, de-ice my, what was your plan? Do you know what you're supposed to do or do you not?
Well, at first, I was going to scoop up the ice from the windshield.
Okay, so you were doing the thing everybody does.
Yes.
And then what?
When the scooping didn't work out at first, I thought maybe, at first when I did it the first time, when we were going to Brooklyn, I thought of why not put water in a mug, put it in the microwave for 30 seconds, and then slowly pour it all on the windshield. And it worked the first time. I didn't see any problem with it.
And you thought that was fabulous?
Yes, I didn't see any.
You wondered why everyone doesn't do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then what?
Then the second time
when you're leaving,
I did it again.
But this time with a kettle full of boiling water.
Yes.
How'd that go?
Well, when I poured it on more fast than last time. So aftermath of it was that it left a crack. It left a crack across the windshield, and I was surprised by it because it didn't do that before. I had no idea it would
Where'd you guys go to college?
Syracuse.
Right.
Upstate New York.
This is Physics 101.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Did you go over them? This is what I want you to do. Turn on the car, there's a defrost button, put that on, and then start hitting it with the ice. I'll be right back.
I just assumed that asking a friend for a favor would have a responsibility to act
So this
reasonably.
there's a $1,000 bill for replacing the windshield,
That's
right? And you think he should pay it, and you think he should pay it. And what this really falls on is, whose fault is this? Is it his fault for not explaining it to you? Or is it your fault for not saying, I'm going to need you to explain it to me? And saying, sure. And then just coming up with your own ways that defy physics to pour boiling water on where did you even see that? I mean, like, if you're going to do something like that to someone's car, wouldn't you take 2 seconds and look it up or something?
At the moment, I was not thinking about that.
I'll say.
Again, I didn't want to have to deal with him.
Instead of, if you don't know what you're doing, don't take the responsibility to do it. Once you take the responsibility to do it, you got to do it competently. And competently does not involve pouring boiling water on frozen glass, because there's going to be a thermal shock reaction. You know, if you don't know how to do something, don't like come up with your own solution to doing it, because this is the risk that you run. $1,000 verdicts for the plaintiff.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $1,000.
Jay, you probably think genius starts with a J.
And Derek, don't let the crazy hit you on the way out.
Exit this way, please.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say, I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with the show.
Lorene Grady claims her neighbor fired a shot into her apartment and the bullet lodged in the chair she was lounging in. Frank Ray says he offered to buy the plaintiff a new chair in exchange for her old one, but she turned him down.
Ms. Grady, you are suing Mr. Ray for $1,748 in property damage when he fired a gun into your apartment.
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened?
Your Honor, it was early February, and I was sitting in my favorite lounge chair, recliner. I'm reclined back, and I'm watching probably your show.
Good one. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, I'm watching television. I hear this loud noise. At first, I didn't know where it came from. It just threw me off. And I happened to look towards the front door, Your Honor, and have this plant that sits by the door. That was a gift from my sister. And it's sitting there, and I noticed dirt on the side of the plant. So I walked over to the plant to get a closer look. And when I looked there, I saw the side of where the plant is at, dirt was out of it. So I moved the plant back, and there was a hole in the wall I can see right outside.
You could see outside?
I can see outside. I watched enough cop shows. I knew that was a bullet hole. Your Honor, I froze. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if more bullets would come. I didn't know. So I backed up. I got my phone and I called 911. I got on the floor, called 911. I told them there was a shooting somewhere outside in the hallway. I don't know, but they need to get there fast. And they did.
Good. And what happens? They knock on your door?
They came. They didn't knock on my door at first. I heard their walkie-talkie, but then I heard Mr. Ray talking to the officers. And they asked him, did he hear a noise? He said no. So that's when I opened my door. And when I opened my door, that's when they wanted to see what happened. What happened? And I told them there was a bullet, something happened. While they were in the hallway, the other officer called the other one out, and he said, there's a hole right here.
And right here was where?
Coming from his residence. Coming from out of his residence.
Okay.
He lied. He didn't even tell the cops the truth, Your Honor. They asked him, do you have a gun? Well, did you hear a shooting? He said no. No, I don't have a gun.
Where did the bullet end up?
This is the crazy thing, Your Honor. Remember I told you about the pot? When we looked back in my house and we saw the damaged pot, the officers followed it down to the chair. Where
The
I
chair
was
that you were sitting in? So
Yes,
the
Your
bullet
Honor.
ended up, did they find the bullet in the chair?
They dug around in the chair, but they knew it was in there. They didn't find the bullet.
Okay.
They didn't want to damage my chair further, but they didn't find the bullet. But yes, it definitely lodged into the chair.
What happened?
A big mistake, and
you think?
It was, and I took total responsibility for
She
it.
says you lied to the cops and took no responsibility until they pushed you. What was the gun doing there? Whose gun is it?
So the gun is my son's friend's. When I came home, the gun was there. I didn't know my son had actually brought it in, and I was like,
How old's your son?
21.
Okay, go on.
And so I decided I just needed to get it out of there. Didn't want it in the living room. I'm going to take it back into the bedroom in a closet. Anyway, I picked up the gun to take it, and it just went off.
The safety's not on, and someone pulled a trigger. What is it? What kind of gun?
I don't know. It was just a handgun. I'm not familiar with guns, types of guns.
So the gun goes off, and what do you do?
And so I drop it. I'm like freaking out because first of all, my ears are ringing because it's so freaking loud. I have never experienced anything like that before. I was scared. But I took the gun eventually back to the room, back to my bedroom, and put it in the closet. And next
Did
thing
it go
I know,
off again?
No.
Okay, go on.
No, next thing I know, the police are showing up, and they asked me about the gun.
What did they say?
They just asked me. It's like we got a call from 911. Your neighbor said that a gun went off.
Did you hear anything? And you said what?
I said. I heard something, but I don't know what it was.
But you knew what it was.
I knew what it was. I was frightened.
How long did it take you to fold like a cheap suit?
About 5 minutes later,
5 minutes? You sat there lying to the cops for 5 minutes?
Coming up on Justice for the People.
Let's see what we can do. So he did find a chair that was similar, and I went with him. We went together.
You went together? You went shopping?
We went together.
Oh my goodness.
We did.
Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder.
And later,
there was a boat that smashed into an overpass, and the boat actually looked just like my boat.
if you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Lorene Grady, who was in a dispute with Frank Ray over a damaged lounge chair.
When you realize that it came from him, what does he say to you? What do you say to him? What?
He asked me, was there any damage?
Well, you almost killed her because you had no control over that bullet, and that bullet was inches from her neck. Right? She's sitting at where did it hit in your so we're talking about 1.5 feet from her neck. Like that bullet could have gone anywhere. Do you realize how dangerous this is?
I
Then
do.
what happens? He tells you, I will pay for a new chair.
He said he would pay for a new chair. First, he did patch the holes up. Well, thank you. He did get his handyman to come over to my house and patch the holes up. Okay, he did.
And
that
did it
part.
look good?
It did, actually.
Okay.
It really did look good, so I won't complain about that. He said that he would get me a new chair. He wanted to know the price, and I still had the receipt from my chair, so I told him the cost that I paid for the chair, and he said, well, it's used. Okay, there's no value on my life, sir. I want this amount of money. And then but then I was nice, Your Honor. I was nice. I understood it was used. Okay, let's see what we can do. So he did find a chair that was similar. And I went with him. We went together.
You went together? You went shopping?
We went together.
Oh my goodness.
We did.
Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder. You went shopping with him.
I went with him to see the chair that he said that was like my chair. It was $945.
Okay.
So there was a deal right there, right? So I did agree to accept that chair. He paid for it. I witnessed him pay for it. They got my address and they were to deliver it to me. So we fast forward, I'm waiting. What's going on? Where's the chair? So when I talked to the representative at the store, they said he reversed the payment and he's not going to give me the chair.
Did you have any idea why?
Well, when I look back at our text messages, Your
Yeah,
Honor,
let's talk about the text messages.
I'm gonna tell
Go
the
ahead.
truth.
Okay, what happened?
He did say he wanted the old chair.
The bullet chair?
The bullet chair.
Why? Did you want to brag about it? I mean, seriously, what did you want the chair for?
For me, it was just a matter of finance. We were moving. It's going to cost.
You could use the
and
chair.
I just wanted to.
You're
I could
buying
use
her
the
a
chair.
new one, so you want the one that you shot up. I mean, so you felt he was nickel and diming you right after he almost killed you.
Exactly. The least he can do. My life is worth a chair with a bullet hole in it.
Lord, Mr. Ray, after the way this happened, you literally canceled the chair because she wouldn't give you the old chair?
That was the agreement, Your Honor.
Wait, that was the agreement when?
It's right in the text messages.
Let me see your text messages. And let me see your text messages. I want to make sure I'm looking at everything.
This is absurd.
He says, hi, Lorena. I just wanted to apologize again for what happened earlier. Honest to God, I thought the safety was on. It went through my wall, Frank. Honest to God, I don't care what you thought. I understand. I feel terrible. I'll pay to replace your chair. Just tell me which one it was. It's a recliner I got from, and you mentioned the store. Okay, whatever it costs, I'll make it right. The same recliner sells for $1,248. That's the new price? Yours wasn't new, right? Kind of, you would think that you would just rush out and say, great, sold, I'll buy it. Out of just feeling bad for what you almost did. But no, that's the new price, but yours wasn't new, was it? It's in perfect condition. I take care of my furniture. I don't doubt that, but I think replacing it with something of equal value makes more sense than buying brand new. Fine. I found one at Hill Country Furnishings for $925. It's similar. That works. I'll get that one as long as I can get the damaged chair. Seems only fair. And you say, sure, I want to resolve this ASAP. What happened after that? Did she tell you that she changed her mind?
Exactly. She changed her mind and reneged on our agreement.
Why are you suing for $1,748? How do you come to that?
$500 for my stress.
That's it?
That's what I'm saying.
You're selling it
I'm
super
being
cheap.
nice.
$500 for your stress and $1,248 for the replacement cost of a new chair.
And the chair. So that's my stress with that. Yes, Your Honor.
You just blow me away. That the idea that you would nickel and dime somebody that you almost killed is horrifying to me. Now, having said that, let me tell you how it goes.
Okay.
Because I have to do what the law says to do. Okay? He's right. It's the depreciated value of the item at the time of the loss. So it's what would a 5-year-old Barca lounger go for in the open market? That's what he has to pay. He's also right that if he buys you a new chair, he gets the damaged chair, because otherwise you have two chairs. You have a new chair, which made you whole, right? Because court is about making you whole. It's not about ching ching, let the cash register ring, I need a bonus. It's about making you whole. So I'm gonna order you to give him the damaged chair, and I'm gonna order him to pay you the $925, just a moment, for depreciated value of the chair, and then I'm going to order him to pay you $2,500 in punitive damages for recklessly handling a gun that he had no business handling that almost killed you. That's what I'm going to do.
Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $3,425.
You didn't even come check on me after the...
Yeah, I said I was sorry.
You said you were sorry, but you didn't come over there right after the bullet. You don't know if I was lying in there dead or not.
I didn't know what was going into your home.
Coming up.
I pretty much had a welcome party there. My family, friends was gonna be there.
What if he was late?
Well, that's what we're here for.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Neil Harper claims his boat was destroyed when the defendant hit an overpass while hauling it. Jed Clapton says the plaintiff was rushing to have the boat delivered for a party and pushed him to take a faster route.
Mr. Harper, you are suing Mr. Clapton for $10,000 in negligence in the way he mishandled the transport of your boat. Tell me what happened.
So I had friends that actually live in Myrtle Beach, and I was going to purchase this boat and leave it in Myrtle Beach. But my job offered me a job in Key West, so which was perfect timing, actually. And I purchased the boat, but probably about 24 hours before moving, I had found Clapton Transport. So I spoke with Jed. I told him that I needed the boat to arrive in Key West by 2 o'clock. I pretty much had a welcome party there. My family, friends was gonna be there.
What if he was late?
Well, that's what we're here for, because I had spoke with him and I had gave him directions to get there. He said it was fine, everything was all good. He can get it there by 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Trust me, you're in great hands. Sure.
Okay, and what
Awesome.
happened?
The morning of, I was heading out, and on the way there, I had stopped for lunch, and I'm scrolling through social media, and I noticed that there was a boat that smashed into an overpass. And the boat actually looked just like my boat. And I looked at the video again, and I look on the back, and I see that it says Neil's Haven, which is my boat.
Oh my goodness.
Smashing into this overpass.
Someone got it on social media?
Someone got it on social media. There's actually videos, actually, which I'd love to show you.
Yeah, I'd love to see them.
Please. I think we have a clip of it here.
Oh!
Smashing into it by...
I don't even know if I can stomach it a second time. Do it again.
Tell me about it, Your Honor.
Coming up.
Are you kidding me?
Well, Your Honor, I usually don't take this route.
Then don't take it!
The only reason I took it is because I felt like my life was in danger by this guy.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Neil Harper, who is suing Jed Clapton for wrecking his boat.
Caught this clown on the way to work today. Oh my God. Was anybody hurt?
No, nobody was hurt, Your Honor.
What were you thinking?
Well, I figured that it could make it under the...
How do you not know your clearance and see a bridge that low and say, we have a saying in Spanish, golpe avisa.
My thoughts exactly,
The band will warn us if we were wrong. Like when we hear the crash, we'll know we were wrong. Are you kidding me?
Well, Your Honor, I usually don't take this route.
Then don't take it.
The only reason I took it is because I felt like my life was in danger by this guy.
Why did you feel your life was in danger?
I felt like my life was in danger because he is the one that was adamant about me taking this route. He was kind of acting a little belligerent and bratty, and he said, no, you need to take this route because I need you there by 2 o'clock.
What are you suing for, $10,000?
Correct, Your Honor.
Because you want him to pay for your party?
Well...
As well as the repairs. The repairs are
repairs.
$6,786, right?
And I already paid for the catering. I already paid for the DJ.
Yeah, no, I presume you had a party and you ate and you listened to music.
No, I didn't. Actually, no.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you guys have paperwork?
I do.
Yes. And I also offered him insurance, Your Honor, that he declined.
Did you decline insurance?
I did, Your Honor, and it was because he told me, he said they've been doing this for years. They've never had any incidents.
It's always
So
the
I
first
trusted
time.
him.
What, you trusted him? No, you made a really bad judgment call.
True.
Did
Yeah, I
you
agree.
waive? Did you waive liability?
I did, Your Honor.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
I'm not going to make him pay for your party, okay? Because that's not what this is about. I am absolutely going to make him pay for every penny of your repair. Court is about getting you to the position you were in before the bad thing happened. When you waive liability, there's a lot of stuff you waive, but you don't waive gross negligence, and that is absolutely gross negligence. The law doesn't let people waive. It's impossible. Even if he had put the word gross, he can't waive it. There's no such thing. It's against public policy because we really, really don't want people being grossly negligent. Because when you are, you could kill somebody.
Agreed.
Verdict for the plaintiff, $6,786.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $6,786.
Never trust Clapton Transport.
Invite me to the next party, man.
Sure.
Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Jasmine Carter claims she made an elaborate seafood spread for a birthday party with her sister, but her sibling didn't store it properly and the food spoiled. Monique Carter says the food was left with her friend and the storage directions weren't clear.
Miss Carter, you are suing your half-sister, Miss Carter, for $2,850, the value of a food delivery that went bad that you say is her fault for a joint party you were going to have. Okay. Were you two raised together or no?
Actually, no, Your Honor. We weren't. We are half sisters through our father.
Okay. Did you know each other young?
Not really. Honestly, our relationship was pretty awkward growing up. And so our father had actually remarried.
And then what? Was your father part of your life or no?
He was, but I'd say, of course, more rarely than he was before.
Okay. But you met her when you were young, right? Or she was young, or no, not even that?
I didn't meet her until I was about 10 years old, Your Honor.
And she was how old?
5.
Okay. Tell me about this party that the two of you plan.
Okay, so with us getting older, we wanted to be able to get a little closer, especially since our birthdays were a day apart, even though we were 5 years apart. So with my 30th birthday last year, and as we began to talk a little bit more with time, we decided to celebrate it together. So this would have been the first birthday that we did that. And so as we coordinated, I was going to be in charge of making the food.
Okay.
And
how big a party was this going to be?
Actually, it was going to have 50 people, Your Honor, not including us, but 52 people total.
Okay.
And
so, was it at a venue or someone's house?
It was actually at a venue.
What was the venue?
It was actually in my sister's responsibility,
Okay.
and she came
What
up
kind
with
of
the venue.
place? What was the venue?
It was a catering hall.
Okay. All right, so go on.
So I basically had the responsibility of making the food, which was a seafood spread. It varied from garlic butter crab legs to a shrimp cocktail, as well as a salmon stew. I mean, it was a lot, Your Honor. And so with that, I made sure everything was beautiful, no matter how exhausted I was, because I work a full-time job as an administrative assistant. So with that, I made sure the next day everything was completed. It was perfect. But when I did arrive by 11 a.m., the time I did
What time was the party?
5 p.m.
Okay, so you arrive at the venue at 11 a.m. and you expect to see, how had you divided the responsibilities? You were going to do the food, and what was she going to do according to you?
Well, we agreed. I would do the food, which was a lot, and she would also take care of, on her part, the venue, the logistics of the party, and just setting up the decorations as well.
And all right. So you get there at 11, and do you see her there?
No.
Okay, do you see anybody there?
Yes, it was a friend, I guess, that was helping her set up.
Okay, and what do you do?
I arrived frustratingly, of course, because I expected her to be there, but I went ahead.
Had that been the plan between the two of you?
It was
Okay.
originally, even though I know she mentioned in text that she may not be there, but I did expect her to be.
Okay, so you say you still expected her to be there even though she mentioned she might not. And then what happened? You left, tell me about the contact with this person. Did you know the person?
I didn't. I just understood that there may be someone else there besides her.
Okay.
So, of course, when I did arrive, she wasn't there. And so I gave explicit instructions to this different person.
Okay.
And I assumed just like she was supposed to know.
What instructions did you give that person?
It was the storage for the food and how it needed to be kept for the day.
Exactly what was it you said?
So I said, hey, of course the shrimp cocktail is cold. It needs to be kept on ice. There was ice served with
Well, it was
the
a
shrimp
catering
cocktail.
hall, so there must have been refrigeration. Was there refrigeration there? Were there refrigerators?
Yes, I had confirmed earlier, even though I wasn't there. I said, if I'm not there, my friend is there. Please leave everything with her. We have it handled.
Right, but that's not my question. My question was there refrigeration in the venue that you picked? Is
Yes.
there a refrigerator in the venue?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so go on.
So, of course, I gave explicit instructions, the same that I gave my sister, and understood that this person
So you told
was
them
there,
that the shrimp needed to be, you said on ice, but go on.
And of course, the warm food that was there, hot food at that time, it needed to be put under warmers.
But what, you're gonna have it under warmers from 11 to 5?
Well,
wouldn't it be better to stick it in the fridge and then warm it before the guests come?
No, because when you make food, and I did finish in the morning, so when you make food that's hot, you're not supposed to just stick it in the fridge.
Refrigerate it again?
You can't.
I do that all day long.
So I know some of us do. And,
yeah,
and
but it tastes
realistically-
different.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
You're out of the car, you're in the venue. Why don't you put it in the fridge and put it on the warmer and all that other stuff?
Because this was expected to be done by my sister, Your Honor.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Jasmine Carter, who is suing her sister Monique Carter over birthday food gone bad.
So is it a better idea to what? To keep it at a very low temperature and maintain, how many hours can you do that for?
Honestly, you can do it for about 6 to 8 hours.
No kidding.
You can. You can. I'm not a professional chef, though.
No, but you sound like one.
You know. But it's something that I take pride in because whenever me and my family or closest friends do these events, I cook. I cook really
so
well.
here's my question. When you're giving all these instructions to the person, you're out of the car, you're in the venue, you don't know the person, why don't you put it in the fridge and put it on the warmer and all that other stuff?
Because this was expected to be done by my sister, Your Honor. This was something we agreed upon in the past based off what she
So you
had
figured it was enough to
responsibility.
tell the person, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do, this is what and the person said, yeah, no problem. So when you got ready and you went to the venue, what did you find?
I found that all of the food that I took so long to make, I was exhausted making it, it was all in the same state that
In
it
the
was
same
in from
spot
11
where
a.m.
you had left it? The person didn't do anything with it?
Like it was a bag of chips, Your Honor.
Oh my
I
God.
was devastated.
So what'd you say or do?
Honestly, I was so upset that I didn't even know where to start, but I took photos of the food first because I knew that I had sent photos to my sister beforehand when I first dropped them off, just to show her what state they were in, and not really the state exactly, but more of this is what it looks like. And if you did want to see, Your Honor, it is on
I wanna
Exhibit C.
Exhibit C. Okay. On the tables where they're going to be served eventually.
Exactly.
Okay. And that's where you had put them, but according to you gave explicit instructions to the person to not leave them there, but go put them wherever.
And I'm sorry, it more so what needed to happen with them. So let's say the shrimp cocktail, it does need to go in the fridge, but the others could be left above the warmers, and the warmers just need to be placed underneath so they were kept warm throughout the day.
I see 2 containers that would have sterno underneath them, but those don't have sterno underneath them.
No.
All right. So what do you say or do?
So immediately when I returned, I took photos of what the seafood pasta looked like when I got back. And it almost looks like someone tried to do something with them, but they were just left as is. And of course they were hot. and they were now lukewarm at best.
All right, so according to her, this is all your fault. Tell me what happened.
I do not think this was all my fault. I was very caught off guard when she decided to sue me. I'm sorry that everything went bad. I feel bad.
I mean, it was your party too. I assume you wanted everything to be good.
Of course, and I was embarrassed as well. It was my party too. If you are telling me not to worry about the food, that is your part and you have it handled, I would assume she would bring everything that it needed to be served.
I just don't even know how this happened, you know, because if you're bringing the food in and you're telling a complete stranger what to do, why not just do it yourself? What's the name of the person who you left in charge?
Katie.
Katie, why, when you talk to Katie and say, Katie, what happened? What did Katie say?
Katie said she set up the food as it was supposed to be served. I asked why it wasn't stored, and she said she didn't have the specific instructions.
Okay, so Katie denies being told the instructions of how to store it.
Yes.
All right. Tell me about how it works out when you both end up at the party and you realize that all of her food is ruined.
Well, I got back to the venue at 4 p.m. Already, I see that she is upset and all of her food is ruined, and I immediately tried. I ordered burners, I got ice, and it was too late. But as soon as I knew there was an issue, I tried to solve it. I got everything. I had to order catering at the last minute because the food was no longer good.
How'd the party go?
Not good. Honestly, the end was a little bit better, but I was completely
embarrassed. What were the people saying? Why are you taking all that food away?
People were whispering about how the seafood was not good.
Well, it was nice of you to take it away rather than shove it down their gullets. That would have been really rude.
Food poisoning happens, Your
No,
Honor.
I know.
Like,
I know.
It just wasn't okay.
Yeah, no. What food did you order at the last minute?
I ordered soul food. I ordered mac and cheese and barbecue chicken, just some catering.
Right, so it gets there in the middle of the party.
Yes.
Right. Did you two talk to each other at the party?
No.
You didn't even talk to each other? Have you talked to each other since the party?
No.
No.
Seriously?
No.
Did you two have a good relationship growing up?
Not really. It was very awkward.
My dad, well, our dad, excuse me, had remarried her mom when I was 5 years old. So I felt like my dad obviously left our family for her family. And, you know, I know that that's not her fault.
No.
I know that. But it does put some strain on a relationship. With time, I got closer to her, but it was just small at first, just me going over the house. And
do you have other sisters?
I don't. I'm the only child, actually.
Right. Do you have other sisters?
I have a brother.
Okay. Yeah, brothers aren't the same.
Coming up.
Any proof about whose responsibility the storage of the food was?
I have some, Your Honor.
Okay. These are texts between the two of you that happened when?
The morning of the party.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Jasmine Carter, who is suing her sister Monique Carter over birthday food gone bad.
Was there ever any discussion between the two of you? Any proof about whose responsibility the storage of the food was?
I have some, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I guess this could wait till after, but I did have in Exhibit A first how much I spent on the food, which is why...
I don't think that's in dispute. So I see the receipts. I know what you spent on the food, and that doesn't include your efforts. But okay, so you've also put into evidence, this will be Plaintiff's Exhibit B.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and these are texts between the two of you that happen when?
So the first text, it's actually the morning of the party, March 15th of last year. It's at 10:15 a.m.
So it's the morning of the party?
The morning of the party.
Okay, hi, just confirming, once I drop off the food at the banquet hall, you'll handle the setup and storage, correct? Yes, I got it. Bring everything and I'll take care of it once it gets here. And you say to her, okay, perfect, since I'm dropping it off at 11, I just want to ensure everything is stored properly until 5, the serving time. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Also, my friend is at the venue. Just in case I leave, I'll make sure it's stored and set up. Great, I'll take before delivery photos. I'm on my way now. Okay, so normally I would agree with you that the person bringing the food should, frankly, put it in the refrigerator and see that everything is taken care of and put it on the warmers in a catering hall where we have refrigeration and a stove.
Coming up,
You literally tell her moments before that you would handle the storage. I think your friend botched this, but your friend is your agent. You're the person who put her in charge.
you're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Jasmine Carter, who is suing her sister Monique Carter over birthday food gone bad.
I'm reading here where you literally tell her moments before that you would handle the storage. Once I drop off the food, you'll handle the setup and storage. Yes. So why didn't you handle the storage?
Your Honor, I also said if I am not able to be there, I will make sure that my friend is there to handle the storage.
Right, so why didn't you make sure your friend took care of the storage? In other words, you're taking complete responsibility for storage here.
She was there, but why would she bring seafood at 11 a.m. expecting it to be ready at 5 p.m.? Seafood is very sensitive.
First of all, that's none of your bit, because she also wants to get ready and look pretty for the party. But that really is not the issue, because you know she's bringing food at 10, and that the food, something has to be done with storage. If you're taking the responsibility for storage, don't you call your friend? And she also took pictures of stuff so you could see it was seafood, right? You texted her the pictures?
Literally, that's the pictures that I told her in that same text. I'll go ahead and take before delivery photos, which
And did you?
And that's the same photo that I have provided.
Okay,
in
and you
exhibit.
texted that to her. Is that accurate? All right, so you know it's even if you didn't know it was seafood before, which I find so strange because I'd be bragging about my seafood spread. But even if you didn't know it was seafood before, you know it was seafood then, and you know you took responsibility for storage. So why not make a phone call to your friend and make sure that the responsibility you took was being handled competently?
Yes, I let my friend know that Jasmine was coming by and to make sure the food was stored accordingly and ready to be served at the party.
Okay, she doesn't strike me as the kind of woman who would not give instructions to your friend. I think your friend botched this. But your friend is your agent. You're the person who put her in charge.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Why are you suing your half-sister? Like, really, is it worth all this?
Your Honor, I took a day off of work.
Yeah,
and
no,
it's
I know all that. I know bad things happened. The party was ruined for you. I know the seafood got ruined. What do you think is going to happen to your relationship with your sister, suing her in court? I mean, I get it. It's not, I'm going to rule on the case and then we'll be done. But then you won't and you won't. I mean, why are you suing your sister?
I'd honestly feel a little bit differently, Your Honor, if it wasn't $2,000. I don't have money to do something like this. It's almost $3,000, and I did it out of the kindness of my heart. Yeah, and I don't have it now, and that means that I did it just to make sure that I can keep an upscale and well-done party for the both of us. This was my effort.
At what cost, though? Because the party's gone. You can't change the party. And now the only thing on the table is your relationship with your sister. I'm going to rule in your favor because of this email. But hell, at what cost? Verdict's for the plaintiff's $2,850.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $2,850.
You know what? Forget it. I'm sorry, and you don't even have to worry about the money, because I do love you.
I love you too.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say, I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Peter Rodriguez claims his former AA sponsor kicked him out and dumped his furniture after he complained that the defendant's pot smoking triggered his relapse. Van Clemente says he just needed the room for a paying tenant.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, you're suing Mr. Clemente for $602.93, the value of property that you feel he illegally disposed of. Talk to me. How do you two know each other?
Mr. Clemente was my former sponsor in AA.
Okay.
We had known each other for quite some time.
What's quite some time, more or less?
Well, in my recovery, I have been in and out of AA for about a year. And we had been going to the same meetings. So we knew each other, we started getting to know each other pretty well for about 6 months. And at that time, after that 6 months, I had hit one of many rock bottoms. I was homeless, I was jobless, and Mr. Clemente offered me a place to stay while I got back on my feet.
Can I ask you what was drugs, alcohol, both? What was your poison?
It would always start with alcohol, but then it was pretty much, just anything that I could get my hands on.
When you say he offered you a place to stay, are you referring to him renting you an apartment or literally letting you sleep at his house?
Letting me sleep at his house. He had a guest room. He told me that I could stay there. He actually offered to let me stay there rent-free.
Was he your sponsor?
He was my sponsor.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay, go on. So you move in.
I move in.
You're not paying rent.
I'm not paying rent.
Did you get a job?
I did. I did. I was able to get a part-time job, just starting to get back on my feet.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, getting back on my feet, as I said, I was able to get a part-time job, so I started to try to put my life back together. I purchased a few items, right? I purchased a bed, I purchased a bed frame, a dresser, a TV, meager items, for which I have the receipt right here.
Okay. So go on.
So I'm there for a couple of weeks, and I start smelling marijuana. My first thought is not that Mr. Clemente is smoking, he's my sponsor. And as you know, that relationship between a sponsor is very important, it's built on trust. And a sponsor is a beacon of hope of sobriety, right? That's part of the reason why I asked Mr. Clemente to be my sponsor. He had been already sober for about 2 years when we met. So,
So you smell marijuana.
I smell marijuana. I don't immediately confront him. I don't know what to say.
What do you do?
What ends up happening is I come home and I actually see him smoking.
Where is he when he's smoking?
He's in the living room. He's blowing it out the window.
Okay.
I don't immediately say anything.
When you do, what do you say? What happens? Tell me about the confrontation or lack of confrontation. What happens to you?
We don't have a confrontation immediately.
Okay.
In fact, I try to avoid him. I try to continue to stay there. I do not have another place to stay.
Yeah, no, the rent is perfect. Right, and then what happens?
I tell people in the community that what I'm going through.
You mean by in the community, who do you mean? You mean AA?
Other people in AA.
Okay, go on.
Yes, because, he's lying. And he's my sponsor. And I want to protect people. I also feel betrayed. I start to think that the whole thing is a sham. If this is not, if my beacon of hope that saying you can do this.
Yes, I got all that.
Yes.
Now, what happens after that? I know you're distraught. Then what is your next action? To relapse?
Yeah, I relapse, yes.
Right, because we keep talking about what everybody else does, but we're not talking about what you did. So, tell me about the relapse, whatever you can tell me.
I don't stay there anymore at first.
Okay, how many days did you stay there after you saw him smoking?
It was a few weeks.
Okay,
maybe
and when you leave, where do you go?
I only can have my car. So I'm staying in my car, I'm drinking. Enough time has gone by where I recognize that I'm out of control. I try to come back.
Wait, what is enough time goes by? That's how long?
Maybe 3 weeks, Your Honor.
According to you, it's a lot longer than 3 weeks.
Your Honor.
How long?
A month.
Just 1 month?
Yeah, but he's leaving out a lot of stuff.
Why don't you fill in?
So, yeah, I mean, where do I even start?
You start on the part where you're smoking a joint and you're his AA sponsor. Why don't we start
Okay,
there? Is
yeah.
that true or not true?
Yeah, let me just say first, that's not a legal issue. Like, I
didn't say it was illegal. I'm asking you how an AA sponsor can smoke a joint with an addict in the house and with you being an addict, right? Because that's why you're in AA. What was your poison of choice?
You know, my main addiction was alcohol. I didn't really consider weed to be that big of an issue for me.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
According to him, it's all your fault he relapsed.
Okay. Well, first off, it's not my responsibility.
And later.
Did you tell your sister to stop it when your sister confronted her?
I did not, Your Honor.
Because you wanted to hear her answer.
I wanted to get.
Yeah, I want to hear her answer. Are you cheating with her ex-husband? Oh, Lord.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Peter Rodriguez, who is suing Van Clemente for throwing his belongings away.
According to him, it's all your fault he relapsed.
Okay. Well, first off, it's not my responsibility. I was trying to help him. He disappeared. He relapsed. He was off doing crack, meth, whatever he was doing. And then a month later, he shows up at my door. And it's 7:30 Wednesday night. I'm making dinner, some pasta or something, and I hear him banging on the front gate of my house. He's banging on the gate, yelling, "Let me in, let me in." And I had changed the locks on the gate because I didn't feel safe.
Okay,
with
so he
him
didn't have a
being out
key
there
to.
anymore.
All right. By that point, so it's a month later, according to you. What efforts had you made to find him? When you say he was nowhere, tell me what you did to find him. Just as an AA sponsor, I'm asking, what did you do? Just tell me factually what you did. If it's nothing, just say nothing. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I mean, I called him. No answer. Straight to voicemail.
Did you text him?
He's not very responsive over text.
Okay.
And
so
to be
is the answer
honest,
that then no, you didn't text him? I just answered, did you text him or didn't you?
No, okay, to be honest, I was mad that he had ratted me out to everyone else. So,
I got you.
I didn't try that hard to find him. But again, that's not my job, and I shouldn't have to be in court for that.
Okay.
But anyway, other people
What'd
were
you
looking
do
for
with
him
his
as well.
furniture?
So after a month, he came back and he was trying to basically break in. He was saying, "You better let me in. I need to get in." And I was like, "No," because
was he high when he was outside your?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
He was belligerent, aggressive, yelling. I didn't want him to come in. He was like, "I'm breaking in," and he kicked down my gate. He broke the handle of my gate and got in. And then he came up to the front door. I did not let him in. I called the police once I saw he got into my front yard, and they came and arrested him in front of my door. So he didn't make it in. And then after that point, I actually, during that time, lost my job as well. And so I needed to find someone to help me pay the rent. So I found a paying roommate.
When did you do that in this continuum? Like, point A is when he leaves. A month later is when he comes back. When in that continuum did you get a roommate?
After he tried to break in.
Oh, okay. So after that, you get a paying roommate.
Yes.
All right, go on.
Yeah, I get a paying roommate to move in because I need help with the rent. And his stuff was in the way. And no way to reach him. I didn't want to reach him. I felt unsafe. Didn't want to talk to him. So I got rid of his stuff. A tenant moved in. Then 3 months after that, after he tried to break in, I had blocked his number at that point because I didn't feel safe, didn't want him to be able to contact me. He emailed me 3 months after the attempted break-in. And
did you have his email address?
Yeah, but I didn't think to block him over email. So he emailed me. It was a very nice letter written out, and he said he had gotten his stuff together and he was he wanted to meet with me for coffee and apologized. So I said, okay. So we went Saturday morning, met for coffee, and he asked about his stuff. And that's what I told him. It's not there anymore. I had to get a paying roommate, lost my job. It's not there. And I'm sorry.
I mean, so you're here suing a guy who let you live in his house rent-free for how long?
I was only there for a couple of weeks before I came in on him.
How long,
smoking weed.
according to you, was he living there rent-free?
It was 3 months.
3 months?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big difference.
Your Honor, it's just not true.
Okay, but here's a guy who was willing to let you live in his house rent-free. You blame your relapse on him. AA is about taking responsibility and accountability.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, and so you've come to court to make him pay, even though this is the guy who let you into his home to live rent-free. I just want to make sure I'm picking up what y'all are putting down, right?
Understood.
Yeah. All right, here's the deal, though, Mr. Clemente. You got a problem. And the problem is you live in the great state of California. Every state has different laws about abandonment, okay? In most states, after a month that somebody doesn't pick up their stuff, have at it. Do what you want. Sell it for a profit. You can do whatever you want. That's most state laws, not California, okay? You have to give notice. Not like a landlord, because I agree, you're not a landlord. He's living at will. He's a guest in your house who left stuff. So the standard is lower for you than it would be for a landlord. In this friend situation, you have to still reach out to them and say to them, you have 2 weeks to get your stuff, or however many number of days, or I'm getting rid of it. So that you could do that by text. As soon as he ghosts you and he's gone, send a text, and then you've got the text to show me. You have his email. Send an email, and then you've got the email to show me. And then I would say, hey, too bad, so sad. But you didn't do any of that, so my hands are tied, and I have to follow California law on this. And my verdict in this case is for the plaintiff in the amount of the $602.93.
Your Honor.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $602.93.
Any last remarks for each other?
No, sir.
I hope you're happy.
Coming up.
She allegedly is having an affair, even currently, with my ex, or soon-to-be ex-husband.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Linda Jones claims her friend raced off after a Thanksgiving dinner argument and backed over her decorative mailbox. Brenda Payton says she was just trying to escape the drama and didn't see anything in her rear view.
Okay, Miss Jones, you are suing your former good friend, Miss Payton, for $400.53. Tell me what happened.
She ran over my mailbox at Thanksgiving dinner, so.
Why don't we start at the beginning? How long have you known each other?
Since middle school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we've known each other for a very long time, and we had somewhat of a disagreement at Thanksgiving dinner, and
what was the disagreement about?
Well, my sister confronted her in regards to my husband. Yeah.
Meaning?
Meaning she allegedly is having an affair, even currently, with my ex, or soon-to-be ex-husband.
And what exactly does your sister say?
She basically asked her if her car was parked in the driveway or in my husband or ex-husband's driveway a few nights prior to Thanksgiving.
Did she say she had seen it?
Yes, she did.
And what happened when she...
Her and a few other people actually said they saw it.
Did you tell your sister to stop it when your sister confronted her?
I did not, Your Honor.
Because? You wanted to hear her answer.
I wanted to get
I
to
want to
the
hear
bottom
her
of
answer.
things.
Are you having an affair with her husband? Ex-husband,
not.
ex-husband, ex-husband. Can't hear you.
Of course not.
Coming up.
I get to my car and I get out of there. The only thing I made sure I didn't do was hit somebody's car. I didn't have time to look for a mailbox.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a case of Linda Jones, who blames Brenda Payton for running over her decorative mailbox.
What did her sister say to you?
Her sister says that she saw my car there, and I said to her sister, well, if you saw my car, why didn't you take a picture? Because if it was my sister, I would took a picture.
Okay, did you say, no, you didn't see my car?
I said, show me a picture then. Did you take a picture? Show me a picture. Did
you say, no, I'm not? Did you say, what are you talking about?
I said, no.
She never denied it, Your Honor.
Okay, so then what happens?
So then her sister proceeds to get in my personal aura, in my personal space.
How?
Well, for me, if someone is within arm's length, if someone comes within like your fingertips, you're technically in my aura.
And she does that while she's yelling at you?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you do?
Well, kind of not run out, but I definitely, it wasn't a walk.
Was anybody chasing you?
They were following me.
Who's they?
Her and her sister were following me.
She came out too, just waiting to see what you're gonna say?
Yeah, she was, I think she was trying to calm her sister down from, you know.
Were you trying to calm your sister down?
I don't know what was really going on.
I was trying to calm her down, but I also wanted answers.
Yeah.
But you know,
I don't blame you. I'd want answers too. I just wouldn't.
I think they were drunk. I wasn't drunk.
Thanksgiving dinner. How many other people were at the house?
A lot.
Yeah, whose day was either ruined or titillated, one or the other. So you get to your car, and what happens?
I get to my car, and I get out of there. The only thing I made sure I didn't do was hit somebody's car. I didn't have time to look for a mailbox.
I don't know what you're saying. Did you hit the mailbox?
I didn't have time to look to see if I hit a mailbox.
Well, no, you
So
just
she had.
What did she do?
She had time to.
I don't care about time.
Look
What
for
did she
cars,
actually
but
end up doing? Did she hit the
my
mailbox?
She obliterated my mailbox.
Okay, did she put it in reverse and back into your mailbox?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Do you have any proof of the value of the mailbox? Because you're suing for $400.53.
I do have an invoice. Here you go.
Is this the replacement mailbox?
Yes, it is.
Let me ask you, Ms. Payton. I don't have time to make sure I don't hit something. Of course you have time. Just don't hit something. I don't get that.
Well, I mean,
how do you figure you're not going to have to pay something for the mailbox?
Well, I was under duress. They were following me, but it was two of them and one of me. I mean, I have my car.
Yeah, you're inside your car. You're safe already. All you have to do is not hit anything.
Right. And so I didn't know what they were charging at. I didn't know what was going on.
Okay, so it's called an accident.
Right.
Right. I don't think you did that on purpose. But if it's an accident, you also have to pay for it if it's your fault. Get it? So, yeah, you're going to have to pay for the mailbox. All right, I'm ruling in favor of the plaintiff and the amount of the $400.53. It's an accident. You didn't do it on purpose. But are you cheating with her ex-husband? Oh, Lord. Are you?
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $400.53.
Any last remarks for each other?
I say no to your next invitation.
Don't worry, you won't be getting one ever again.
Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Daniel Ruiz claims he accidentally painted the kitchen the wrong color in a home that was for sale, but he repainted it and still wasn't paid for the job. Michael Lee says the plaintiff's sloppy work made him lose out on offers on the home.
Okay, Mr. Ruiz, you are suing Mr. Lee for $675 remaining on a painting contract that, according to you, he has not paid.
Yes,
Tell
ma'am.
me what happened.
So I had gotten in contact with Mr. Michael here through a client. The client had liked the work that I did, referred me to Mr. Lee, and then we got to work. Monday.
Now, he had you do what?
He had me paint the kitchen.
Okay.
Paint
Now,
a
you're a
kitchen.
realtor?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not your kitchen.
No, it's a house that I'm selling for on behalf of a client.
Okay, go ahead.
So once that started happening, we got in contact, got everything prepped. Wednesday was the...
Wait, so you agreed that you're going to paint the kitchen, and how much are you going to charge?
It was $675 up front. I did agree, $675 up front, and then $675 on the back end once the job was completed.
Okay, so what happened?
So what ended up happening was we went over a couple of swatches. We narrowed it down to 2. I had a swatch in my hand, and there was a swatch on the wall. I misunderstood. I had a swatch in my hand, pointed it towards the swatch on the wall, and I asked Mr. Lee, "Is this a swatch?" He said, "Yes." Like I said, I'll take the hit for it. I understand.
You thought you were referring to the one in your hand,
Yes.
and he was referring to the one you were pointing at, which
Yes,
was on the
ma'am.
wall.
Yes, ma'am.
How do mistakes like this happen? It's so easy. Just have him sign the back of the swatch, you know?
Yeah.
From now on, do that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And after that, I went ahead, I got it done. After I finished up, Mr. Lee came, checked the paint on the wall, and he contacted me later on that day saying, "Hey, this is wrong." I told him, I think I know what happened. I got in contact with them, and then after that, I told him I would have Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to get it all done. So it's ready.
By when had he wanted it done?
Sunday. Sunday was the open house that he had.
Okay.
Yeah. I had told him I would schedule
So you
Thursday.
told him that you would buy the paint and you would do the job over?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thursday came around, and he couldn't. He was in a yoga class, so he couldn't attend. That took away some time for me to get that job done.
Okay. Why couldn't you just why could he not paint anything on Thursday to fix it? Because you had a yoga class?
Well, I definitely hear you, Judge, but he already made a mistake by simply painting the wrong color, which I think is the basics of what his job is. And so then I felt I always had to be present because we only had a limited amount of time before the open house. So
But you
I
didn't
wanted-
make yourself present. You went to a yoga class,
Well,
which I
no.
think is very important. I'm just trying to understand why there's no work done Thursday to correct the problem, particularly when the contractor's saying, "I'll take the hit, I'll correct the problem," and you say, "Okay." Why then on Thursday does it not happen?
I told him on Thursday after the yoga class I could come to come across town to open the door so he could have 2 hours
and then
to paint.
did you do any work on Thursday?
No, I wasn't able to. By the time he had got back, it would have been late.
Okay, so then what happens on Friday?
So on Friday, I get there and I let him
At what
know.
time had you agreed to get there?
I had got there at 9
Okay,
a.m.,
but
I
what time
believe.
had you agreed to get there? 9?
9.
Okay, do you agree that that was the agreement, that he'd be there at 9?
Yes, we had discussed
Okay, and
the
then what
morning.
happened?
He showed up an hour late. Kind of asked. He said he had some personal things going on, and so he got there at 10 o'clock. And he
So
showed
what
up
were you
with-
doing for an hour?
Waiting for Mr. Lee to get
All
there.
right, and when he got there, what did he say or do?
He said he had some personal things to do, and he had to stop by a coffee shop to get some lattes.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, were you an hour late to that meeting?
I will say yes, but there was traffic in the morning. It was a Friday morning. So
An hour late's very late.
Traffic. Yes, but if
Did you reach out and call him or anything?
I did not because
Right. So how do you know he's not going to just walk off and say, "You know what? This clown I'm not going to do anything for him. Forget it." How do you know that you are not going to have the wrong color there for Sunday's showing?
Well,
like
that's why I was going there to make sure and managing what he was doing.
I'm sorry. My question is, why would you be an hour late without calling? For anybody, for any reason. But in particular, when a contractor who has goofed, according to you, he goofed, we're going to take it as gospel, who has goofed, instead of making you sue him in court and leaving you high and dry, has said, "I will fix it," and has tried to get there. Why would you not get there on time or call and say, "Hey, I'm 15 minutes late"? Why would you get there an hour late? Wouldn't that be a very risky thing on your part? Because most of the contractors I know would have left.
In hindsight, yes, I probably could have called him. But, also he could have, this communication works a two-way street, right?
So he should call you and complain that you are late.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
What did he say to you?
Well, he just told me since I didn't do it right the first time, he wasn't going to pay me for the rest of the painting that I did.
So you were going to paint twice for half the money.
And later,
the Peacocks come over to your property and do what?
So they jump on my vehicle and they start pecking the mirrors. And they've pecked the car, and they've left scratches all over the car as well.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a dispute between Daniel Ruiz and Michael Lee over a bad paint job.
Friday you painted?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then so I didn't get to fully finish by Friday. I was running on a tight schedule. I was running on a tight schedule. I had another client lined up. Saturday I finished up the painting, and as soon as I finished, I talked to Mr. Lee about the payment, and never received the back end of it.
What did he say to you?
Well, he just told me since I didn't do it right the first time, he wasn't going to pay me for the rest of the painting that I did.
So you were going to paint twice for half the money?
Well,
right, that's what he was suggesting. Now, what happened? What was wrong? Why wouldn't you pay the rest of the money? Because that's the understanding, is that you're going to get exactly what you want. He's going to paint twice. He's not going to charge you for the time, and he's not even going to charge you for the paint. He's going to eat all that. So why wouldn't you pay him?
Well, we had an agreement and an expectation of the way that place would be painted. And I actually have documents and evidence that show that the house was not painted properly. There was still tape on the doors. So when Sunday arrived for this open house, basically the house still looked like a mess. So
when did you check the house?
Sunday, right for the open house. So, because of his mistake, there was not enough time to make sure everything.
Well, that or yoga and lattes, but I don't know. All right, so you have Exhibit B that you'd like to show me. The tape. So what we have here is what?
So that is the kitchen countertop. And as you can see, there's so much paint that was dripped and left over all over the kitchen countertop.
I don't know. I don't know if these are paint.
Yes. So
paint spills. Did you leave that paint spilled all over the counter?
Yes, that I did do. I explained to Mr. Lee that I could get that out, no problem.
Well, why didn't you just get it out rather than leaving?
It was a pretty decent sized kitchen. I tried making sure all 4 walls were painted.
Right, but then you call him to get payment when you know that you're not done, because according to you, this is something you can go back and do. Well, why not just do it before you leave?
That's true. I could have done that.
And why would you withhold 50% of the payment when it's not going to cost you that to get that fixed by a different painter?
Well, I also think, time is money, right? So the time, and effort, and the energy that, I lost.
It takes to paint the place twice?
Well, like the commission.
He says that he had a thing in his hand and he said, is this the one? So he's like taking the responsibility for the error, but do you understand, is that how it went down? He had a swatch in his hand and you meant the one on the wall?
He was pointing at the wall.
Right, with a swatch in his hand.
Yeah.
Like maybe you're both like kind of responsible for the slack-jawedness of the error as a, like really, why not go this one, like why not be sure of what you should be having every client sign on the back of the swatch, and you keep the swatch.
I was expecting the swatch.
It sounds to me like you were really angry and then you stayed angry instead of just figuring, let's get this over with. Fixed.
I wanted to find the fastest solution possible to get the job.
The fastest solution possible, okay, is for you to skip yoga, let him in, or let him in before yoga, or let him in after yoga, or just try to make yourself available and then never use him again. That's the fastest solution possible. Or don't stop for lattes for 45 minutes to an hour and keep him waiting, because most people in his position would have just left. They wouldn't have stayed there. So you are not looking for the fastest. You're looking for the one that gives you the most joy. And the one that gives you the most joy is the one where you punish him repeatedly for something that seems to be kind of both your faults. But in any event, let us move on from that and let us move to this. At a minimum, I agree with you that he shouldn't have left it that way. Now, how much is it going to cost another painter to come in and fix that? Or a handyman? You don't even need another painter. Well, maybe you need another painter. How much is it going to cost you?
Probably the same, if not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't think it is.
You know, that's not my, I sell houses and I know
but what did he do? Did he ruin your showing?
Yeah, I would say that, we probably could have gotten more offers on the house.
Oh, so you got offers anyway?
We did, but, I think they could have been much higher. And,
because people who are going to buy a house are going to not buy the house over a little paint thing like that gets resolved in, a couple of hours.
I sell a vision of people.
I know you sell a vision. Do they have eyeballs? Because if I look at that, I say, yeah, that needs fixing. But I don't not buy the house over it because the house is the house. That is a fixable problem. It's annoying, but it's a fixable problem. Do you really expect me to believe that there were people who would have made an offer but for the paint?
I hear you, Judge, because if they see small mistake like that, they're going to assume there's deeper mistakes within the house. And so that's where I think we're going to lose out on more clients.
Okay, good argument, but you don't win on that. I am going to assume that it is going to cost you at least $250. I am going to order you to pay the defendant for the rest of the job minus the $250 I think it's going to cost to clean up the things that you need to clean up. That's $425. Verdict for the plaintiff.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $425.
I agree with the judge, but I'm pretty frustrated about this whole situation.
Nothing on my end.
Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings.
Coming up.
And I'm just putting the food down for the wildlife right in my front yard. But I'm trying to support the ecosystem, and that's something really important to me.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Bill Kersey claims his neighbor's birdseed attracted peacocks that scratched and pecked his car. Dusty Sutherland says she puts seeds out to support the ecosystem and has no control over the peacock's actions.
Okay, Mr. Kersey, you are suing your neighbor, Ms. Sutherland, for $1,200 in property damage. What happened?
That's correct, Judge. So my neighbor has been attracting a large population of peacocks over onto my yard. She feeds them, I'm talking about large scoops. And so the birds are being attracted, they're coming over to my car, and they are scratching.
I take it there's, first of all,
Yes.
where does she live in relation to you? Is she next door?
Right next door, yes.
Okay, and I take it there's no fence or anything separating your properties?
Correct.
Okay, so then the peacocks come over to your property and do what?
So they jump on my vehicle and they start pecking in the mirrors, and they've pecked the car, and they've left scratches all over the car as well.
Okay. Ms. Sutherland, why don't you tell me what's going on here?
Your Honor, I have been living in this house that I've been renting for 4 years. And so even my landlord has supported me going ahead and feeding, and I'm just putting the food down for the wildlife right in my front yard. But I'm trying to support the ecosystem, and that's something really important to me. And even my landlord doesn't have any opposition to it.
Okay, what do you think the ecosystem means?
When there's a point in time where they're not able to find the food that's nourishing in their area, it's just an extra supplement for what they need.
Where do you park your car?
Okay, so I have a garage, and my girlfriend moved in about 6 months ago into my property. So now I park my car on the driveway. And so now I've seen them actually peck my car.
Coming up.
They're supposed to be able to control their own population. That's what an ecosystem means, that nobody is messing with their population.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a case of Bill Kersey, who blames Dusty Sutherland for peacock damage to his car.
I have evidence right here.
Okay, and what's your evidence? Talk to me first. Tell me
sure.
what it is.
So basically, I have a picture here of her front yard with the peacocks.
Okay.
At the same time, I also have scratches where you can see the evidence there on my vehicle.
All right, but hold on. I want to see the birds on her property. And
Okay.
Okay, so there's a bunch of birds on her front lawn. And I see that you've got a picture here that you wanted me to see where you're wearing a t-shirt that says you're the peacock lady. Tell me about that. That's,
it's better than just calling the bird ladies. So I went with it, but it's not really the whole purpose of why I'm putting the wildlife seed out.
No, why are you putting the wildlife seed out?
I'm doing that to nurture nature and
Okay, no, you're not.
And continue
I know you mean well. I do. You are not only 100% not nurturing nature, you are endangering nature. It is illegal to feed wildlife in virtually every city. It is illegal in your city of Arcadia, California, and indeed illegal in the entire state of California. You think you are doing a good thing when you feed the pigeons the bread and, the little pieces of bread. You're not. You're doing something that A, is illegal, and B, is creating a nuisance for everybody else, and C, is actually bad for the wildlife because the wildlife then end up depending on human interaction. And they're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be able to control their own population. That's what an ecosystem means, that nobody is messing with their population. And that includes your well-intentioned feeding of the birds.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Let me see the damages to your car. Are those feathers?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm done. I am going to rule in your favor because the standard in a civil case is beyond and to the preponderance of the evidence. In other words, he just has to tip the scale and show me that it's more likely than not that it's caused by what is happening in your neighborhood. There's absolutely no doubt you're the peacock lady because I saw it on the t-shirt, so it has to be true, okay? There's absolutely no doubt you're feeding them, and he's mentioned it to you numerous times. That's enough to tip my scale. $1,200 verdict for the plaintiff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $1,200.
I'm happy with the verdict.
I just wish we could still support the ecosystem, but I will do my homework.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings. Ladies first.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Ray Megan claims his classic car has a dent because his neighbor overreacted when he saw his dogs and jumped on the hood. Marvin Hale says he sought out higher ground to get away from Mr. Megan's 3 threatening canines.
Okay, Mr. Megan, you are suing Mr. Hale, who I guess is your neighbor, is he?
Yes.
For $4,750 in damages that you say he did to your Corvette. What happened?
Yeah, well, apparently the mailman left my side gate open, and my dogs got out, and I heard Mr. Hale was yelling and running, and my dogs, which are completely friendly, and he was just unnecessary.
What kind of dogs are they?
Well, I have a little terrier.
Okay.
And a German Shepherd and a Doberman mix.
Okay, let me see the Doberman.
So, okay, he's...
Okie dokie, so go on.
They're so sweet.
Okay.
So I think he overreacted to them and...
Wait, what, okay, first let's go back. Apparently, the mailman left the gate open. How do you know that?
Well,
how do you know you didn't leave the gate open?
Well, I never leave that gate open.
Okay, well
Because
then-
my dogs are either in the house or they're out in the yard. At this time, they were out in the yard.
Right. Well, and the mailman just comes in with your 3 dogs running around?
Well, he knows them and they know him.
Okay.
So they're familiar.
Has the mailman ever left your door?
He has on occasion, yes.
Okay, and you're aware of that? And when you see that the mailman is there, what is it you're doing while this is going
Well,
on?
I didn't know the mailman had come. I was on the...
The dogs don't bark when the mailman comes?
Well, the dog wasn't barking until Mr. Hale started running.
Okay, so it's his fault.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. So, according to you, you believe the mailman left the gate open, and then
That's
what?
my only explanation.
Well, the other explanation is that you didn't make sure that the gate, that your dogs were secure, right? Which is your obligation. And either way, whether the mailman left it open, your dogs got out, right?
The dogs were out, yes.
Okay, and what happened? And the dogs can't be out and running around. They're supposed to be on leashes. There's a leash law where
Yes,
you're from.
no, I
Right.
do
Okay, so
know
go
that.
ahead. So tell me what
then
happens.
Mr. Hale walked by my house, headed up towards the corner store, I guess, and
How long have you known each other?
well, I've lived there about 10 years, and they've been my neighbors for 10 years.
Okay,
But
got it.
He kind of started out, he would always cut through my yard when he was younger, kind of
Really?
a problem child.
Okay.
And then I'd, shout at him to hey,
Get off my lawn, you meddling kid.
Basically,
and then,
yeah.
And then
exactly.
what would
Hey,
he
you
say?
kid.
Oh, sorry?
No, he would be rude and just kind of like laugh it off and.
Is that
and keep
true? Were you
going.
cutting through his yard? And
Your Honor, I was 12.
oh, well, boys will be boys. Like, still, you need to obey the law like everybody else does.
I felt he was disrespectful.
Okay, I got it. So go on. I was 12.
Okay, and so getting back to this story here.
Right.
I have a classic 1974 Corvette.
Let me see.
This is just coming back from showing it at a car show in Las Vegas.
Oh my God.
And it was backed into my driveway. I mean, my dad gave me that car, and him and I used to work on it. We did all the restoration, many a summer, just taking care of that car. He was the original owner, and when he passed away, I took possession. And that was one of the few things that is my pride and joy in my life. And then it was backed into the driveway on this day.
That's kind of sad, but okay. No,
Yeah.
This is beautiful. It's a beautiful car.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what happened was when the dogs were chasing Marvin.
And why were the dogs chasing him? I understand the dogs got out, but why
Well,
were they chasing?
He could tell you probably.
Yeah, and he's going to tell me.
what
Let me hear
happened.
from you. What exactly? Tell me. Paint the picture for me, just like you're walking down the street. Tell me exactly what happens.
I was heading to the local store to get a couple of snacks, and I was passing Ray's house. And when I turned the corner to go to the store, sure enough, Ray's terrier was there. And Your Honor, I have a deep fear of dogs. When I was 10, I got into a vicious accident with one that required lots of stitches and shots.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
Yeah, but the dogs were between him and the gate, so he couldn't do that one. That's not a good one. Not a whole lot of other options right there, are there? Yeah.
No comment.
And later.
And what's his response?
His response was, it's the centerpiece of his parties. He has to use his fire pit. So I said, okay, fine. If you're gonna use it, can you please just move it so the smoke doesn't go into my house, into my windows?
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Ray Megan, who blames Marvin Hale for damaging his classic Corvette.
When you notice that the terrier is barking at you, did you see the terrier come out through the gate, or no, the terrier was already out?
I turned the corner, he was sitting there on the sidewalk.
Okay.
I looked over, the gate was wide open.
Okay.
He's growling at me already. I hadn't even done anything.
Growling.
Growling.
Okay.
Not barking.
Okay.
So, with my fear of dogs, I was already prepared to disband the situation. So I slowly started backing away. And as I was backing away, Ray's 2 other dogs joined, and they were growling
Where'd
at
they
me.
come from?
the gate. Or,
Okay, so they came off the property, and what were they doing?
Well, they could have already been out, but I didn't notice.
Okay.
But I know for sure the terrier was already there. 2 others joined. All of a
And what
sudden,
were the others doing?
growling as well. They joined.
Okay.
They joined the terrier.
And then what?
And then I started slowly back away, and they were on all four. Well, as a dog is on all fours.
Right.
They were aggressive and they were growling at me with vicious intent. And so as I slowly started backing away, they got faster and faster. And so I went the other way and started running full force. And as I was running full force, the closest thing that was closest to me that I could, get on top of to save myself from these vicious dogs was unfortunately Ray's Corvette.
Of all the things to jump on, though, the Corvette?
Your Honor, there isn't many other things for me to jump over or protect myself. I have a deep fear of dogs.
Was he there?
He was, I don't believe he was outside at the moment. I mean, to be honest, I kind of had like a huge adrenaline rush. Everything started to blend into one. All I saw was the Corvette, and I thought, I need to protect myself. I cannot go through this trauma again.
When do you get on the scene to see what's going on? Like, how does that happen?
When I heard Marvin, he was just yelling like, ah, and running, and then I heard my dogs barking like playful barks.
Okay, you keep talking about playful. You have to understand these are animals, and they're chasing him. Like Judge, imagine a thought cloud that says, "Ooh, I want to cuddle." That's not how this works. Your dogs get loose, and there's someone who's being chased by the dogs. That's a problem. Now, jumping on the Corvette wouldn't have been my first. Maybe it would have. I don't know. I don't know what how close I was to being mauled or bit, or nobody wants to. Mauled is such a strong word too. Bit, like nobody wants to get bit by your dogs that are all running loose. So
he could have ran in and shut the gate or up on the fence. Why did he have to jump
up on the fence? What
car?
is he like a trapeze? Like he's he's going to balance on the fence? Like how?
It's a shorter fence.
Yeah. How? It doesn't seem to me to be the best idea either because of the damage it caused. But whose fault is that? Like he's acting on adrenaline and just doing, in a hurry, what it is that'll save him. And unfortunately, it's your Corvette that he does it on.
Yeah, for $4,750 in damage.
Right, and I believe you because I know what the damages are going to be on something like that. And what is it? Because he stood on it?
Yeah, he
dented
jumped.
the top, and these things are fiberglass, and So here's the issue. The issue isn't how much damage he caused. There's 2 questions in any lawsuit. The first thing the plaintiff has to prove is he did me wrong. And then the second thing is damages. I'm going to assume it was $4,750 worth of damages. We've got to first answer that threshold question of, hey, Judge, he did me wrong. He is running around being chased by your dogs, and there are many people who might feel that in a situation like that, he needs to do whatever comes to his head to not get bit by 3 dogs chasing him. Those people might think, too bad, so sad. Don't let your dogs roam loose. Make sure the mailman, tell the mailman to leave. Put your mailbox outside. If the mailman has repeatedly left the door open, you have 3 dogs outside. There's a lot of things that people on this side of the fence would say. Now, people on the other side of the fence would say, you should have done something more judicious. And what was it you came up with? Climb the fence and teeter-totter, or what? What other option was there for him?
Maybe run in the gate that was open and shut it and keep the dogs out?
Yeah, but the dogs were between him and the gate, so he couldn't do that one. That's not a good one. Not a whole lot of other options right there, are there? Yeah.
No comment.
Well, there aren't. If the dogs were just out and he did it, I would say, oh, come on, that wasn't a natural reaction. When you have 3 dogs growling and chasing you, which you cannot contest. You keep saying, oh, they were happy, they were playing. They're growling. That's not happy and playing. And then they're pouncing, and then they're chasing. And the proximate cause of the damage to the car is no longer him. It becomes the person whose dogs were out. Let's say that the 3 dogs belong to someone else. The vet belongs to you, the dogs belong to someone else. Who would you be suing in that case?
That would probably be the owner of the dogs.
Right. A judge has to answer the following question. Why did this happen? Okay? This happened because the dogs were out, which is illegal, and the dogs were chasing him, and according to him, growling. I can't look at his instinctive actions and say, you are now responsible for the damage that you did. I just can't, not in this situation, because I think what's responsible is that the dogs got out. Verdict in this case is for the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
Ray, I just want to say, I know I was kind of a troublemaker kid when I was younger. I think you're a really stand-up guy, and I really apologize what happened to your car.
Well, it was just tragic for me.
Coming up.
To me, Your Honor, sure is not a yes.
No, what is it?
Well, it's definitely not a yes. When I asked the love of my life to marry me and she says, sure, I wouldn't be that convinced.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Linda Pirelli claims her curtains and upholstery needed a deep cleaning because smoke from the defendant's fire pit drifted into her home. Billy O'Shea says he warned the plaintiff to close her windows before he fired up the pit.
Ms. Pirelli, you are suing Mr. O'Shea for $1,300 in damages to your place because of what he was doing at his place.
Correct.
Tell me what happened.
So he moved in about a year ago. As soon as he moved in, he started having parties. He likes to have his parties. Well, when he hosts these parties, he likes to have a fire pit. That fire pit is right next to our fence line, and all the smoke comes into my home. I do have cats. I do like to leave my windows open for my cats. So I let him know, please just notify me when you're gonna have these parties so I can close my windows for my cats. So this particular time, I had a hiking trip in Drupa Valley. So I did leave Thursday about 10 in the morning. It's about a 6-hour drive. Around 1 o'clock, halfway through my drive, I get a text. He's gonna be having a party again Friday and Saturday that weekend. I let him know, hey, I'm not home. I can't close my windows. I don't have anyone who can close my windows. I said, please, just for this one weekend, don't use the fire pit. I'm not there, I can't close the windows. Just please, this one weekend, don't use the fire pit. Just
What
don't
was
use-
this is all by text, right?
Yes, yes.
And what's his response?
His response was, it's the centerpiece of his parties. He has to use his fire pit. So I said, okay, fine. If you're gonna use it, can you please just move it so the smoke doesn't go into my house, into my windows?
Couldn't somebody just reach your hand over and close your windows somewhat? Like,
I didn't ask anybody to go onto
didn't
my
occur to anybody?
No.
Not you, not him, not the cats, just to
I
maybe just.
I don't ask him to come to my
Well,
property.
I know.
Yeah.
But you're asking him to use his property the way you see fit too, right?
Coming up.
I think that you ordered a deep cleaning because you're angry at him.
Oh, yes, I'm angry. Yes, I am angry.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a dispute between Linda Pirelli and Billy O'Shea over smoke damage caused by a fire pit.
So why can't you not use a fire pit one time?
Well, there's a pre-placed spot for my fire pit to prevent fire danger, correct? So my backyard's fully grass, and there's one spot on the yard that's able for a fireplace.
Then kindly tell me why when she texts you, can you move the fire pit, you say sure.
To me, Your Honor, sure is not a yes.
No, what is it?
Well, it's definitely not a yes. When I asked the love of my life to marry me and she says, sure, I wouldn't be that convinced.
I don't think you should marry her if she says that. What I don't understand is, why would he be responsible for that cleaning bill when I don't know how much difference it would have made?
Because he did notify
The
me
problem
he was
was that
gonna
your
move it.
window wasn't closed. The problem was not that he didn't move the fire pit. And he called you with the same kind of notice he always gives you, which is the day before.
Had he informed me via text that sure meant no, I would have canceled my trip and come home the next day.
No, you would not have.
Over
Don't be
an open
ridiculous.
window.
It's just a hiking trip.
I think that what you might have done is gotten somebody to close a darn window, which is what you should do from the beginning. I don't like that he said sure to you, but you're trying to make that a contract, and therefore it's entirely his negligence, and he's got to pay $1,300 to get what? What was a $1,300 bill for?
It's for the deep cleaning of my property. They came in and they had to shampoo the carpets. They had to steam clean.
And he should pay for that?
I believe he should pay for that because he did say he was going to move it, and he didn't.
So if he moves the fire from here to here, You don't think that smoke is still going directly into? You think the smoke is going to take a detour because it's on the other side? It's going to go where the wind goes.
I think it would have gave more room for just air
I think
and
that
space.
you ordered a deep cleaning because you're angry at him.
Oh, yes, I'm angry. Yes, I am angry.
Right.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Your problem is that you were out of town and you didn't know anybody who could close your windows.
Agreed.
That's really the problem. The only thing that you have in your favor is that he gives you the answer, sure, and then he doesn't. Even though I find it rude, I'm not here to, impose politeness on the part of Mr. O'Shea. He should not have said sure because he knows darn well he can't move it. I then, though, have to say, okay, so he said he would, he didn't, what difference does it make? I'm having a hard time seeing that there would have been a difference. I don't think you would have canceled your trip, and I don't think that the smoke would have been different. I think that when you got home, it smelled smoky, you were angry, and so you had yourself a good deep cleaning. Unless there's something he's doing wrong in the use of his property, then he's not going to be negligent and owe you money for the cleaning. That's my verdict. Verdict to the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claims denied.
Any last remarks for each other?
I just think it's ridiculous. I think he's responsible, and I think he should pay.
Come over for a drink sometime.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with the show.
Pro MMA fighter Corey Watson says he failed a drug test and was banned from the ring for a year because the defendant gave him a supplement containing steroids. Barry Flores says he's not responsible for the contaminated product.
Okay, Mr. Watson, you are suing Mr. Flores for $5,000 for breach of contract. Tell me why.
I'm a professional MMA fighter. I grew up in fighting all throughout high school, middle school, and then into my 20s, I got into amateur fighting. At that point, I went 10-0, and I got picked up by knockaround fights, moved up to pro leagues.
What's that?
It's professional fighting at a national level.
Okay.
After I got picked up by them, Mr. Flores reached out to me about sponsorship.
Okay. Now, you didn't know him before this?
No.
Is that how it works? Is that how tell me what sponsorship
means?
means?
We only make so much fights. A lot of ways fighters make money in general is through sponsorships.
Okay. And so what kind of business do you have?
Health and wellness supply stores, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So he reaches out, and what do you two agree?
We agree to $5,000 a year for 3 years.
Okay. What happens?
So I get to pro leagues, and my first fight, I lose by 1 point. We go 9 months later to my second fight, and I lose by decision. 6 months after that, I had my third fight, and I lost to a knockout, first round.
Okay, so things were not going all that well.
Correct.
Okay, let me see the contract that you signed with him and what your obligations are under the contract. As a neutralized brand ambassador, the contractor agrees to boldly display the neutralized logo on their clothes during all fights. Additionally, the ambassador will be responsible for a sponsored social media post every 2 weeks. The ambassador also agrees to participate in branded interviews before and after each fight. So, what happens after your first 3 disappointments?
I stepped it up. I started a new diet, started working out a lot more. Mr. Flores suggested a pre-workout brand that I had never tried before. And right before the fight, I have to do a drug test, mandatory drug test before every fight.
What was the supplement?
It was a pre-workout brand.
So he suggests a supplement and you take it. Do you ask him any questions about what's in it or anything else?
I should have. That sounded like the smart thing to do, but as my sponsor, I just took his word for it.
You assumed that it would be something that would help you out. And so you started taking it before the next fight.
Yes, I
How
started
long
taking
before?
I started taking it about daily, 5 days a week, every day before I trained.
And how long before the fight did you take it for? Because I don't know when you spoke to him.
About 3 months, Your Honor.
3 months you were
Yes.
taking it. All right. So did you see your performance get better? Did you
Yes.
feel like you were getting stronger? And
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you get to the fight and what happens?
I go to take my drug test. And
That happens how long before the fight?
2 days before the fight.
2 days before?
Yes.
How's that going to stop you from taking drugs the next day? All right. Sounds kind of early to do it, but go ahead. So they test you 2 days before and
Yeah. And I popped dirty for an illegal banned steroid.
were you taking an illegal banned steroid?
No, Your Honor.
How do I know you weren't taking an illegal banned steroid on the side?
You'd have to take my word for it.
Okay. So you get the results, and then so you don't even attend the fight because they ban you.
Right.
Correct? Is that how it works?
No, they don't ban me. I got suspended for a year. I can't fight for another year.
Okay. So what'd you do?
I went and got drug tested, and I went and got the supplement tested.
Okay, and what'd you find?
I found that there was supplements in there that weren't legal for professional fighting.
All right, so then what'd you do?
Then I confronted Mr. Flores. I let him know. He jeopardized my career, Your Honor. I've been at this since I was a kid. This is my dream. I took my sponsor, who is a supplement sponsor, I took his advice on a supplement. Not only that, but another fighter was told by Mr. Flores to not take that supplement.
Really?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you spoke to another fighter,
Yes.
and that fighter told you that, all right, and it's someone who's sponsored by him as well?
Yes.
And he was told not to take it?
Correct.
All right, let me hear from you, sir. What is going on?
All right, Your Honor, let it be known that the plaintiff came to me with his concerns, with his allegations about the substance in the powder that I gave him for free.
Why was another fighter told not to take this?
I just recommended a different substance for that other fighter, Your Honor.
Did you know that this might have trace steroid?
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Where do you get this supplement from?
I get it from a manufacturer. My shop is just a retail store.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
He said that he has half a mind to break both my legs and to go to social media about the products that I'm selling.
Nothing wrong with the second thing, but did you threaten to break his legs?
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Corey Watson, who brought Barry Flores to court for breach of contract.
He comes in and he's very upset when the results come in. And what happens? He confronts you?
Yes, he does confront me, Your Honor.
Where were you when he confronted you?
I was actually checking in on one of my stores.
Okay, and what happens?
He came in and I went over the findings with him, and it turns out that there was a cross-contamination with that product, Your Honor.
Okay.
He did not take that news very well.
Well, no, because he's banned for a year now.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Right.
So he came up to me, grabbed me by my shoulders, brought me towards him, and he threatened me, Your Honor.
What did he say?
He said that he has half a mind to break both my legs and to go to social media about the products that I'm selling.
Nothing wrong with the second thing. Did you threaten to break his legs?
No, Your Honor.
What'd you do?
I got upset. I told him.
Did you grab him by the shoulders?
No, I did not grab him by the shoulders.
Did you touch him?
I did touch him.
How did you touch him?
I touched him on the shoulder.
What'd you do? Give him a sweet little love pat?
I just touched him softly on the shoulder, Your Honor.
And said what to him?
And said to him that he ruined my career. My life's ruined now.
Why is your life ruined, though? I mean, I know you're out for a year, and that's terrible, and it's a delay, right?
Right, but now I have the reputation of this.
All right, so you are suing for $5,000. How much have you been paid so far?
I've only been paid half the amount.
All right, so why are you suing for $5,000? What does that represent?
I just want him to finish out the contract.
At the time that this happens, you've been with him for 2 years.
Correct.
All right, and you've been paid for those 2 years.
Correct.
What you want is the year that you're sitting out that you're now not going to be able to do anything about because it's his fault. And he won't pay you for that because what did he do? He
dropped me from my contract.
And what reason did he give you?
He said he was scared, Your Honor, but I think that's just
He said he was scared what? Of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me hear from you about, you tell me he grabs you by the shoulders, he says, I ought to break both your legs, you ruined my life. And then what did you do?
I tried my best to talk him down, and he eventually started to calm down because I was also telling him about the rest of the contract that he wasn't meeting up to, Your Honor.
Wow, you picked that time to tell him that? What'd you tell him?
In the contract, he's required 3 things as an ambassador. Say it, wear it, and share it. He needs to be on social media to share it every 2 weeks with the brand.
Every 2 weeks for the whole year? What's he going to say on social media after, if there's 6 months between fights or 8 months between fights, what's he going to say?
Share the benefits of the products being sold.
Okay, but he didn't take any of your supplements until later, right?
He's been taking supplements.
Of yours?
Of mine, yes.
Okay. So you're firing him because what? Because he grabbed you by the shoulders? Because he threatened to break your legs? He denies all that. Or because he wasn't fighting all that well? Or because he wasn't on social media?
That was just the final straw, Your Honor. Basically, he wasn't reaching the social media demands in a timely manner.
Okay, and I see texts from him to you spanning from February to July saying, why aren't you posting? Did you post anything between February and July?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Okay. But I see him repeatedly saying...
here and there, you know, my last fight, I got knocked out, was a little concussed, not in the right headspace, but I did my due diligence to do what he asked me to do.
Yeah. The first one is in February. Hey, Corey, just checking in with you on social media posts. I haven't seen any in the last 2 weeks or so. Sorry about that, Barry. I'm on it. Thanks. I'll look out for the posts. So I presume he did do the posts after you prodded him.
He did.
Okay. Then in May, the next time you tell him, hey, Corey, checking back again on those social media posts. I'm not seeing any. Checking back again. What does that refer to? Because are you saying he had no posts between February and May?
He has had a couple posts
All right.
in between.
Hey, Barry, I'm going through a lot right now. I just lost my last match. How long before May 9th had that happened? Do you know?
It was more than 2 weeks.
Okay, understood, but I still need to see the posts as per our contract. Okay, I'll get back on that. The next time you reach out to him isn't until July, so I take it that between May and July, he was posting.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hey, Corey, I'm just reminding you about your obligation per the contract. Hey, Barry, I just got knocked out. Well, what does that mean? I mean, yeah, you still have an obligation under the contract if you want to make the money.
Yes, Your Honor, but
Corey, you signed a contract. We need to see those posts. Fine. All right, that was in July. When was this fight that you got banned from?
6 months ago, Your Honor.
You had your supplement tested that there was, in fact, cross-contamination that disqualifies him for a year.
Yes.
Did you expect him to be happy about that?
Not at all, Your Honor. I wouldn't be happy about that myself.
Right, because he blames you for that.
Right.
You don't think it's fair to blame you because you're just a retailer.
Right. He should be really suing the manufacturer because I don't make the products.
Oh, I assume they have like a waiver on the bottle. You don't happen to have the bottle of the supplement here, do you?
Not on me, Your Honor.
Okay. So why'd you fire him?
For a combination of things, Your Honor. Because he wasn't upkeeping his part of the bargain for being an ambassador and for the threats.
Coming up.
I can't imagine you put your hand lightly on him and said, you've ruined my life.
And why would he not call the authorities if I assaulted him?
That's a fair question. Did you call the authorities at any point?
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Corey Watson, who brought Barry Flores to court for breach of contract.
I can't imagine you walked in there happy.
No, Your Honor.
I can't imagine you put your hand lightly on him and said, "You've ruined my life," because those two things don't match.
And why would he not call the authorities if I assaulted him in his
That's
store?
that's a fair question.
With
Did you call the
witnesses.
authorities at any point?
I did not, Your Honor.
He threatened to break your legs, and you took him seriously enough to fire him over it. Why wouldn't you call the authorities?
I was frazzled in the moment, and that all I was thinking about was just cutting ties with him, Your Honor.
Right. And here's my problem. I have to worry that the reason you want to save your money is because he's just not doing so well. But the reason why the guy can't fight for a whole other year is because of a product that you had him take, and you're his sponsor. I hear what you're saying, that you don't manufacture them, but all of a sudden you give him a supplement. It has a cross-contamination, because I don't think anybody's arguing that it didn't have a cross-contamination. And in other words, it's not like the thing itself was a load of drugs. You know he's going to get tested. How long after that was the fight that you were not allowed to perform in?
So after the failed drug test,
Well, you said that you were taking the supplement for 4 months. So was that for 3 months?
3 months.
3 months. So it was at least 3 months later.
Yeah.
Right. So when I see a text that says July, you didn't fire him for not posting.
Correct.
Right.
Coming up.
The only thing you can hang your hat on is he grabbed me aggressively and said, "You ruined my life." And the question is, didn't you?
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Corey Watson, who brought Barry Flores to court for breach of contract.
So now we have the fight. We have you giving him the stuff. The stuff turns out to be the reason why he can't fight for a year, and you don't want him associated with your brand. So it's not because he wasn't posting. It can't be because he's not winning, because you're not allowed to do that. So the only thing you can hang your hat on is he grabbed me aggressively and said, "You ruined my life." And the question is, didn't you? Kinda?
That was the final straw, Your Honor.
When you fired him, how did you fire him? Like, did you do it by, did you tell him right there, "You're done"? I'm not gonna, how did it happen?
I told him right there, Your Honor.
Told him right there? Wow, you're really a brave man. And how did you take that when he told you you're fired?
I'm not going to lie, Your Honor. I was upset. The feelings got the best of me. I raised my voice. I yelled. I still have these drugs in my system. I don't even know how long it takes for them to get out of my system.
Well, it was a trace amount, you know.
Right.
Right. The rest of it was supplement.
Right.
It was a trace amount. It was unfortunate it got you, but you know he doesn't mix this stuff, right?
Right.
That it just comes from the manufacturer. Right.
Right. But this is also, I'm trusting
So
his
what'd you do
professional
when you got
opinion.
upset? What'd you do?
I got upset and I had a conversation with him.
No. What'd you do?
I told him that he ruined my career. I raised my voice. I did touch him on the shoulder, but not in any kind of aggressive way.
Did you threaten to break his legs?
No, I never did that.
Did he threaten to break your legs?
Yes, Your Honor.
I kind of think maybe you did. I do see that there were many instances where you weren't abiding by the contract. I think that maybe he really just wanted to dump you because you weren't performing the way he thought you'd perform, or not.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
There's two different things going on here. You got banned for a year because of a cross-contamination in a substance. He doesn't make the substance. The manufacturer makes the substance. You have a lawsuit against the manufacturer, perchance, if the bottle doesn't have a waiver on it. I'd look at the bottle first before you go nuts.
Understood.
All right? Two is, Barry Flores, you don't have a right to fire me because I didn't do anything that would cause you to fire me. But you did. By your own admission, you went into one of his stores and in public were raising your voice and getting angry, and that's not part of the deal. I'm not going to order him to pay you $5,000 for the remainder of the contract because he doesn't have to continue to employ someone he's afraid of. So it sounds to me like the real reason he fired you is because you were aggressive with him there, and he doesn't expect to be bandied about by his employee. And it sounds to me like the reason why you were aggressive is because you were so angry that someone had you banned for a year for something that you didn't know. And you're taking that part against the wrong person. So my verdict in this case is for the defendant. I think he had a right to no longer do business with you when you physically touch him without his consent and tell him he ruined your life. And that's my verdict.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
Any last remarks for each other?
None.
Exit this way, please.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Benjamin Leon claims he was commissioned to create a mural, and the defendant painted over it. Kenneth Abrams says the mural depicted the plaintiff's uncle, who was a convicted felon, and his image was bad for business.
Okay, Mr. Leon, you are suing Mr. Abrams for $10,000 in property damage because he painted over a mural of yours. Tell me what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. So originally I am from Urbana, Illinois. I have an immigrant backstory. My parents are immigrants. I'm first generation American. And I've been a painter since I was 15 years old. I started as a graphic artist, got my work recognized in several murals, many of which have ended up in Chicago. And in May of 2024, my uncle, Roy Ramos, was coming to prominence as an official for city council. And so I was commissioned by the Urbana Business Empowerment PAC, which was supporting my uncle. And so I was commissioned to paint a mural of his face on a beautiful building. It was in the newspapers. It was, in the press. I have actually, here's that's the mural.
Wow, you're very talented.
Thank you so much.
Wow, your uncle had to really, this is a how many story building?
I believe 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken.
At least 2.
And so, we've got this.
He must have been pretty psyched. Was he running for office when or he had already won?
He had just won.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
And so that building was owned by a different owner. And then for a couple of months, I then got an email from a new owner who I'd never met before, asking if he could take it down because at one point my uncle was actually brought to court.
Ooh, what happened with your uncle?
Yeah, tax evasion.
Really?
Yeah, not good.
He was charged with tax evasion?
A few months later, he was. So
was he charged with anything besides tax evasion?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware.
And was he convicted?
I think he had to pay a really massive fine, and obviously it's a stamp on his legacy.
Yeah. So what happened to your mural? Because that's what brings us here.
Yes. So that first time I got contacted by Mr. Abrams here, he asked me if he could paint over or destroy the mural because of the allegations.
Okay.
I said no because out of respect for my uncle, whose legacy of being an immigrant hard worker and rising to prominence, I didn't want to just disrespect that and throw it all away. And I wanted to see what would come of it. Then in November, he was convicted.
So that whole innocent until proven guilty thing was, now he's proven guilty.
Yes.
And then what?
Well, I didn't hear from Mr. Abrams. He had supposedly contacted me via email.
But I didn't see it because I was so busy with my work and my mother was sick.
Well, he had already asked you, can I paint over it? And you said no.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So talk to me. You tell me your reasoning for why you wanted to paint over the mural.
I'm a property developer in Urbana. I knew about this painting before I purchased the property. Thought it was a great painting, and when I owned it, I thought I was very proud to own something that lifted up one of our residents of Urbana. But when he was convicted, Your Honor, I was very concerned now, and I do have financial statements that show my businesses did take losses during that time from that conviction on. After.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You bought this building, the mural was already on it.
It was.
So tell me about your conversations with the business owners.
Well, when he was convicted, I was very concerned now that we no longer are lifting up a local resident, but a local felon. And that concerned me. Talking to them, they did tell me that they were losing money, starting to lose, their profits were falling.
And you actually, I saw some statistics that one of the businesses gave you about that.
Yes.
And so, what did you decide to do?
So at that time, I emailed Mr. Leon again, telling him, of the change in the situation is no longer, a possibility that he's been convicted. It's now a black eye on the side of my building as far as I'm concerned and my business.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
There was another option. Paying him to get him to sign a waiver was another option.
He didn't respond.
Well, no, he responded no.
And later.
She was house sitting and pet sitting for my beloved cats, Lulu and Eddie.
These cats are very reckless.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Benjamin Leon, who was suing Kenneth Abrams for property damage.
I did not hear back from him. I waited 90 days, and I never heard back from him. So I hired someone to paint the wall white.
Well, how many times does somebody have to say no, right? Because he had said no to you already.
He had, Your Honor, when he was just charged with it. He wasn't, but once he was convicted.
Well, but the question you ask him when you ask him is, I want to paint over your art, and the answer is no. For whether he had been convicted or hadn't been convicted, you wanted to paint over his art because he was charged, and that
Correct.
You felt was sufficient. He says no. There's a real simple solution to this. If I own the building and I commissioned you to do a mural, I also have you state that whenever I feel like it, I can paint over it. That's what I would say in the agreement. If I'm the building owner, when I commission this, by the way, how much were you paid?
$3,500.
Right. When I commission this, what I do is I say, I can take this out whenever I want. You painted over it.
I did.
Your building is great. Your tenants are happy. But then the issue becomes, what am I supposed to do based on this law that doesn't allow you to take down art unless you're allowed to take down the art? There was another option here. Paying him to get him to sign a waiver was another option.
He didn't respond.
Well, no, he responded no. Okay, and so the thing for you to do that, and I realize it's his uncle, so it's hairy, but you can't just do. When you say he didn't respond, how many times did you try to reach him?
Twice after that, during
Can I
that
see the
90 days.
emails?
Yes.
Were they sent to your correct email? Did you eventually see his emails?
Yes,
Were
ma'am.
you ignoring his emails?
No, ma'am. I was truly busy. It just dropped down to the end of the. You know how it happens. You get too many emails, they get flooded, and you don't see it.
When you say I know how it happens, no, eventually I catch up on my emails.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay, so the first one, he answered and said, no, my uncle's a respected member of the community, I won't besmirch that. So you sent him one more email once he got convicted. I am once again reaching out regarding the mural on my building. I respected your wishes to keep it up originally, but now he's convicted of corruption, by the way. I don't know who's right, and I don't want to have a criminal on my building. It was definitely a felony. My businesses are taking a financial hit. My intention is to paint over it as soon as possible. Please advise. Sending one email is not going to cut it when you have a prior no. You know, it's not. So the question then becomes, what are his damages? How did you come up with $10,000? I mean, do you not think the value of the art is maybe lessened by the conviction?
Yes and no, ma'am.
Okay.
While I know that my uncle's reputation and his legacy has somewhat been tarnished, he did come from nothing and built himself to be
a lot of people come from nothing,
yes,
including me. But what I'm trying to tell you is I've got to assess an amount to your damages. I agree with you.
Yes.
I don't think sending one email after you've already gotten a no is, hey, he didn't answer, I'm going to paint over. No, that's not what's envisioned under the law. But I now have to assess an amount to your damages. I can't just pick the statutory limit of your small claims case. I have to actually assess it. So I'm looking at things like it's meaningful to you, it's your uncle, and he got charged with either corruption or tax evasion and was convicted of either corruption or tax evasion. And I take it he's no longer a city councilman, right?
No, ma'am.
Right. So, and now he's not exactly Urbana's, pedestal child anymore. So he's meaningful to you, but maybe not to the city. You don't think that brings down the value of your art and whether it should be on the side of a building?
I do, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm willing to go for as low as $3,500 or the opportunity to create a new mural.
Oh, he's not going to let you touch his wall. He's not going to let you touch his wall. And if you ever do want somebody to paint a mural there, which is, I happen to love that kind of art, but if you ever happen to do that, get a waiver. And say it's yours, and that because you can do that. The law envisions you doing that, getting a complete waiver, so that if you change your mind the next day, you can put whatever you want up there.
Your Honor, my businesses took thousands of dollars in negative.
Yeah, you didn't though, right? And then we got to kind of seriously, we got to connect it to the loss in business. At that time, could be for 1,000 reasons, not necessarily. So that's not going to be any measure of damages for you. That has nothing to do with you. They paid you the rent. So what I have to assess is literally what that mural is worth under our circumstances. Wow, I hate doing that. You people are always fighting, putting me in the middle. See, when you say, I'm willing to go as low as, well, that's really big of you, but I'm not sure that that's an accurate assessment of the value of the mural to anybody but you and your uncle and your other loved ones. But I want to send a message to you that you don't get to just get a no, send one email, and paint over stuff. This is a time when we do a little rough justice. I am assessing your damages at $2,000, ruling in favor of the plaintiff.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $2,000.
I'm sorry I had to come to this. Maybe we could have communicated more effectively.
No, I've already taken more financial loss so it's just an additional.
Coming up.
She said that she had gone all over, and she said that unfortunately she hadn't found the cat yet. And I put an ad on all over on Nextdoor.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Kathleen Meeks claims she spent thousands to replace a rare Devon Rex cat that ran away when her friend was house-sitting. Nicole Ramirez says the cat is an escape artist and will eventually get tired of roaming and come home.
Okay, Ms. Meeks, you are suing your former friend, Ms. Ramirez, for $2,300 in negligence because she lost your cat.
That's correct, Your Honor.
First of all, how do you two know each other?
We met in yoga class.
How long have you known each other?
For about 6 years.
Okay. Tell me what happened in this case.
She was house sitting and pet sitting for my beloved cats, Lulu and Eddie.
What kind of cats are they?
They are Devon Rex cats.
So she's house sitting, and how do you find out that something's gone wrong?
I get a call from her about the 5th day in of her house sitting, and I find out that Eddie had gotten out.
Did you ask her what, if anything, she was doing to find Eddie?
I did. I
And
said,
what'd she say?
She said that she had gone all over, and she said that unfortunately she hadn't found the cat yet. And I put an ad on all over on Nextdoor, a reward for $500, which I upped later to $1,000. So I'm searching high and low for Eddie.
Okay. So you went out and bought another, what type of, Devon Rex?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have.
That's a strange looking cat. All right. You ended up paying how much for this new cat?
$2,300.
Okay. Let me hear from you, Ms. Ramirez.
I did absolutely everything in my power to take care of those cats and to find Eddie. These cats are very reckless. They are kind of escape artists.
Coming up.
That tends to make a person in my position think that you're opening the door and not really remembering that they're escape artists and being a little careless, and you don't notice when they walk out the door.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a dispute between Kathleen Meeks and Nicole Ramirez over the cost of replacing a unique domestic feline.
How'd the cat get out?
We just don't know. I truly, unfortunately, don't.
I know, that's why you're getting sued. You understand that, right? That you don't know. That tends to make a person in my position think that you're opening the door and not really remembering that they're escape artists and being a little careless, and you don't notice when they walk out the door. That's what I am gleaning from this. Explain to me why you would not be responsible for her new cat costs. I mean, it's a little high.
You know, $2,300 for a cat isn't.
Yeah, but why should she have to spend that money if it's your fault that the cat got lost?
He really is. He has a history of escaping, and he's kind of become untrained.
Has Eddie ever escaped on you before?
He has had a habit of escaping a couple of times, but we've always got him back.
They're intrigued by what's outside. The fact that everybody knows that Eddie's an escape artist makes it kind of worse that you're not making sure that the door is closed. It's happening under your watch.
Cats run away daily.
Yeah, cats run away,
and they come back. So that's the other thing.
Has the cat come back?
No, the cat hasn't come back, but if it comes back in a week and I just paid her $2,300 for a missing cat.
I got an idea. If the cat comes back in a week, then you sue her for the $2,300 back because she got the cat back. Just don't bring it in front of me, okay? These are a very special breed of cat that are very, very expensive. However, I'm going to say something now that's going to crush you a little bit. You know, they're still property, and property has to be depreciated. The cost of a beautiful new little tiny kitten who's going to live X amount of expected lifespan is not the same value of Eddie, no matter how much you love Eddie.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
So the question for me in a court of law is, what is the depreciated value of a 4-year-old Devon Rex?
I don't think we can put a price on that. I mean, do you have an animal?
I know, and yet that's what I have to do. Isn't that something? I gotta put a price on it, right? Yeah. That's my job, so I'm gonna put a price on it.
Eddie is $2,300 for this new cat.
Yeah, I know you want replacement value. That's not what you get in court. What you get in court is what she did wrong. What she did wrong is a 4-year-old cat got loose.
That's correct.
So I'm gonna do a little hocus pocus right now and depreciate Eddie, which that's the part I meant was gonna be painful, but that's what I'm supposed to do. What is the value on the open market of a 4-year-old Devon Rex? That's what I have to do. So,
honestly, Your Honor,
we're done. I'm going to depreciate Eddie, sorry Eddie, by a percentage that is appropriate for those years. I'm awarding you $1,533.33 towards the purchase of your new cat. That's my verdict.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $1,533.33.
I really did love Eddie, and I am very sorry that this happened.
I know you did. And I appreciate what you're able to give in replacement for him.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say, I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Lucas Brennan says his dad promised him a vintage sedan, but sold the family heirloom out of spite after they had a falling out. Raymond Brennan says the car belonged to him, and he needed the money to repair his leaky roof.
Mr. Brennan, you are suing your father, Mr. Brennan, for $10,000 for breach of contract. Tell me what's going on.
My father, for decades, has promised me that he will give me on my 30th birthday the ownership to a vintage sedan. That is our family's. Last August, he came to visit my fiance and I and our son, his grandson.
How old's the grandson?
He's 2. So he had an altercation with my fiance where he was upset with her because he didn't feel like she was doing enough parenting of the child. And
meaning what, discipline?
Yes, exactly.
What was his complaint?
He was complaining that our child was throwing toys around the house and had too much energy and was being too rambunctious, and my response was that he's 2, and we're 2 working parents, and we're doing our best with what we have.
Okay, did your fiance respond at all?
Yes. So if I may offer evidence, would you need a
first
copy?
tell me what it is.
So the evidence is a text conversation between my fiance and I. It was...
Okay, no, what I was asking is, did she respond to him at that moment?
She felt like he was being disrespectful and
right,
wanted
so what
an
did
apology.
she say? Because she felt that way, she said what? What did she say to him?
She said, I feel disrespected by
and
you.
what did he say?
He thought that he was just giving his 2 cents as a father.
What did you say to your, what did you say?
Well, the kid was going a little crazy, yes, too, but he was actually legitimately throwing the toys around the room.
Okay.
And I thought, at least you could do is step in. I was just making a creative suggestion to her, saying...
to her?
To her.
Why not to him?
Why
not to him?
I talked to his fiance.
But why to her? Why not to him?
Because he was
Maybe you could get more creative with your suggestions with your own son instead of her.
Well, he was actually in the kitchen at the time.
Okay, so you said to her what?
I said, you should have a little more control over him because he's actually...
When in your life has that gone over well? Telling someone in their home that they should have more control over their kid.
Well, he's wrecking things in the house.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, why are you saying this to her? Don't you think there might have been a better way, like maybe saying something to your son?
That probably would have been the better option.
Oh, you think?
It was the heat of the moment, and I was...
What heat? You're just a bystander. Did he poke your eye out? The kid was just doing what they do, perhaps a little too permissive a situation, but honestly, if you're gonna criticize somebody's parenting, don't you think it would be better to wait and talk to your son privately?
I was just offering a creative suggestion.
That never goes over well. There's always a fine line between grandparents offering a creative suggestion and grandparents criticizing the parenting of the person. So you err all the time on the side of, unless it's danger. All right, go on.
So I thought I'd give the creative suggestion, like I said.
Super creative.
She didn't
discipline your kid. He's out of control. Super creative.
She did not
take it well.
appreciate. Yeah.
Right.
No,
what did she say to you?
Don't try to teach me how to parent my kid.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, you got to step in somewhere. Because if this continues throughout life, granted, he's only 2. Yes, the terrible 2s are always bad. Maybe a little, hey, don't do that would be nice.
Is that how you said it to her?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about if she would parent the kid.
Why don't you wait till your son comes back in the room and see if he parents the kid?
Well, I raised my son to be a wonderful person.
Okay.
When we lost his mother.
How old was he when you lost your
He was 13 years old.
I'm sorry about both of your
And
loss.
I took on full responsibility. I did what I could to survive, and I would even not eat so he could eat. And that's why I don't understand why he's dragging me to court.
Well, he's dragging you to court because, according to him, You promised him the car when he turned the magical age of 30, and you sold it, even though his name was on the title. Now, you were going to show me some text from your fiance to you?
Yes, it was just further proof that I was in the middle of this argument that they had, and the only thing I asked of my father was that he apologized to my fiance and he could visit Lucas Jr. and he could see his grandson.
Wait. So all of a sudden he couldn't see his grandson? He wasn't welcome in the home?
That was part of it. It was that there was a fight in August, then September came my birthday.
But in August, did your fiance tell you he's not welcome at the home?
Yes, after that argument in
Did you
August.
ever tell him you're not welcome at the home until you apologize?
Yes.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
How much do you have to up the ante based on just stubbornness? Why are you doing this? When was the last time you saw your grandkid?
It's been a few months.
How do you feel about that?
I don't like it at all.
And later.
You just want the book back because it's worth $7,500.
Is that when you first learned how valuable a first edition of Little
Judge.
Women was?
Yes, Judge.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Lucas Brennan, who's fighting with his father, Raymond Brennan, over the sale of a vintage car.
What was his reaction?
He thought it was ridiculous. He didn't think he needed to apologize to her.
Okay.
He thought he should have a part in his grandson's life, and I wholeheartedly agree. I'm just asking for one thing from him, and...
You know your dad pretty well, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you think that was going to go over well with him, that he was forced to apologize to see his grandkid?
No.
Right. And can I ask you something? What's the big deal about apologizing? If you hurt somebody's feelings, why wouldn't you just apologize? Who cares?
I understand that, but this is the principle of the whole thing.
What's the principle? That you should be able to tell a parent that they stink at what they're doing whenever you please?
At the time, I didn't feel like I was in the wrong.
Okay, and then later, why wouldn't the first words out of your mouth be fine? I'm sorry about that. Why wouldn't you just do that?
I didn't think I did anything wrong.
Who cares? Are you a grown-up or aren't you? Like, who cares if you did something right or wrong? You're the third party in a home situation, criticizing the two parties in that situation, but really only her. And then he tells you, please, will you apologize to her and get this over with? And instead of just doing it, you sell the car. Tell me about the selling of the car.
After we didn't resolve our issues, I felt that, okay, the roof is leaking on my house, and I didn't want to take out any debt to pay for the roof. And so I had an estimate come in, and it happened to be the right price of the same car that I sold the car for.
The Cadillac that you promised him for decades?
Yeah. But
why would you do that if you promised it to your son for decades?
I promised it when he was a little kid.
Did you promise it again and again and again?
Well, every time we rode in the car.
Yeah. So
it's like someday
why would
this
you
is going to be
sell
yours.
How much do you have to up the ante based on just stubbornness? Why are you doing this? When was the last time you saw your grandkid?
It's been a few months.
How do you feel about that?
I don't like it at all.
So why don't you just stop it then by doing what, even if you don't think you have to, why wouldn't you just do it? In any event, why would you sell the car that you promised to your son? Never mind what you did to her, okay? You feel like you were in the right.
I've been living paycheck to paycheck for
Why
pretty
would
much
you
all my
sell
life.
the car that you promised your son? Your
didn't
roof was
have-
just fine until this argument. All of a sudden, your roof has to have the repair that day, and you have to sell the car you've been promising him from the time he was little?
I didn't have the money.
You put his name on the car, didn't you?
I did.
When did you do that?
On his 18th birthday. My intentions were always to give him the car.
Now, you didn't put it solely in his name. It was in both your names, either or. That's how you were able to sell it. It was not Lucas and Raymond. It was Lucas or Raymond. So it only
Correct.
required one of your signatures to sell it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but both of your names are on the car.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, we'd be looking at this and saying, is this a contract or isn't it? Sometimes a promise can be enforceable as a contract if there's detrimental reliance thereon. And it can't just be, well, I'm disappointed. It's got to be actual detrimental reliance thereon. He'd have a hard time showing that. He has a great time showing that you're a miserable dad to promise him the car forever and then take it away. You're that petty. He'd have a real easy time proving that. but he would have a very hard time proving that he detrimentally relied on the promise. What's detrimental reliance? You know, you go out and you buy all the parts for the thing, and so you've got thousands of dollars worth of parts in it. Well, I'm supposed to get it. I detrimentally relied on this. You know, that's detrimental reliance. However, he's got another argument, which is my name's on the car. So when he did that on my 18th birthday, now we both own the car. So in what planet wouldn't you owe him at a minimum $5,000?
I just feel that it was my car to begin with, my right to sell it. The money was needed at the time. Matter of fact, it's
Has
needed.
he always been this stubborn?
Yes.
Did he raise you single-handedly?
After I was 13, yes.
I don't understand how you would put your relationship with your son at jeopardy, put your relationship with your grandson at jeopardy, and put the relationship with your grandson's mother in jeopardy just to be right. How can you think, oh, I'm insulted, he's taking me to court? Like, he's taking you to court because he's hurt. Don't you see that?
But
like, you would rather be right than have a relationship with your grandson. You would rather be right than give your son something you promised him all his life. Sounds awful when I say it, doesn't it?
It does.
Right. So reflect. And in the meantime, you owe him $5,000. So I am issuing a verdict for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000 because you put his name on that title. I'm going to bang that gavel in a second, and I'm going to walk off the bench. And I'm probably going to text my kids, and then I'll talk to them later, and we'll have Thanksgiving together, and we'll have Christmas together, and I'll visit with them. And if they ever bless me with grandchildren, I will be seeing my grandkid and keeping my mouth shut. What are you going to do?
Probably have to keep my mouth shut from this day forward.
Well, maybe first say, I'm sorry if that's the recipe that's needed, even if you don't mean it. Try to mean it, but if you don't, look at where this got us. Verdict to the plaintiff.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $5,000.
I'm sorry it had to go down like this. I still love you.
I'm sure we can hash this out and become a loving family together.
Coming up.
Did you tell her how you came to have the book, or you didn't tell her?
I didn't tell her. I did tell her dad, who's my brother.
Okay.
He leaned over to me and he was like, "You won the birthday."
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Daniel Robertson claims his neighbor mistakenly took a valuable first edition novel from his book giveaway and refused to return it. Kellen Clark says he gave the literary classic to his niece and won't take it away from her.
Mr. Robertson, you are suing your neighbor, Mr. Clark, for $7,500 that you want him to pay you, and he refuses to do so. What happened here?
I am an avid book collector, a reader. I have over 200 books at my home. My wife died recently, and I'm downsizing. I'm moving out of our home.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you. And we have one room that we kind of converted to a reading room, if you will, and we have all our books in there. In the middle of moving, the boxes are all over the place. And so I decided to give some books away to neighbors and to some friends. And I got in touch with the defendant, and he's a good friend. He's a good guy. I've known him for about 10 years. And I said, would you like some of the books? And he said, I'd love to come over and get them. Well, the day that he decided to come over, I was not available. I was going out on a job interview at the time, and he said, I can't make it. I said, listen, I'll leave the back door open. Come on in. When you leave, just lock up. I have all the books that I really keep as close to me in my bedroom. However, in the reading room, the books that are in there, help yourself.
Okay.
That was fine. I came home. He had already gone. The door was locked. I knew that he had come. There was a piece of the set that was missing, and it was Little Women.
Were they first editions?
I had no idea where they were from. I do know that they were from my granny, and so I wanted to make sure that that set didn't get divided up.
Coming up.
When you call him, you know the value of the book. Don't you think he's going to go, wait, what? Like, don't you think he's going to be upset?
I thought we would have a good laugh about it.
Good laugh about it.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a dispute between Daniel Robertson and Kellen Clark over a first edition novel.
I said, I want that book back. And he said, I'm not going to rip it out of my niece's hands. No way I'm going to do that. And he hung up on me. He followed up with a text after that said, I'm not going to give you the book back. You just want the book back because it's worth $7,500.
Is that when you first learned how valuable a first edition of Little
Judge.
Women was?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Talk to me, Mr. Clark. What happened?
I just want to start out by saying Daniel's a great guy. We have been neighbors for close to 10 years. We became close because we are both collectors. I collect VHS tapes. He collects books. We had a date set. He got a job interview, and I let him know, let's reschedule.
Hold on. Why would anybody collect VHS tapes?
I mean, they're worth more than gold. It's going to be the future. Yeah.
Like, no, but wait, you're planning on it being, I mean, do people really, I am not being sarcastic. I'm asking you, people really, that's a thing? People collect VHS tapes?
It's growing.
Right. Go on.
Yeah, so he let me know I could come check out his books. I did go over. I went straight to the library, looked through the books, grabbed about 15, one of which was Little Women. I didn't know it was a first edition. All I knew is that my niece, she loved that movie that came out a few years ago. I wanted to give her this book. I gave her the book. She was ecstatic. She loved this book. I've never seen her so happy. First of all, I've never seen her set down her phone and read a book, and it was for this one. And as she was reading it, she was like, Uncle K, this is a first edition.
So between all of you, the one who realized it was a first edition was a 13-year-old?
She's smarter than all of us.
God bless her. Go on.
She recognized that it was a first edition. She then Googled it and was like, this is worth $7,500.
Did you tell her how you came to have the book, or you didn't tell her?
I didn't tell her. I did tell her dad, who's my brother.
Okay.
He leaned over to me and he was like, you won the birthday.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
When you call him, you know the value of the book. So you call him to tell him the value of the book. Don't you think he's going to go, wait, what? Like, don't you think he's going to be upset?
I thought we would have a good laugh about it.
Good laugh about it?
If it's the book that she's so concerned about and enjoying so much because she enjoyed the movie, and now she's reading the book and she's so
Yeah, I'm not buying that
excited.
stuff either. I mean, it's not that I'm not buying it. I'm sure every word you said was true. That's not why you won't give this back. I mean, because it's that she realized that it's a first edition. Now it's super valuable to her, and you don't want to take that out of her. It's not like he said, no, give it back, I'm going to replace it, and then went out and sold it. And your feeling is, oh, wait, I gave away something I didn't mean to give away.
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, you're suing to either get the book back or the value of the book.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here's the problem. The only thing that matters is the fact that the gift was completed. Once a gift is completed, he's the owner of the book. And I cannot order him to return the book or to pay you the money. I'm sorry, that law is super clear and my hands are completely tied. Good luck.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
I am just glad that justice was served and I didn't have to take a book out of a young girl's hands.
Legally, that may be correct, as a judge said. I thought morally you had better balances than that.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Catherine DeJohnny claims her daughter quit the defendant's theater camp after she was bullied, and she wants a refund. Frank Toll says the 12-year-old was disruptive and goofed off and wasn't bullied.
Okay, Ms. Dajani, you are suing Mr. Toll for the return of $4,300 in camp fees because, according to you, they were negligent in their behavior towards your child.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, how old is it's a daughter?
Yes, my
and
daughter.
How old is your daughter?
She's 12 years old.
12 years old, okay. Was this the first time she went to sleepaway camp?
Yes, that's the first time.
Okay, and so tell me about the camp. You put her in this camp, why?
So she likes theater, and she wanted to express more of that side, so I enrolled her on the Mr.
How
Toll's.
did you pick his camp?
So I researched many other theater camps, and his seemed, at least, to be the best of the other theater camps, sleeping camps. So I thought that might be the best option for her.
Okay, were any of her friends going, or?
No, she went alone, Your Honor.
Okay. Is your daughter an outgoing person? Is she shy, more reserved?
She's more a reserved child, Your Honor.
So but she was happy about going?
Yeah, she was very excited.
Okay, good. All right, so what happens? She goes to camp, you drop her, how far is it from your home?
About 2 hours.
Okay, so it's not too far. All right, so she goes to camp and what happens?
So she's very happy in the start. She was texting me every day. And
So this is a camp where you allow them to have their phones?
Well, yes, it's free time, but only at the end of the day after they finish their classes.
Okay.
She was very happy.
I don't know, because I'm Cuban. We don't send our kids to sleepaway camp. We don't even want them moving out at 30. But tell me about do most camps, I kind of have a recollection of other mothers saying, I can't talk to my kid, they can only write. Is that just the old days or what?
No, that's still true today. We want kids to have an independent experience,
right?
To learn on their own, interacting with other children.
Right.
It's a way to grow, to take chances, to make radical changes in their lives.
Okay. Do you find that kids who are first-time camp goers kind of miss home more than other kids?
Yeah, they get homesick, but after about a week, they're acclimatized to the situation.
Okay.
So we want to encourage that free thinking, away from the parents, no safety net,
But you do allow them to make any phone contact they want just at the end of the day?
Yeah, it's completely discouraged.
Okay, discouraged.
Discouraged.
But you don't take their phones away?
No, we don't.
But I guess it comes and everybody makes their own decision at these camps about how it should work.
Yes, but we strongly recommend that the parent or guardian stay out of it and as minimally as possible for the growth of the child.
That's hard sometimes, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's
hard for the kid, it's hard for the parent.
Right,
That's why I almost think it's better when you guys say you have no contact for the first week, and then after that, you know.
But any contact is forbidden up to 4 p.m.
Yeah.
So in the evenings, there's an opportunity.
Okay. Did you know that contact was forbidden up to 4 p.m.?
Yes.
And were you contacting your daughter before 4 p.m.?
I was contacting her between the allowed time, Your Honor.
So not before 4 p.m.?
Well, sometimes.
Okay. Were you having trouble getting used to her being away?
Not much.
All right, so what happens?
So she was very excited in the camp, the first few days, but I noticed with her text that she was very dismissive. She didn't want to talk about it. And I just felt different. Like, she wasn't talking to me. She always talks to me, Your Honor. So she didn't want to talk to me. So something was wrong. I could tell something was wrong. And I just kept pushing and pushing for her to talk to me. And she called me one day, and she just told me she was getting bullied. And she just wasn't having fun anymore.
Hold on. Wait, I can only hear one person at a time. She was being bullied.
Yes.
Okay, that's a conclusion. What are the facts that led her to conclude that she was being bullied? Did she share those with you or no?
She said she was being excluded from the group, Your Honor.
Is that all? Or was there somebody picking on her and saying things that were mean to her or shoving her? Or I need you to explain how what she meant by bullying.
She didn't mean aggression, but she did mean that they were on purpose excluding her from activities, from talks.
Okay, I'm not sure that qualifies as bullying, though. That qualifies as being rude. So that's what she tells you.
Yes.
And then what happens?
So I called Mr. Toll and I told him what she told me. I told him that she was being bullied and I asked him to stop it.
Did you say by that I mean she was being excluded? Can you see about whether she's being excluded, or what did you say?
I did mention that, yes.
You said she's being excluded.
And bullied.
And bullied. Okay, well, how was she
my
being...
daughter told me she was being bullied, so I believe her, Your Honor.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
I think the kid that punched her did it on purpose.
She was acting out. She was
acting out how? Guys, I cannot stress enough how much I am going to press you when you reach a conclusion, because you are not wearing the black dress I am.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Catherine Dajani, who is suing Frank Toll for a theater camp refund.
When I asked you how she was being bullied, you said she was being excluded. Was there another way she was being bullied?
She didn't specify that, but she did mention bullying.
Did she mention any other conduct that anyone else engaged in towards her besides exclusion?
She didn't say anything else.
Do you think there was something else?
I think there was.
After you've pulled her out of camp, what does she say? Does she say anything else happened?
No, she just kept pushing me off, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, she calls you and she says what?
She accused the other kids of bullying her at the camp. So I listened attentively. At our camp, we take bullying very seriously. We investigate any reports of bullying, child on child. We have a process that's taken care of internally. I spoke with the camp counselors and other people.
First, what did you tell her on the phone?
Oh,
what
that
did she tell you, and what did you tell her?
Yeah, so we said we'll look into it. We take it seriously. And I told her we'll speak to the camp counselors and anyone else on staff and see if there's any observations of bullying. And frankly, there wasn't any.
Did you ever call the child in?
No.
Why isn't that part of the protocol? Like just
Well,
to
it's
ask
not.
her?
I didn't, but the camp counselor did.
So what did the camp counselor obtain as information from her child? What did?
No evidence of bullying.
So did she say, I feel like I'm being excluded, or?
I don't know the exact conversation, but she wasn't comfortable at the camp. She didn't assimilate very well. She wasn't very engaged.
What did your counselors tell you? Was she a loner? What exactly was happening?
Well, she just wasn't good at socializing with the other kids. In fact, she was quite disruptive at times.
How was she disruptive?
Well, she would interrupt rehearsals by goofing off, joking.
Maybe she was.
Wait a minute, hold on. I thought she wasn't social. What is she now? She's too social? Which is
she was acting out. She was
acting out. Guys, I cannot stress enough how much I am going to press you when you reach a conclusion, because you are not wearing the black dress I am. I'm going to press you and make you tell me how.
There's 2 written reports of her behavior.
Okay, let's see them.
It's Exhibit C.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me get there. Hold on. Middle grade R&J. What's R&J?
Romeo and Juliet. We're putting on production.
Middle grade Romeo and Juliet rehearsal. Sierra distracted multiple students during rehearsal. By doing what? And after a student asked her to stop, she continued to make jokes and not follow the scene we were rehearsing. Failure to follow proper directions and stay with the group. Well, she doesn't sound introverted and a loner at all. What ended up resulting from this?
So she agreed to follow directions in the future.
Okay. So, and then there was a second one?
Yeah, that wasn't the end of it.
Sierra asked Sarah. Who's Sarah?
She's one of the counselors.
Oh, okay. Sierra asked Sarah if she could use her phone during lunchtime, which was denied. She then said that Sarah was an a-hole and walked away. So she said that to the counselor?
Yeah, it's very disrespectful. That's not
Did you know
permitted.
about this? Did they show you this report?
They did after it all happened, Your Honor.
Sarah pulled Sierra from lunch and told her that it was disrespectful to call people names. Yeah, I'll say.
Your Honor, I believe my daughter was not being heard, and she got stressed out, and she
Your
didn't know
daughter's
what
12
else
years
to
old.
do.
I cannot imagine. I had 3 of those 12-year-old girls go through my house. I was a 12-year-old girl. In a million years, it wouldn't occur to me to call my camp counselor an a-hole. Like, that's kind of, pretty severe.
Maybe she
so you
felt
feel
like she had no
like you're
other
telling me
choice.
like she felt like she wasn't being heard, like that is an appropriate reason to have that response. How did you end up pulling her out?
Well, after I told Mr. Toll what happened, the very next day, she gets punched in the face.
Punched in the
so
face.
I took her out of there, yes. I
Okay,
didn't feel
tell me
safe
how
for her.
you found that out.
an accident, Your
Just a
Honor.
second. Tell me how you found that out, and then we'll get into. Go ahead.
Mr. Toad called me, and she alerted me about an incident in the classroom of my daughter getting punched in the face during a rehearsal.
Okay, and was it a deliberate punch?
That is what I believe, yes.
No. What was it he told you?
He said it was a rehearsed punch.
In other words, they were doing a fight scene?
Of some sorts, yes.
Okay, but you think that it was deliberate?
I think the kid that punched her did it on purpose.
What evidence do you have of that?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. But to get the 4,300 back, you gotta have some.
I have my mother's intuition.
Okay, I have mother's intuition too. I cannot tell you how many times it's been wrong. It's really hard when you let your kid go to sleepaway camp. There are great things that happen, so I hear. It teaches them independence. It teaches them to solve their own problems. It teaches them. I see the tenor of your text, and I see 100% that you are exactly the mother I was. I was too much of a helicopter mom. But that's how we are. And if that's how we are, that's how we are. And when at some point, when they call you and tell you that, you talk to your daughter, and your daughter says, I want to go home. She's not having a good time. So you take her home. I don't fault you for that. I mean, maybe this isn't the right place for her to learn all the things you want them to learn at sleepaway camp. If she's miserable, you go, you pick her up. You know, I understand that. What I don't understand is that then you come to court and you want all your money back. You may have made the best decision for your daughter. You may not have. I don't know. Only time will tell. But if that's a decision that you make, and sometimes our decisions cost us, not the other guy.
Coming up.
I was teaching fight choreography. She got hit in the jaw.
Did you witness this yourself?
Yes, I was there.
Okay, how hard was the hit? That's very hard.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Catherine Dajani, who is suing Frank Toll for a theater camp refund.
Tell me about the punch.
Okay, let me explain the incident. So we were rehearsing a fight scene. I was teaching fight choreography. So in this process, we simulate the slapping or punching of a face. And the way it works is one of the actors throws a punch in front of the face of the other actor and pretends there's a contact.
Yeah. And what is the other actor supposed to do?
Just remain still and trust the other actor to miss the face.
So who is the child whose fist made contact with her daughter? Is this a girl?
It's a girl. It's a girl.
And did the girl have any prior interactions that were unpleasant?
No, there was none of that. So her daughter, Sierra, wasn't really paying attention during this teaching of how to do this process. And so when we rehearsed the scene, instead of remaining still, she leaned into the fist and got hit in the jaw.
Did you witness this yourself?
Yes, I was there.
Okay, how hard was the hit?
Not very hard.
Show me, like, hit the lectern that's in front of you. That's pretty hard.
Coming up.
She kept telling me that she was being bullied. I
Right.
told him about it.
You can't.
I told you that she's
Is your daughter here to
bullied.
testify? No, right? I don't see her with you.
I don't think it's fair to put her through this.
That's fine. So you make decisions based on your mother's intuition about what is best for your child, and I respect that 100%. The thing is, if you want to prove your case, it would help to have her here.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Catherine Dajani, who is suing Frank Toll for a theater camp refund.
So it hit her, and what did it cause? Did she bleed?
There's no bruising.
Any bruising?
No bruising.
Any redness?
None of that. She was just...
What was her reaction, Sierra's reaction?
She was just all shook up, so we moved her and the other girl from the stage.
Was the other girl apologetic? I mean,
yes. We had them checked out by our medical staff. There's nothing.
Okay.
Not a problem.
But you thought that under the circumstances, under any circumstance, I guess, you would tell the parent anyway, right? What happened?
Yeah, absolutely. Things like that happen, which happens very rarely, but they do happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I called up Miss Dajani and explained what happened. It was an accident.
And then what did she say?
She flipped out. She thought the kid deliberately punched her daughter.
Okay. And did she say, I'm picking her up?
Yeah, she said.
So did you talk to your daughter before deciding to pick her up?
No, Your
Sounds like a no. All right. When you got there, was your daughter happy to leave?
She was, yes.
Yeah. All right. I don't know that you've been able to prove to me that they did something wrong.
Your Honor.
You have to be able to prove, because you sign a waiver, but the waiver doesn't include negligence on their part.
Exactly.
Right. So
That is why
what's
we're
the
here.
negligence on their part?
The negligence is that she kept telling me that she was being bullied. I
Right.
told him about it.
You can't
I told you that she's
Is your daughter here to testify? No, right? I don't see her with you.
I don't think it's fair to put her through this.
That's fine. So you make decisions based on your mother's intuition about what is best for your child, and I respect that 100%. The thing is, if you want to prove your case, it would help to have her here, because you are the only one saying she was bullied. I do not hear her saying she was bullied. When I ask what bullied means, it means excluded. It just sounds like she wasn't having a good time at sleepaway camp. That's what it sounds like.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
So maybe it's great for you to take her out, but you are going beyond that and saying, court of law, I want all of my money back because they breached the contract because of their carelessness. Now I'm going to need to hear what their carelessness was. It can't possibly be that your daughter leaned in and got hit a little bit because during a fight scene when they're teaching that can't possibly be it. It's really more of that she was being as good. But what did they do wrong?
Your Honor, I told them to check on my daughter to make sure she wasn't being bullied. Or
I'm looking at your daughter's text and, tell me exactly what your daughter says to you that made you jump to the...
She called me, Your Honor. She didn't text it, but she called me and then she said it. But
and then you
only after
immediately said, Mommy to the rescue. I'm going to call your counselors right now. Who's the girl who's bullying you? And the name she gave you was what? Sarah.
Sarah.
Sarah's the counselor?
Sarah's the counselor.
Sarah's not a child?
No, she's the counselor.
Yeah, I'm not going to rule in your favor, Ms. Dajani. Again, I respect you as a mother. You do what you got to do, what you feel is best for your kid. But I'm not going to make them return the money. That one's on you, not on them. Verdict for the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
Justice was served.
Okay. Exit this way, please. Make sure you grab all of your belongings. Ladies first.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Crystal Vale claims she needed to have a cosmetic procedure because the defendant's ferret bit her lip. Jared Chopra says he told Miss Vale that his pet was skittish and she should not have tried to kiss his ferret.
Ms. Vale, you are suing your former boyfriend, Mr. Chopra, for $2,704 in medical bills that you sustained that you believe are due to his negligence. Tell me what happened.
I met Jared about 4 months ago at a coffee shop, and I thought he was nice. He paid for my latte.
He paid for your latte before or after you met him? Like, that was smooth.
Last we met.
Okay.
And I thought he was cute, and that's why I accepted the coffee. And then we got onto a second date. We went to a restaurant that he paid for. The third date, it was also at a restaurant. And the last date, that's when the incident happened. It was at his apartment. He made dinner for me, and even though I mentioned him that I'm vegetarian and that I love animals. He has never once mentioned his support animal.
Support animal? What was his support animal? Is a what?
It's a ferret.
A ferret. A ferret support animal. Oh, come on.
So he said he was going to his bedroom, which I thought it was going to be something else. But then I saw that his ferret was in his bed, and to me, that I'm an animal lover, I told him if I could pet him. He said that he sometimes gets anxious.
The ferret?
Yeah, the ferret.
So what'd you do?
I asked him if I could give him a treat. He said yes, so I did. I got close to him, and he bit me.
Did the ferret have to jump to bite you, or no, the ferret
He
was
jumped.
already there?
No, he jumped.
He jumped how much did he jump?
Like this.
Okay, I got it. And did it hurt?
Yeah.
Did you bleed?
A lot, yes,
Okay.
I did.
What was his reaction when you got bit?
I would say that his tone was very aggressive, kind of like blaming me or being like...
How so? How did he blame you? Hold
Like,
on, you'll get your chance, I promise you. How did he blame you?
Like, see, I told you, like, you don't have to be friendly like that.
What is your ferret's name? Your emotional support ferret?
My ferret's name is Luke.
Your ferret's name is Luke?
Yes.
Why not? All right. So now he gets you Tylenol, and I presume something to put to the blood. And how's the date go after that?
Well, I decided to leave.
So you guys stopped dating then, right?
Yeah.
I want to understand from you what the things he said to you before you left. He got you Tylenol, he got you something to wipe the blood, and did he offer to pay your medical expenses?
Yes,
he did.
Yeah, but I decided to heal it on my own.
Well, how'd you heal it on your own?
I put aloe vera. I have the evidence here of the medication.
Here, let me see what you put.
It's here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but this is $29.11, and you're suing for $2,704.
Yeah.
Tell me how I get from this to that.
Okay, so here's a picture of how it looked the next morning. And
Yeah.
to me, I don't...
It's red, okay, and?
Well, as I told you, I'm a waitress, so I don't gain a lot of money. Most of the money that I gain is from tips. But after this incident, a lot of people thought that I had an infection or that I was poisoning their food, so my tips gone.
Poisoning their food? How did they get to that? I wouldn't want you touching my food if I think you have an infection, but, poisoning your food.
Yeah, they asked for another waitress, which to me was very hard.
And so what did you do?
I got lip plumping.
You got what?
Lip plumping and coloring for my lips.
Wait. Give me the bills for what you did. You got lip plumping, the cosmetic procedure of plumping your lips.
Yes.
And you want him to pay for the cosmetic procedure of lip plumping. Give me the receipts. Let me see what you got there. Mr. Chopra, has your ferret ever bit anyone else?
No, ma'am, my honor.
But your ferret is skittish.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, what's an emotional support ferret? Like, tell me how a ferret calms one.
My therapist recommended to take him in as my emotional support animal.
Oh, your therapist actually recommended which animal
No,
to take
because I had my ferret as my pet before.
Oh, you already had the ferret as your pet, but you wanted to be able to legitimately take your ferret to places where I don't want your ferret.
Exactly.
Right, don't, okay?
Coming up on Justice for the People.
So she gets bit. Did you think it was a big deal?
I didn't think it was a big deal.
I've been worried about rabies. That's what I would be thinking about.
Because it was just like a little tiny blood.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And later.
Okay, do you have pictures of the damage?
That is the picture of the damage. The pictures really don't do it justice. The floorboards are warped. There are nails sticking up. I had to get the whole thing replaced.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with a dispute between Crystal Vale and Jared Chopra over medical bills from a ferret bite.
You tell her, well, my ferret is skittish, and then how close did she get to the ferret?
As she was about to kiss him.
She was about to kiss your ferret?
Yes.
On a first date?
On a first date with the ferret.
When you saw her getting close, did you say no, or?
Yeah, she just got done giving a treat to my ferret while I was holding him, and then I put him on the bed, and then she just went to kiss him on the mouth.
She kissed you on the mouth yet?
Nope.
Oh. So she gets bit.
Mm-hmm.
And did you think it was a big deal, or you didn't think it was a big deal?
I didn't think it was a big deal.
I've been worried about rabies. That's what I would be thinking about.
Because it was just like a little tiny blood.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but then I offered her urgent care that, hey, I will take you to urgent care right now. And then she just said goodbye and left.
And when did she tell you, and I never want to see you again? Did that ever come up?
Over text.
Over text. What did she say to you?
I have the proof. Do you mind if I...
Let me spy into your life. Judges love texts because they happen before anybody's in court, so people tend to be very honest with each other. Hi, Crystal, just checking in. How's your lip today? Hi, Jared. It's still swollen and sore, but I've been icing it and keeping it clean. I don't usually do Western poison, so I picked up arnica oil and aloe vera this morning. Okay, the offer's there if you still change your mind, I guess, meaning to take her to urgent care. Mm-hmm. I didn't expect to get bit when you said it was okay to give him a treat. Well, I was holding him for that, but he was startled when you went down and tried to kiss him. He seemed so nice and cute.
I was nice and cute.
Yeah, but she didn't kiss you. I have fun with you these last few weeks, but I think it's best if we move on and see other people. Understood. Take care. And then a little more than a month later, she texts you, hey, Jared, it's Crystal. Remember me? The girl your ferret bit. Anyway, just want to let you know I ended up having to have some work done on my lip because it healed unevenly. I got lip plumping and lip blush. What's lip blush? Like tattoo?
My lip got a little bit white over here. I can show you over here.
Yeah, show me. I need you to reimburse me $1,675. This is what your check says. How did your text become $2,704?
That was after the procedure that I got. I mean, a lot of doctors.
How did it go from $1,675 to $2,704?
Oh, I just needed more sessions.
More sessions.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lot cheaper than what you would have had to pay at an ER. ER, hardly, Crystal. You're overreacting. It was a small bite, totally minimal damage. And anyway, you leaned in after I told you that he can get jumpy. That's not on me. You didn't say he'd bite my face. Well, what do you think jumpy means? I mean, if someone's telling you, you admit that he told you, he can get a little bit jumpy, and then he's holding him for you to give him the treat. Why are you going for a kiss?
Well, he didn't say that.
He didn't say what? Please don't lean in because the ferret is going to bite you in the lip when you try to kiss him? Because the ferret doesn't know you very well, and it's a first date? What did you expect him to say to you?
Well, it wasn't the first date.
I didn't mean with him. I meant with the ferret.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well.
I meant because it's the first time you meet the ferret.
Mm-hmm.
I was
I
joking.
mean, I've had a lot of hamsters and guinea pigs.
Okay, that's not a ferret.
Yeah, but I thought so. I thought
but
they
it's
were
not.
different.
It looks like a ferret, but it's not a ferret.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if I don't want to swap spit with the carbon-based life form, I don't put my face close to them.
Then why will you have an animal like that in your house?
Well, like what though? Because the animal is what we call an animal, and they behave as animals do. It was reflexive for the animal to bite you because you were getting right into its grill. It's an animal. It doesn't do deductive reason. It doesn't sit around and say, she looks nice. It doesn't do all that. It's an animal. It's not used to having somebody in its face, and then somebody comes in its face, it reacts. If you truly love animals, you should know that.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know
so
that.
what did he do wrong that he would have to, I understand if you were saying, hey, you should take me to urgent care, and then he was a jerk and he didn't. He actually offered to take you to urgent care, but what you go and do is a cosmetic thing a month later, and then you decide to pin the price on him.
Well, I couldn't do it the week of, because as you can see,
yeah, but you
it was
don't
still
even,
healing.
because a week of, what you needed to do is take an antibiotic and worry about things like rabies. That's what I'd be worried about. But what you decide, and that's up to you, it's your body. If you decide you want to go a certain way, you want to do arnica and aloe, that's fine. But then apparently you have no problem with Western medicine when it comes to plumping up the lips and giving it tint. Then you have no problem with Western poison.
Problems. I don't like medicine. As you can see,
well, hey, who doesn't like medicine and wants to stay away from it and gets a lip plumping?
Well, it was because my tips got down.
Your what?
My tips got down. I saw people treating me differently.
Say that again, slowly, I'm sorry.
Okay, my tips from the restaurant that I
Oh,
gained.
your tips. Oh, jeez. Your tips from the restaurant went down. And so you thought that a lip plumping was necessary. What about all the other waitresses who don't have plump lips? How do they survive? They must be starving.
I mean,
Ms. Vale, no. I find in favor of Mr. Chopra.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
you gain more money than I do, way more money than I do. This was nothing, absolutely nothing for your bank account. To me, it caused me insecurities.
Coming up.
Did they ever tell you what was the cause of the damage?
They did say that because of the big pools of water and from the smell, that it was chemicals.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Sarah Vickers claims water from her neighbor's hot tub ran into her yard and caused extensive damage to her wooden deck. Theo French says the deck's damage is just normal wear and tear and was not caused by his hot tub.
All right, Ms. Vickers, you are suing Mr. French, your neighbor, for $2,000 in property damage. What happened?
So I had returned from a family trip, a short one, and I had come back to severe water damage to my porch.
And how is he responsible for that?
Well, I believe the water runoff from his hot tub caused this.
And what makes you think that?
Well, because of the way our house is set up, our backyards are set up, his backyard sits higher than mine, so all of the water runoff runs directly into my yard.
Okay, but explain to me what your theory is, because you weren't there and you didn't see it.
Right.
Explain to me what your theory is on how the water jumps out of his hot tub and rolls down the hill to your place.
When I came home, I knew it was his hot tub because I could smell the chemicals into...
Do you have pictures of the damage to your place?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Let me see.
Just the pictures.
No, don't just hand over a folder. Hand over the pictures. That's what I'm asking for. Otherwise, you make me sift. Okay, do you have pictures of the damage?
That is the picture of the damage. The pictures really don't do it justice. The floorboards are warped. There are nails sticking up. I had to get the whole thing replaced.
Do you have evidence of what the replacement or repair cost you?
Yes, I do. I have an invoice here, Your Honor. And this one only touches on the color restoration, but I had this deck installed and I was expecting it to last me at least 10 years. When I got that quote, I was shocked.
Coming up.
Let me hear from you.
I do put chemicals in the hot tub.
Of course.
But there was a very hard rainstorm.
I have a hot tub. I'm trying to understand how the water escapes the lid.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Sarah Vickers, who blames Theo French for damage to her deck.
Did they ever tell you what was the cause of the damage?
They didn't tell me exactly the cause of the damage, but they did say that because of the big pools of water and from the smell, that it was chemicals.
Let me hear from you.
I do put chemicals in the hot tub.
Of course.
You have to shock the hot tub.
I have a hot tub. I'm trying to understand how the water escapes the lid.
So the lid was off of the hot tub.
Oh!
Because I had just shocked the hot tub. Once the storm cleared up, I went out and I cleaned up everything, covered the hot tub.
Wait, how long did the storm last?
It was probably an hour, but it was coming down pretty hard for that hour.
Coming down hard enough to swoosh the water in your hot tub and cause it to go down the hill?
I don't believe so. I believe that that's just normal wear and tear that happened to her deck.
Can we get the picture of the deck up there, please?
Yes, this is the after.
Okay, that's the after?
Yes.
Okay, can you come up to the picture and show me what you're talking about?
Yes, Your Honor. So you can see right here where some of the boards are warping up. I know this picture doesn't do it justice, but these boards are warping. It makes it very difficult. And I have young children at home that I'm concerned about when they're playing in the backyard.
I know you keep saying that pictures don't do it justice, and I know that is true sometimes, but you're still going to have to prove your case.
For sure.
So show me there where I can see evidence of what you're talking about.
So the discoloration is right here on these right here. So here you can see it's a different color.
Normal wear and tear.
Hey, stop that. Go ahead.
a more normal color, what we paid for, you can see that the boards are not warped at all.
When was this picture taken?
This was taken when we first got it put in.
Which was how long ago?
3 years ago.
Judge Milian's verdict when justice for the people returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Okay, and why does the grass look unscathed?
The grass is unscathed just because it's what I like to do. I like to take care of my lawn.
What I'm saying is, then wouldn't I see this damage too? That's what I mean.
Well, I feel like that I don't know if the hot tub chemicals could damage my lawn, but I do know for a fact that it damaged my
How do you know
patio.
that for a fact? You didn't see it happen. How is it that you come to this conclusion?
Because I could smell it.
Let me tell you what happens when a judge doesn't know, okay? Because it's not like I'm not thoughtful. I'm thoughtful. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. It's not that I'm lazy or stupid. It's that you haven't proven your case. And that's the problem that we're having, because I just can't leap to the conclusion that that's what caused the slight discoloration that I am able to see, as opposed to just the rain itself or somebody spilled something. You know, I'm just having a hard time with that. And I'm sorry, you have to be able to prove your case by a preponderance of the evidence. When you come into civil court, that means it's more likely than not that it happened your way, and I'm just not feeling it. My verdict in this case is for the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
I'm disappointed, and I feel that this is really unfair.
I'm happy with the conclusion. I mean, I could have got somebody to do the job for cheaper for her, but she didn't want to text me about that.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say, I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with the show.
Breeder Carl Blankenship claims he purchased dog sperm from the defendant for a rare canine, but when it arrived from England, it was unusable. Lisa Johansson says she used a very reputable shipping company and is not to blame.
Mr. Blankenship, you are suing Ms. Johansson for $8,400 that you say you are out as a result of her negligence. Tell me what happened.
I'm suing the defendant because I'm a reputable dog breeder. I've been doing it for 15 years. With a very, very rare breed of dog, which is a curly-coated retriever.
It's called a curly-coated retriever?
Yes, a curly-coated retriever. It's a beautiful dog.
Do you have a picture?
I do. I have a picture of my girl, Maple. She's 3 years old. Here you go. I'm suing her because of the fact...
Hold on. Let me enjoy the view.
Oh, yeah.
What's the name of this dog?
That's Maple. She's 3 years old.
And you breed her?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
There's a short amount of time, a very, very small cycle. This dog is a very rare breed of dog. I don't know if you're a dog lover. Are you a dog lover?
I'm a total dog lover.
Yeah, I know. I love that about you, but I love breeding them. And I know that it's such a rarity. So what I did was I commissioned the defendant there so that they could ship sperm over. From England.
Okay.
It's such a rare breed that you only find very small amounts of curly-coated retrievers.
And you couldn't find one in the U.S.?
I have. I have over the time that I've been breeding, but it's very
You really
rare.
liked her dog.
It's really difficult. Yes, I really loved that. And then upon receiving the specimen,
how does the specimen stay useful?
Oh, it's got to
in
be
shipping. How does that work?
It's cryogenically preserved in a tank that is temperature controlled and that is monitored during the entire time it's traveling.
Okay, and how much did this cost you?
This cost me $8,400.
Right, but break that down for me. How much of that was shipping? How much of that was, because the shipping is unusual shipping. It's got to be.
To be shipped, normally I paid an additional $2,000 for shipping on top of the $6,400 because I wanted to ensure that this particular specimen was in good condition.
Speaking of insurance, was there insurance?
No, no insurance.
No insurance for an $8,000. Oh, Lordy. So the sperm itself cost $6,400? Wow. I imagine that there is risk with shipping.
The shipping company that she chose.
So I have a question about that. Was this all done in writing, online? How was this done?
Yes, this was done online. There's actually text messages between us.
Okay, so she picks the shipping company?
Yeah, it was her choice for the shipping company when I contracted.
How did you pick the shipping company? Oh, if you're here, things went wrong. How did you pick the shipping company?
So I'm also a long-time curly-coated retriever breeder. I've been breeding for over 10 years. This is a company that I use all the time. That's a reputable company.
Is it the cheapest company?
No.
Okay. And they have to then, what measures do they have to take to make sure that the sperm sample stays motile and useful?
They measure the temperature, which is, I have a thing that shows how they do that, and they track it.
Hold on one second, don't interrupt.
They
Go ahead.
track what the temperature is at the
during
clinic.
shipping.
Yes, before shipping at the clinic when it's packed, where I have a report that shows
the temperature of what? Of the specimen?
Yes.
Okay.
And then when it clears customs in the UK, then when it comes into the US, and again when it was delivered to him in Milwaukee. So I have a report from the tracking company that shows that that it was still motile and still viable during all those processes because...
Let me see that.
Thank you.
So tell me what actually ends up happening, Mr. Blankenship.
So upon arrival, the specimen was unusable. I actually researched that cryo company and found that there were reviews showing that this is a common thing with that particular company.
Oh, let me see your reviews.
Yeah, I have those right here for you.
I mean, there's a difference between one disgruntled person and...
Oh, yes. Let's see here. Here we go.
Thank you.
Okay, did you also print out all the good reviews or just the 3 bad ones?
Those are the ones that I used to research that.
Okay, I mean, you've printed out 3 bad reviews. How many reviews were there?
Probably couple hundred reviews.
And so the rest of them weren't bad?
Give or take. Those are the worst ones that I found.
Okay.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
I'm a little thrown by this March 18, March 17 stuff.
I believe it was damaged prior to that.
Of course, that's what you believe. You have to believe that, otherwise you can't win. But I'm trying to get to the truth of the matter.
And later.
And how many beers did you guys have during that time?
We couldn't count. We split a 12-pack.
You split a 12-pack, so 6 beers.
He drank more than me.
He drank more than you did. All right.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Carl Blankenship, who blames Lisa Johansson for unusable dog sperm.
It's delivered to Milwaukee and measured, the temperature's measured by who, where?
So once it's delivered, it will go to a veterinarian, obviously one that Mr. Blankenship chose.
Okay.
And who does the insemination.
Okay. What's the temperature supposed to stay at? That's my first question.
Below 130 degrees. I have paperwork actually from my veterinarian.
But minus 130 degrees.
Correct.
Okay. So it says here, delivered to Milwaukee, minus 176. So that's still good.
Yes.
But I don't understand what that sentence means. Delivered where? Who measured it? And Milwaukee where?
To his veterinarian.
Yes, it was delivered.
And so it was measured at the veterinarian's office?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and you don't dispute these numbers, right?
No, but my veterinarian, upon arrival, says that it was frozen, thawed, and then frozen again upon their inspection.
Wait. Your veterinarian has it. Do you have a report from your vet?
I do. I have.
Yeah,
a
let me
report.
see it. Because it apparently gets to your vet on March 17th, right?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
I need to know everything that happened with the vet after that. Date of report, March 19th. Shipment received March 18th. Not according to this. According to this, it was received March 17th. Your vet writes a report on the 19th. External condition, container intact, minor frost residue at neck. Internal observation, evidence of partial thaw, nitrogen vapor low. All this stuff is from your vet?
Yes, Your Honor.
The semen identified as Orion arrived in a partially thawed state and exhibited complete loss of motility. I'm a little thrown by this March 18, March 17 stuff.
I believe it was damaged prior to that date.
Of course, that's what you believe. You have to believe that, otherwise you can't win.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to get to the truth of the matter. Do you guys have a contract that you entered into before this?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I see, both of you show me, because I want to make sure I'm seeing the same thing, your copy of the contract.
I also have text messages here prior to that.
First, give me the contract.
I'd also like to say, Your Honor.
Oh my goodness! Anytime I pause, both of you want to butt right in. I am right now going to look at the contract. Hold on. Okay. The seller guarantees, this is in the contract that you signed, that the semen was collected, analyzed, and frozen in accordance with veterinary reproductive standards and was viable at the time of shipment. It sounds like the only guarantee you have is that it's viable at the time of shipment. She's not guaranteeing that it's going to be viable after shipping and after it arrives at your vet's place. What do I do with that? Because the argument from her side is, hey, this is a really iffy thing to begin with. Bad things can happen, and I'm only guaranteeing that when I ship it, it's motile and good. So what do I do with that?
It is precarious, and because of that, I personally would have made an assurance that I choose a shipping company.
You have no evidence that the shipping company messed up.
No,
in fact,
I
the only
don't.
evidence you have from them is that these are the temperatures we took and this is what it is.
It's
You
just
can't
upon-
contest that. I've got the shipping company saying they delivered it to your vet on the 17th. I've got your vet addressing it on the 18th. What do I do with that? Let me ask you a question. You really ship, first of all, how often do you ship?
All the time.
Yeah, to like long distances like that?
This was my first time
Hold on.
doing this, Your Honor.
You really should allow the buyer to pick the shipper and stay out of it like this. I mean, you pretty much stay out of it in your contract. I got that. But why not say, these are the shipping companies, pick which one you like. And then he picks it. And then if something goes wrong, they sue them and you don't have to come to court.
Right.
Actually, and while we're on the topic, do you ever breed the dog the old-fashioned way?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Wouldn't it have cost less to fly to England?
After this, yeah, it would have.
What do you charge the old-fashioned way?
So depending on the dog, it's maybe like £2,000-3,000.
Yeah, so that would have been a lot less than this and included your trip. Just didn't have time? Didn't think of it?
I just
wanted the sperm so badly.
Yeah. I just put my faith into her and her reputability, hoping that
Right,
she
but
would
what did she
send
do
it
wrong?
into
Tell me, I'm gonna need you now, think hard, and tell me what she did wrong.
I feel like she didn't vet the shipping company, make additional assurances.
You haven't presented sufficient evidence to show me that the shipping company is a problem. You presented me with 3 complaints amidst hundreds of reviews. She has used them multiple times. They have not been have you ever had a problem before?
No, not directly. The idea that there would have been anything, no matter what company I used, that no shipping company would either guarantee that it would arrive.
And you can't get
100%.
insurance for this,
No,
imagine.
of course not.
Right. I'm sorry that this happened to you.
Yeah.
The thing that has bothered me the most is showing the delivery on the 17th and the addressing the delivery on the 18th. What happened during those 24 hours? Yeah, it might have been defrosted and frosted again. I don't know. I don't want to blame the vet, but I can't blame her. Based on that, I am ruling in favor of the defendant.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
I'm just really disappointed that this breed would not have a chance to get a litter and share it with the world there.
This happens, and I just have to say, in this business, anything is plausible.
Coming up.
Blood started coming out.
I was laughing at hold on. Oh, I've heard enough from you right now. Go ahead.
So from there, when he saw the blood come out, then he started calling 911.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Carlos Garcia claims he wound up with a screw in his butt while building a deck with his ex-friend. Mark Lee says he and the plaintiff were both horsing around with the tools, and he paid for half Mr. Garcia's medical bills.
Mr. Garcia, you are suing Mr. Lee for $1,375 in medical bills that you say were his fault.
That is correct.
Why don't you two tell me what happened? Let me ask you a question. How long have you two known each other?
Since high school.
So you've been friends a long time.
About 15 years.
And the day that this happened, and are your families friends?
Yes.
Your wives friends? The kids friends?
Yes.
On the day that this happened, what were you doing with him?
I was helping him out at his house.
Doing what?
We're working on the dock that he has, deck.
What work were you doing on the deck?
I was helping him build it.
Build it from scratch.
Yes.
Okay. What happened?
We're horsing around. We're pretty drunk.
Wait, why are you horsing around and pretty drunk when you're building a deck? Why you say that like it flows naturally? Why are you horsing around? Are you using power tools to build a deck?
Yes.
More fun that way.
Oh no, there's nothing that is more fun than a power tool when you're drunk. What were you drinking?
We were drinking beers.
How many beers had you guys had?
I don't know. We started since 11 in the morning.
And how many beers did you guys have during that time?
We couldn't count.
We split a 12-pack.
You split a 12-pack. So 6 beers.
He drank more than me.
He drank more than you did. All right. Now, what happens?
He was messing around. He ended up using a drill into my butt.
How did he use a drill into your butt? You keep saying that like you're in a hurry to get through that part. And I really want to paint the scene here. You tell me, exactly how does this happen?
Coming up.
Boys will be boys. We've been like this since high school.
No. This isn't boys will be boys. Some of my best friends are boys. You, sir, are not boys. You guys are idiots.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Carlos Garcia, who is suing Mark Lee for personal injury.
We started playing with the tools while we were working with the deck.
How? Playing how?
Horsing around against each other.
Horsing around? Wait, go ahead. I want to hear from you. Go ahead.
I mean, he has hammers linked together like nunchucks, swinging around, saying it's hammer time.
I'm sorry. Wait, he's what?
He kind of, you know, like
He's swinging the hammers like nunchucks? Is he holding on to both hammers?
No, just one hammer. You know, kind of like a Bruce Lee martial arts movie with hammers. Same time, I'm with the drill gun going laser. You know, like boys will be boys. We've been like this since high school.
No, this isn't boys will be boys. Okay, I know boys. Some of my best friends are boys. You, sir, are not boys. You guys are idiots. You're working with power tools, getting drunk, and going hammer time, and you actually took the screw gun and put it to his body.
I did not intentionally try to fire a screw into his butt. I mean, he must have moved and walked back into me, and I'm just holding.
You know how people are always backing up into your screw gun.
Yeah, I mean,
that makes no sense.
I'm saying it was a total accident.
Well, of course it was an accident. I don't think. Well, actually, I'm not even sure I can say that. I don't think that as a drunk person you could form the intent to harm him. I don't think you intended to harm him. What exactly? I want to know the reaction of the boys when you realized that there was a screw in your bottom.
Now again, he shot me in the back, so I wasn't leaving looking that way. So I was working on the deck. I stopped moving for a while because I was like, what just happened?
And what did he say?
He was still laughing at that moment.
He thought it was funny?
He thought it was still funny until he realized the blood started coming out.
I was laughing at his reaction.
Hold on. Oh, I've heard enough from you right now. Go ahead, go on. Tell me what happened.
So from there, when he saw the blood come out, then he started calling 911.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Started getting the ambulance and calling my wife and letting her know, like, hey.
What did your wives say?
They don't even talk to each other.
Your wives are not mad at you two idiots. They're mad at each other.
Both. At everybody. Everybody's
so
mad
now
at everybody.
nobody's friends.
Yeah.
You ended up paying half of his medical bills, correct? And is your wife mad that he didn't pay the other half, or is she mad that all drank and played with power tools all day.
Mad that I got hurt, mad that I was doing the job for free at his house.
Your position is you should only pay half of the bills, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Why?
Because I felt like he was also horsing around. He was playing around, swinging nunchucks, swinging tools, and just...
Did any of his tools hit you and harm you and put you in the ER?
No, it did not. But
right, but if they did, I'd make him pay you. Maybe you felt you were right, okay? I give you that. You felt like we're both drinking, we're both fooling around, and this was an accident, so paying half was appropriate. I am here to tell you that legally speaking, it's not. And I'm going to order you to pay the other $1,375. Maybe what has to happen is that the two of you have to not drink when you have power tools. How's that? You either drink on a deck that's finished or you use power tools, but you don't mix the two because that is really, really dangerous. Got it? Verdict for the plaintiff.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. Defendant owes $1,375.
Any last remarks for each other?
We're still friends, right?
We're still friends. We finished our other projects, but responsibly next time.
Want to get some beers?
Yeah, let's get some.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show will be a mixture of education, I think you're misreading the law a little bit, and entertainment. My main goal is justice and the law. That's been my legacy, and the legacy I hope to continue into the future with this show.
Margaret Lewis claims the antique chairs she loaned to her neighbor were returned with scratches and stains, and she wants to be reimbursed for repairs. Emily Carter says the chairs were in bad shape when she borrowed them.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, you are suing Ms. Carter for $2,500 because she negligently damaged something you loaned her. Tell me what happened.
Well, she was having a party for her daughter's graduation, and she lives next door. So I loaned her 4 of my antique chairs, and they've been in my family for decades, but I asked her to please take care of them, be very careful with the chairs.
How long have they been in your family?
Well over 100 years.
Why would you loan them to her?
Well,
I mean, it's one thing to loan her some plastic chairs you have for seating, but it's quite another to loan her 4 antique chairs that have been in your family for 100 years.
Well, I think that's a testament to how sturdy they were.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was, why did you loan them to her?
Because she asked me to.
Right, but they're antique chairs. Like, they're not a couple of molded plastic chairs you have sitting in the backyard, right?
Well,
so you loan them to her, and then what happens?
Well, later on that day, I went over to give a gift to her daughter, and I noticed that there was a gentleman kneeling on one of the chairs, taking down one of those happy graduation.
Standing or kneeling?
He was kneeling.
Why does one kneel on a chair? I mean, you're taller if you stand. He was kneeling on the chair.
Yeah.
That sounds super lazy.
Well.
All right, and taking down a graduation banner. Go ahead.
Yes, he was. So, and then they brought the chairs back to my house, and I noticed that, well, 2 of the chairs were fine, but the other 2 had damage.
What kind of
significant damage? There were stains all over the upholstery. One of the chairs was missing a knob, and
was it dangling?
No, it had actually broken off.
So it was missing? The knob was missing?
It wasn't missing. Emily had it in her hand when she brought the chair back.
Right, so wasn't it obvious? And didn't she say, oh my gosh, look what happened? And
no, she didn't.
Did you say, hey, what happened when you saw it?
Yes.
It was obvious?
I did.
And what'd she say?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but my kids are perfectly behaved. And
My kids are perfectly behaved. You have a party. You don't know who did it.
Your chairs are in the same condition they are than when you gave them to me.
Okay. And what did you say?
That's not true. Look at them.
All right. Do you have pictures of the chairs?
Yes, I have exhibits.
Okay. Let's see Exhibit A.
Yeah, Exhibit A are the two chairs that have stains on the upholstery.
Okay. That's the knob you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, go on. Let's see the next picture.
And those are the scratches that came back with the chair. They
Okay.
were not on that chair before.
I mean, a 100-year-old chair might have scratches. Like, I don't suppose you have pictures of them before you loaned them to her, do you?
I wish I did.
Yeah. I mean,
But
that would be weird.
I
but
have
yeah.
a lot of antiques in my house.
Yeah.
I actually have a good friend who's an antique.
Yeah, I often can't tell if something's just old or an antique.
But I try and I really keep my antiques in good shape.
Yeah.
Because.
So let me hear from you, Ms. Carter. What happened?
Hey, so I borrowed these chairs from my neighbor for my daughter's graduation party. And, I wasn't really thinking too much about exactly which chairs, but what I know is that I watched my kids, I watched everyone at the party, I monitored the party, like I should.
Were you serving food?
We were serving food.
Did you go in and out of the kitchen?
I did.
Or
go
do
in
you
and-
have an eyeball on every single human at the party at all times? I mean, come on.
Well,
it's a party.
I would have noticed any damage to the chairs.
Okay, why would you take a chair that has a knob hanging from it? Like, you're not worried that there's a bunch of kids and somebody's going to poke their eye out? Show me that picture with the knob again.
Yeah,
if you say that there's a nail coming out of it, like you literally are looking me in the eye and her in the eye and saying that's how you gave it to me, and then you put it out there for this child party.
Yeah, so first of all, the first concern I have is the stains.
No, the first concern I have is exactly the question the judge just asked you, which is, are you saying that she loaned you these chairs and you put them out for children with that nail sticking out?
Not with the nail sticking out. So that happened right when I went to return the chairs to her. So it was a wear and tear. It was just that knob's time to go, I guess.
Wait, stop. How did it happen?
It just came off.
Coming up on Justice for the People.
Did you tell her they were 100-year-old chairs? They've been in my family for decades. I'm going to take a picture of them because you got to return them the same way. Why wouldn't you just take a picture of them then? Are you going to cry because I asked you that tough question?
No.
And later.
But instead, she decides to tee off with me still at the hole. And then all of a sudden I get smacked by a golf ball.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Margaret Lewis, who blames Emily Carter for damaging her antique chairs.
Okay, now let's talk about the stain.
So the stain looks like beer to me, which is not something that was served at my party.
Okay. I am a beer expert and a stain expert as well. What about that stain do you think makes it look like it's, without a doubt, it's beer? Like, where are you getting that?
Well, it definitely does not look like any kind of stain that would be at any kind of
sure,
kids
oil.
event, like
yeah,
apple
grease
juice.
from whatever fast food thing. What were you serving at your party?
We were serving fruit. We were serving cheese and crackers.
Fruits and vegetables. There's nothing else. You didn't serve anything that would have that would stain a chair.
Well, we had dinosaur nuggets. We had mac and cheese. We had fruit punch. None of that makes any kind of sense for a stain like that.
I don't know that you're right about that.
The other thing that I find funny is the fact that there don't seem to be any before photos.
Why is that funny? Do you have a picture of everything you own? Because I don't. I mean, I don't. You know what I mean? Like, you might have a picture if you happen to take a picture of something and then it's in the background. You know, that's kind of relatively fortuitous. Or if you're itemizing stuff for your insurance company, you know.
I agree with that, but if they are truly sentimental antique chairs, then I would have thought you would have had before photos.
Well, like, what if they are 100-year-old chairs? I understand why you may not possess before photos, but why wouldn't you say, all right, listen, These are did you tell her they were 100-year-old chairs? They've been in my family for decades. I'm going to take a picture of them because you got to return them the same way. Why wouldn't you just take a picture of them then? Are you going to cry because I asked you that tough question?
No. My husband died 2 months ago of Alzheimer's, and I've been really stressed out.
I'm sorry for your loss.
And this party, when she asked about the chairs, if she could borrow them, I didn't even think about it. It wasn't important to me.
But don't you think it should be? Like,
it is now.
Yeah, it's important to you now, right?
Yes.
So you took them in to a restoration place who says it's $2,500 to restore the chairs.
Yes, Your Honor.
It would be a lot less if you had just rented some chairs.
I'm very sad for her situation, like her family situation and everything. But I feel like effectively, like I'm getting pushed under the bus because it's like we've known each other for 5 years. Like we've had a perfectly positive relationship until now. So it's upsetting to me that, it came to us having to go to court. And I wish that we could have talked it out and kind of worked out something in a healthy way. And I feel like...
Well, she reached out to you. Well, first of all, according to her, she talked to you when you returned the chairs. True or not true?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, she texted you and said the bill's going to be $2,500, to which you responded, I'm sorry, those chairs were already in poor condition when you lent them to me for the graduation party. I cannot pay you $2,500 to restore 2 already damaged chairs. I'm sorry, but I can't do that.
I literally asked her if I could get an estimate of my own because the number $2,500
Where
does
in
not
the text does it say that?
It says it here where I said, I understand you're upset about the damages to your chairs.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're 100% right. However, I would like to get an estimate of my own for the damages. $2,500 is a lot for me to pay out of pocket for the chairs I feel were in poor condition to begin with. Please understand my point of view. Then she responds, I've been going to be restorer, I guess she means this restorer, for years now. $2,500 isn't outrageously overpriced. Well, I strongly disagree, Margaret.
Yep.
Not in my budget either. Understand that, Emily. Why wouldn't you at least let her get another estimate?
I asked her to.
What do you mean? Where did you ask her to?
Well, my phone ate my text.
My phone ate my text. I don't even know where to go there.
I mean, seriously.
Here's what's going to happen, folks. Here's what's going to happen, all right? You do have a responsibility to return the chairs in exactly the condition you got them in. We're having some difficulty establishing what that is. We know for a fact that the broken thing on top is not how she gave them to you. According to you, it's normal wear and tear, and it's just unfortunate that it happened to break the moment you laid gently the chair down. I'm not buying it, all right? Yeah, I'm going to order you to pay a portion of the, I'm going to pretend that you did get another estimate. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to order you to pay $1,250 of the bill. And you can look at other estimates too, because that is, I've had things restored and reupholstered. And I do think that's a tad on the high side. That's my verdict. Good luck, folks.
All rise.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant owes $1,250.
Well, I wish that, she hadn't traded our neighborly relationship for a check.
I'm sorry that this turned out in my favor, but I needed to have them done.
Coming up.
So I go up to the defendant. I explain what happened. She says it was an accident, but she kind of smirks at me.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. Lucas Harrington claims he was hit in the arm with a golf ball during a game with friends and says the defendant did it on purpose. Lauren Mitchell says the plaintiff was drinking and stepped in front of her shot.
Okay, Mr. Harrington, you are suing Ms. Mitchell for $825 in negligence because she hit you with a golf ball. Tell me what happened.
So back in August, me and 3 of my friends go to the golf course. We're having a good time, having fun. I don't know the defendant at all, but she is behind us. She's in the group behind us. And because of the nature of the day, every once in a while, her group would catch up. Our group, super welcoming, trying to kind of include her. The group maybe offered her a beer or two. And she was very standoffish. But that's fine, you know, continued on. I'm just trying to have a great day at the golf course. Next thing I know, I'm walking off of hole 5, just finished, got the ball in the hole. As I'm walking off, all of a sudden a golf ball comes flying out of nowhere, blindsides me, smacks me in the arm. I'm holding my sunglasses at the time. I stumble, I drop them, step on them. They're completely smashed and damaged. So I go up to the defendant. I explain what happened. She says it was an accident, but she kind of smirks at me. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but either way.
You think she has that kind of aim where she wanted to hit you with a, and why would she want to hit you with a golf ball on purpose?
Well, like I said, I think she was
unfriendly, but you think
yes.
she, to the point where she wanted to hit you with a golf ball? Because you felt that she smirked at you when you mentioned it.
Coming up.
Number one, that chart is inaccurate. He was already off the hole. If you notice where I'm standing, when I'm looking at the hole, I would have seen him. I did not see him in my vision at all.
You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian. We're back with the case of Lucas Harrington, who is suing Lauren Mitchell for negligence.
By the way, just so we're clear,
yes.
She is over by the tee.
Yes.
You are where?
So I actually have a diagram in Exhibit A.
Okay, let's look at Exhibit A.
So if you see here, I am on hole 5, and I'm walking over to hole 6.
Yeah.
And she is teeing off. Now, you're supposed to wait for the person to exit the hole. That's standard golfing protocol. But instead, she decides to tee off with me still at the hole. And then all of a sudden I get smacked by a golf ball. She yells 4 after the fact, after I got hit with the golf ball. Yeah, so then I go up to...
Okay, let me hear from you.
Hi, Your Honor. Number one, that chart is inaccurate. He was already off the hole. If you notice where I'm standing, when I'm looking at the hole, I would have seen him. I did not see him in my vision at all. So he was already off of that and on to number 6. He might have been in between, but he was off of hole 5. And when I was on the hole, when I noticed the ball was going toward him, I yelled 4 at that time. Him and his buddies, they were da-da-da-da-da the whole time. They were drinking alcohol. So he might not have heard me yell 4.
Do you know how much alcohol they drank?
I don't know how much because I wasn't with them, but they did offer, they opened up a cooler full of beer and offered us some. Why am I responsible for him being a klutz or being drunk and he can't hold his balance?
Well, I wasn't a klutz and I wasn't drunk,
Okay.
First of all.
How many beers had you had?
A few.
Truthful.
What does that mean? A few is not a number
4.
that I know.
Few is 3 or more.
4 or 5, I mean.
4 or 5.
But I wasn't drunk
6,
in
7.
any way whatsoever.
Okay.
Judge Milian's verdict when Justice for the People returns. You're watching Emmy-nominated Justice for the People with Judge Milian.
Your case rises and falls on whether or not she did something negligent.
Right. She still hit me with the golf ball, though.
Yes, I know. She hit you with the golf ball does not make you win. You do get that, right? You're on a golf course. You are assuming the risk of a golf course. And one of those risks is you might get hit by a golf ball.
Of course.
So to win a case against someone for being hit by the golf ball, you have to be able to prove to me that they acted negligently. Hitting a bad shot is not them acting negligently. Not on a golf course, because that's a risk of being on the golf course. The best you got is you telling me that when she went up to hit, it was when you were still picking up your ball and still there and all that. She says, that is completely false. My ball went flying and that graph is misrepresented. So it's your word against hers. She says you were off. Were you drinking 5 or 6 beers?
We weren't drinking.
You were drinking 5 or 6 beers. And I got to tell you, you're the one with the burden of proving a case when you come to court. The plaintiff has to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that it's the way you say. And I just don't feel that you've done it. Verdicts for the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Milian has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's claim is denied.
Any last remarks for each other?
Well, the judge saw it the way I did.
I just don't think I had a fair chance to really explain everything.
Exit this way, please.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group.
Never let anybody see you sweat. So I was born in New York City, and I lived there until I was 8 years old. I realized that I was a much better talker than I was a listener. I don't know what to say. I just don't like what you're saying.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I ended up going to law school at Georgetown, and I was a prosecutor for Janet Reno. I loved it because it was so raw. Were you cheating on her?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All rise.
Our show